All you have to do is go into the Discord and check the events tab. It'll tell you every single topic that I'm going to be doing this week, you guys. So let's see if we can get the first people up here. Zacia, you know what? Mods, block them. Now you get no one. Now you get no one. Now you get no one. Anyway, y'all, go ahead, hop into the guest request. You love the anime music? That has to be racism. It has to be racism. Anyway, y'all, let's get it started. We might have a little bit of a slow start because of the banana, but it's all right. What's up? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's go on to the first time. You guys already know what's up. Double tap that screen, y'all.
David.
What? Did I recover from getting smoked the other day by Dean? I got smoked? I got smoked? I don't know. Hi, how old are you? Anyway, well, y'all, give it a second. Remember to share the live. Tell some people that Tashika is live, that Baby Bop is back and bugging people out. Doesn't seem like we have anyone yet. Give it a second. It takes it a little bit to get, jumping and pumping. You know what I mean? You love my lashes? Thank you. You know what? I feel extra pretty today. Hold up. Bring this curl back. Yeah. I feel extra pretty today. I'm loving it. I feel nice. More Minecraft lives. If you guys want, I could probably do more on... Thank you so much, Witch King, for the heart, man. What's up? I could probably do some more... Thank you for the heart, me, Mac. On YouTube? Maybe some YouTube live? Okay with that? Because I don't think I will be able to do it on here because there's, such a weird thing, it's harder because I don't have not the algorithm, the software to do it on here. Thank you. Y'all, to do the brows, I literally just used my eyeliner. I didn't even use the pomade. Thank you so much for the heart means. You guys are amazing. But yeah, double tap that screen, y'all. Double tap that screen, share the live, copy the link. Congratulations, Christine, for reaching level 30. Yeah, I am back. We're back. It takes a second, y'all. It takes a second. We are looking for some debates. We are looking for people who are pro-life, y'all. So if you are pro-life, hop into the guest request. Hi, how old are you? Hi, Greg. Thank you so much, Greg. Why does this person keep requesting and then leaving? Are you a fan? Oh, my stomach rumbled. Are you a fan? It's giving fan energy. Thank you, Sophia, for the $3 over Venmo. When's the new hair coming? It was supposed to come on Friday, and then they pushed it back to Tuesday. It's not giving, but we're gonna power through. Y'all. Give it a second. Y'all already know the algorithm hates you after you get bananaed. Apparently I can't refer to myself using the Q word. That don't make no damn sense. But anyway, you can't speak figuratively because the algorithm is very literal. That's really great. We love that, for real. I get my hair from Shein. I wouldn't recommend. LGBTQ, my loves. Abortion saved my life. Congratulations. AliExpress wigs. You can actually get some good wigs from AliExpress. But yeah, y'all, we are looking for some debates. It's gonna take a while, y'all. We just gotta power through it. But if you are pro-life, go ahead and hop into the guest request, y'all. Remember, we are just looking for some debates. Seafood boil from Shein came today. You might not make it out alive. But either way, y'all already know. Hey Isaac, what's up? Is she against? No, I'm pro-life. I'm not pro-life. I'm pro-choice. Shein food. That's crazy. Imagine getting your your Salisbury steak from Shein. It's not even mashed potatoes. It's just like a ball of asbestos. Someone said Timu abortions. That's a little bit wild. No, but I am pro-choice, y'all. So if you are pro-life, go ahead. Oh, thank you so much, TM. If you are pro-life, go ahead and hop into the guest request, y'all. Remember, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Please make a makeup tutorial. I go live and do my makeup. Thank you so much, Katie, for the heart me. I was thinking so much for. I was thinking like about doing the like a get ready with me live, but then I was like, I don't feel like it. I don't really feel like it. Abortion is indeed healthcare. I agree. I agree. Y'all, we don't even have any guest requests right now, so we're just gonna have to chill out for a little bit. The algorithm is a little bit slow when we are just chilling in here. I love these lashes. I do love these lashes. My sample for my own line are supposed to be coming at some point. I think about next week, because y'all know how that should be. But yeah, the manufacturer sent me a bunch of samples, so I will be doing that soon. But you know, it's rough. What do I think? I am pro-choice. I am pro-choice. They got Plan B smoothies now. That's a little bit wild, I have to say. That's a little bit wild. Hold up, chat. I gotta turn this down. But yeah, a lot of people have been asking for some lashes, and so that's probably gonna be my first bit of merch. We got somebody in the guest request already, y'all. Let's see what they're saying. Give it a second, y'all. It takes a while to get some debate. Oh, they didn't load in. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Don't cry. Don't cry. Anyway, I gotta see like. I'm not completely sure. Oh, wait. Oh. I don't know when it's supposed to come. I don't know when, but if you are pro-life, y'all, hop into the guest request. We are looking for some debates, y'all. In the meantime, if you haven't already, go ahead and share the live. We got 900 people in here. Copy the link! The link! Every single day! Every fucking day! The link! God! I shouldn't have to tell y'all this. Let's see what this person is saying. Let's go ahead and hop into the guest request if you are pro-life. Hi, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 21.
Cool. So are you pro-life?
Yes.
Right. So why is that?
Because I believe that the baby's innocent, and I believe that the baby shouldn't be punished based on, based on other people.
And how will this baby be punished?
So I don't know, like if, couples can't use protection or, just something silly, I feel like the baby is the one that has to deal with the consequences. And, I believe that life is a life.
Cool. So if a couple does use contraceptives, should they be able to get an abortion then?
No, not really.
Yeah, so you don't actually care if they use contraceptive or not. I don't think you should use that first argument that you made as someone who doesn't use contraceptive, they shouldn't be able to get an abortion, because you don't see a distinction even if they do use contraceptive, right? It just seems like you have a moral difference for the both for one over the other. Even still, you give them both the same consequence. It's illogical. Let's not use it here, right?
I have a question for you. So if a couple don't use protection and they want to get an abortion, do you agree with it? So they should be able to?
I believe that they should be able to get an abortion if they see fit.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What has the baby done? Why should the baby have to suffer?
The baby hasn't done anything. It doesn't hold moral value.
So why should the baby have to suffer with
How do you know the baby is suffering? The babies do not suffer.
Well, because the babies
they have no concept of suffering.
How many abortions until there's a graveyard,
There is not going to be a graveyard.
I don't know. Me personally, I'm pro-life.
BH. Yeah, I know. That's why you're up here, right? I know that you're pro-life. That's why you're up here, right?
Yeah.
So what is required for one to suffer?
Termination, really.
No.
I just think, if there's any advice I could probably give to anyone.
Honey. No, we're not. You're not coming up here to preach. If you want to do that, you can do that in the comments. But I just asked you a very like straightforward
Yeah.
question.
Sorry, what was your question?
So what is required for suffering to exist?
I mean, it's a human right, right? Taking away of the life of a baby.
I asked that you're not answering the question. What is required for suffering to happen? What is required for
By
someone to
taking,
suffer?
of course, by taking something away.
No.
Okay, what is your definition?
Yeah, so if a person is brain dead, right?
Yeah.
And you flay their entire body, are they suffering?
Yeah.
How?
Someone said, "Why are we asking? Why are we asking a man?"
BH, 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 BH. If you're gonna read the comments, you can go back to the comments.
Sorry. I do get distracted very easily, but
Yeah,
yeah.
then how about you hold the screen down,
Oh
hit that
yeah.
clear
Yeah.
display.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. There
Cute.
we go.
Thank you. Right. So, yeah, again, so if I go up to a brain dead person, right, and just
Yeah.
fillet their entire body, remove the skin from their entire body, are they suffering?
Well, yeah. Technically, they are suffering
How?
because you're doing something to them that's negative. It's a negative action.
But they're brain dead.
Yeah, but it's still a negative.
Austin, thank you so much for the $5.59.
It's like I don't know.
No,
If
but
my
we're talking about suffering, my love.
yeah.
So
Well,
how are
that's like
if the person is brain dead and I flay their entire body, are they
yeah.
suffering?
Yeah, they are. Because that's
How?
like me wasting inheritance money, right, of my parents, wasting on gambling. Technically, there's going to be suffering, you know.
That is not analogous
Indirectly,
and
they are
not
suffering
even. How are they suffering indirectly?
because I'm wasting their money. Like,
What are you talking about?
oh no, I was just giving an example. Like,
This is
if I
how
wa-
what are you comparing to what?
so if I wasted my parents' inheritance money, right, the money that they passed to me.
What is the fundamental difference between your parents and the brain dead patient?
Well, it's just an example that'll make it easier for you to understand my point.
Honey, what you just said here is not analogous in the slightest. So what are you comparing? What are you comparing to what? What
So
is
suffering
the Yes, but how would your parents be suffering? What would
because I'm with.
allow for that suffering to occur? For
Of
the
course, if I give you
concept of
the
suffering to happen?
yeah, I can explain the analogy. If my parents pass away, right, the money that I inherit from them, I waste on gambling, they're suffering.
How?
Well, they're suffering indirect because I'm wasting the money that they passed to me. They're assets. Yeah.
How?
I just
What is
explained
the
it,
definition
darling.
of suffering from place? Thank you so
I
much
would,
for the heart me.
of course, I would say the definition of
No.
suffering is anything that's
What's the
negatively
definition
affects.
of suffering?
I would say is when you take away something from someone. Your definition might be different to mine, but I would say it's something that you take away.
Suffering is when okay, so like when I so like say what from a child running for.
Sorry, I think your voice is lagging. I can't. I don't know if it's my internet or.
Yeah, 1 second.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so when I take a knife away from a child, is the child suffering?
Yeah, but again, I said negatively
What
affects,
the
so that
fuck
would
is
be
it
a
lagging?
positive effect. That would
How
be a
would you know
positive
it would be a positive effect or negative effect?
because a child carrying a knife
How would you
has more negative than positive
how do you determine that?
through logic.
What logic?
Well, there's more negative consequences that could happen with a child carrying a knife than a positive. I mean, what positives can you name? Exactly none. So
They
technically,
might be
look,
going to cook something.
no, but the
I
child
just told
shouldn't
you.
be cooking.
I just said something.
The child shouldn't be cooking though.
Yes,
That's a
they can.
parent's responsibility, right? If you're as a parent, if you're
No,
going to
it's
bring
not.
children, as a parent, if you're going to bring children into this world, you have to look after them. A lot of parents they expect their children to look after them.
Children can cook, dude.
Can they? I'm not that I know of,
Yes.
but that's interesting.
Are you being obtuse on purpose?
No, I mean I'm just saying. I would. What age are you talking about? I mean, because I'm when you're saying children, I'm thinking of like 3 to 5.
Thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate you. Well, let's employ some like critical thinking here. Obviously, we know that like 3-year-olds can't cook,
Okay.
right? They wouldn't have like, the capacity to do that.
Because when you said children, I thought you meant like infants. So there
Is
must
an
be
infant a child?
yeah.
There are
But infants can't
categorizations for
cook
these
though.
words.
Infants can't cook.
Whatever, BH. It doesn't seem like you have the reins to have this conversation, right? So, we're gonna go back to the topic here. What is required for one to suffer? What is required for one to conceptualize suffering?
Suffering is, I would say, we can Google the definition if you would like.
I
So
just
we both,
asked you a question. What is required for one to conceptualize suffering? Thank you for the flower crown, Ashley. I appreciate you.
my conceptualization of suffering would be
Conceptualization.
oh, that's a very hard word. I can't.
It's not.
Conceptualize. Conceptualize. Oh, fuck's sake.
It's a big word for Elmo.
It's a very long word. I'm not the best with like conceptualize it.
Whatever, dude. Whatever. But I don't do it.
Okay, yeah.
Do
So
it to
that
yourself.
word, my idea of conceptualization is basically. Well, what was the question again? I forgot.
What is required for one to conceptualize suffering?
Yeah. So my idea of suffering would be anything that
I didn't ask what your idea of suffering is. I asked what is required for one to conceptualize of their suffering.
by taking something away.
How can one conceptualize of taking something away? What is required for that?
It can be it can be objects. It can be emotionally. It can be.
Right, right. So what is required for one to conceptualize of having something taken away from them?
Well, what is conceptualization? I don't really like how you keep using that word. It's kind of like putting me off.
Are you dead ass?
I'm just looking on Google now. Symptoms of suffering are agony, distress, and misery.
Right. What is required for one to conceptualize of these emotions?
Could you replace the words conceptualization?
What is required for one to be able to feel these emotions
Okay, let's see.
or understand that these emotions exist and perceive of them?
I think we should try to find something in common. What would yours be? Because I would say mine is,
What is required for one to perceive of agony?
by dealing with the effects of it. So that's whether
What is
emotion
required for one to deal with the effects of it consciously?
consciously. We would have to look at it both physically and
I
emotionally.
just fucking said it. What is required for a person to conceptualize of these feelings consciously?
Consciously through consciousness.
God damn it. Thank you. Right? So if a person requires consciousness to be able to conceptualize
Yeah.
of their own suffering or agony, right? Or having
Yeah.
something taken away from them, right?
Yeah.
The fundamental difference between your analogy and my analogy is that
Yeah.
within your analogy, your parents are indeed conscious and can conceptualize of the consequences being dealt to them. A brain dead patient
Ah,
cannot, and neither can a fetus or a zygote,
yeah.
more so.
Okay. Well, that's a different argument, right? When does life
No, it's
begin?
not.
That's a whole different argument.
Life begins at conception.
When is conception?
When an egg and a sperm come together, when they fertilize.
Exactly. So pretty much any time you get the abortion, technically you are, you know,
Yeah, and every time you take a shower, you're ending thousands of lives.
wait, how?
Your cells, your skin cells, you shed stem cells.
Oh, interesting. But I didn't know stem cells could
Stem
procreate
cells is
that.
what make you. Stem cells are the building blocks of every cell that we have in our body.
Okay. That's interesting. I guess you learn something new every day. I don't know you. But again, one we have to look at the ethics though. Do we think this is ethical? I mean,
It is indeed ethical, right?
yeah, clean. Showering, cleaning is fine. It's ethical.
No,
But
I thought you were talking about in the context of abortion.
oh yeah, no. See, in the concept of abortion, I don't think it's ethical.
Define ethical.
Something that's morally right.
Right. So would you provide like moral consideration to a brain dead patient? Would it be morally permissible to unplug a brain dead patient?
I don't think it would be for me to decide. I would say it'd be for the relatives. I don't
Why
think
would it why would it be so that the relatives can decide these things?
because they're going to be suffering more. Like for me, it's just another human.
They're going to be suffering more. Why is that?
Yes. Because they have emotions, they have
Yeah,
attachment,
what is required to have emotions?
connection,
Connection to what?
emotional connection. So a
To
family
what?
member.
Yeah,
To,
what is required to have emotional connections? We just went over this, my love.
oh, consciousness.
Right, right. So the fundamental difference here would be that the family members have consciousness and the brain dead patient does not. One side has subjective experience, right? And future potentiality, and the other does not, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
But
And so what would be the reason why a brain dead patient would not be necessarily be able to decide for themselves if they have not already set out the instructions to unplug, right? Why would that responsibility be on that of the family or their next of kin?
because they're going to be suffering more.
What
The
are you
family
talking about?
members, the
What are you
family
talking?
the family members of the dead, brain dead
What if
person.
what if suffering in what way? Say the family doesn't even
Yeah.
care about this person. They were a terrible person. They don't care. Why is it up to the family?
Because they have the most, because they have more emotional connection with them. Like for me, it's
I
just
literally just told you they don't. They give it a heart puff.
so who so
Holy shit, dude. Like, this is like.
this feels like an interrogation because I feel like I can't really ask my questions. I just
No,
like
no, it's because you can't break down your own logic, and this is really fucking sad. How old are you again?
21.
God damn. Anyway,
Maybe it's
so
just the Americans. I don't know. I mean,
no, it's if this is UK intellect, we're fucked. Okay? No offense. Anyway, again, what makes it so that it comes down to the family of the brain dead patient to unplug them? What makes that so? Why is that the case?
because they have an emotional connection with
I
the brain
just
dead
told you.
person.
I
I don't have a
just told
connection.
you. I just told you that they do not in this hypothetical.
But it's in the hypothetical, but in the real world they do. So that's the
No,
difference.
not even in the real world.
Darling, you're being idealistic. I feel like
No,
becoming
define
giving more
idealistic right now.
hypotheticals.
Yeah, no. So yeah, go ahead and tell me, in this hypothetical, the family does not have any necessary like emotional connection to this person, right? Why is it on them to decide whether or not the brain dead patient should be unplugged?
If it's not for them, who should it be for it to decide?
Dude, it is their responsibility. Why is it their responsibility?
I don't know what to say.
Right, I'm going to tell you why. It is their responsibility because the brain dead patient does not have any future experiences, right? The brain dead patient can no longer advocate for themselves, right? And
Yeah.
because the brain dead patient can no longer advocate for themselves because of their lack of consciousness and because of their lack of future potentiality for consciousness, right?
Yeah.
We know that at least legally here, but we can just
Yeah.
assume that this is going to be like the overall practice,
Yeah.
that because their family are the ones who possess the consciousness, it is on them morally to decide whether or not this body should continue on living.
100%. And do you agree with that?
I do agree with that, right? And you
Okay.
can apply this exact same logic to that of the mother and the fetus, right? The fetus cannot advocate for themselves and do not possess consciousness. They do not
So do
possess
you think?
consciousness in any capacity, right?
Okay,
And
but
because the mother, I'm still speaking, because the mother does indeed possess this consciousness, right? And
Yeah.
because say the mother is the one giving her resources or their resources to
Yeah.
sustain the life of this baby, because the baby cannot
Yeah.
advocate for itself, it is on the mother to determine whether or not the baby should continue on living, because one, it is taking from their resources,
Of course.
just as the brain dead patient is taking from the monetary resources of their family.
Of course. But one is creation of life and one is ending of life. So I feel like it's two different things.
No, both are abortions is ending the life.
Okay. And do you think it should just be the mother that decides?
What did I just say to you?
Do you think it should be like
What did I just say to you?
yeah, the mother decides.
What did I just say to you?
Okay, I can paraphrase it. In summary, what you said was that it makes sense in my head. It totally does. But what you were saying is they were both pretty much the same thing, where the family of the brain dead patient decides, right? And then for the fetus, it's the same as the mother. The mother decides because they're both conscious beings, family members of the relative.
Hold on. One second. Just 1 second.
Do you think it should be mutually agreement? I feel like
just 1 second.
because you need two people to procreate. So I feel like
You sound really familiar.
I was on Parker's live and he got a bit upset and he's like, me and him had a really long debate. Parker will know who I am. I don't really. Me and Parker don't
You
really
sound insanely familiar.
I haven't been here before, but I've been on Parker's lives. I'm not sure if you guys remember me.
No, it's not from Parker. It's not even from something on TikTok.
Wait, really? Do the viewers?
I'm
maybe
not gonna say nothing. That's
maybe
okay. Shh. Anyway, okay, so yeah. What did I just say to you?
So yeah, you said that the family of the brain dead, the person that's conscious makes the decision, right? So that would be the family of the brain dead person and the mother of the fetus, because the fetus doesn't have the ability to think for itself.
Mm-hmm.
So in short summary, that's what you said.
Right. So do you agree with that?
I can see where you're coming from to an extent. Wait, what? I'm not nervous. Why?
I know exactly who you are.
Wait, what?
Wait a minute.
You don't. No, you don't.
Wait a minute. Hey! You!
Darling.
Hey, you! What are you doing here?
Wait, what you mean?
What are you doing here? You think I wouldn't? Hey! Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
No!
The door! James!
Alright, darling, we're just having a debate.
James!
Who's James?
Anyway, it's fine. It's okay. Y'all hear this, man? I'm not going. Hey, it's fine.
My stomach hurts. That made my whole day.
It's all right though. I love you. Anyway, where's that again? Get the yes. Bro, what the fuck is going on?
Well, I had debates with Parker. I had debates with Dean. I feel like they all know me, but
yeah. Okay, it's fine. It's good.
Dean kicked me straight away. Parker was all right, but Dean kicked me straight away.
Well, Parker really doesn't kick people. Dean definitely kicks people, but it's all right.
Yeah.
This is what you do on your off time?
Yeah, I had to have debates with people. I had debates with Parker. With Parker, I had all kinds of debates. Why should you vote for Trump? With that one, though, I said I'm from UK, but if I could vote, I would vote for Trump. And he just kicked me. He was like, "Oh, you're not American." And then we had what was the other one with I forgot the other lives he does. I forgot.
That's cute. It's all right.
But I've never had this debate though. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah. For sure. That's insane. Anyway, what we talking? Oh yeah, so abortion. So I'm not gonna be mean to you now, okay?
Oh, thank you.
Because I love you, but
I appreciate that.
I'm so sorry. Okay, so again, I can actually try to get this through to you, right?
Yeah.
So so in terms of like again, I'll just restate it for the new people that came in here. Chat.
Of course, no worries.
Chat, I'll explain it to you guys later. So first of all, this guy's hilarious. So like,
Have you seen my life before?
so anyway,
Famous.
anyway, who the fuck? Anyway,
This is sick. You're kind of giving your ego boost, you know, bro.
there it is. Stop. Anyway, right? So again, like in terms of like, so the analogous thing, right, to like the brain dead patient and the family and
Yeah.
the fetus of the mother, right, would
Yeah.
be the fact that the family of the brain dead patient, you could say that the overall equipment that is used to keep the brain dead patient cellularly alive, right,
Yeah.
is taking from the resources financially from the parent, in the same way that the fetus is taking from the natural resources of the mother's body, right?
Okay.
So, like, if you agree that it is
Yeah.
indeed upon the, like, indeed the rights of the family of the brain dead patient to be able to disconnect them from the life support, right? Because the
Yeah.
brain dead patient can no longer advocate for themselves or have any kind of current consciousness,
Yeah.
then it would be the case that you would have to agree via this principle that the mother should have the right to be able to terminate her pregnancy because of these same reasons.
Of course, I can 100% see where you're coming from, but I would say one is ethical and the other isn't ethical. When we bring ethics into it, I feel like one is ethical, where the family decide, but the other, because it's, one is about creating life and the other is about ending life. So I would say that, one is more ethical than the other. I can totally understand where you're coming from, and yeah, I do agree.
I mean, like you could say you could say that like okay, that like you could say like we could talk about ethics, right? Because we could talk about the implications of pregnancy, right?
Uh-huh.
Enforcing a person to experience to go through the trials and tribulations of pregnancy, as well as in the end experiencing the most painful thing known to mankind, right?
Mm-hmm.
All for what? All for who, right? And then on top of
Mm.
that, for the ethics of the child as well, because we know
Yeah.
that children who are born into families who were not ready for them or just simply did not want them are more likely to grow up in poverty. They're more likely to be unalived at a young age. They're more
Okay.
likely to
Yeah.
join gangs and they just more likely to have like an unhappy life altogether, right? So
Yeah.
that's the whole point here is that we can talk
Okay.
about ethics here, right? And that
Yeah.
would be another argument that I have as well.
Yeah.
So
Because
like
my
would you think it's morally permissible to force someone to experience the most painful thing known to man?
Oh, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. I mean, is it scientific? Because Parker does scientific research. Is it scientifically proven this is the most painful thing to man?
Yeah, so giving like childbirth is I think it's the fourth most painful thing. I can look it up.
Yeah.
But it is indeed the most painful thing. One of the most painful
Yeah.
things.
And I believe if you go through that painful labor, I feel like karma will return it to you in a good way. I feel like if you do good and you have like you just do it with a clean heart and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna go through this for my daughter or son, right? I feel like karma will return it to you. So I think yes, they should. But again, I can't force anyone. I think it should be mutually agreed.
I mean, you before you can even make this claim, you're going to first
Yeah.
need to like. And I understand like we can think about karma, right? But I
Yeah.
personally don't believe in karma. We don't have any reason to believe that karma actually exists. You're going
Yeah.
to have to prove that karma does indeed exist, and
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah. But how do I prove karma exists?
You wouldn't be able to.
Has anyone done you dirty in before in life?
Yeah.
Okay, and what are they doing now? Like, are they doing good or like if you think about
They're
it?
doing just as well as they always did, right?
Oh.
The only karma that was dished out to them would be from my hand specifically.
Oh,
So it's not necessarily karma, just more so revenge.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think this comes down to again each individual's own life experience. I guess your experience is different to mine. Because I've seen karma, like if I've said something rude to someone or anything, and then they just walk in, boom, just hit my leg. Like it was really bad. And in my head, I'm thinking, right, this isn't happening out the blue. Like, right, this was definitely something I said to this person, and then like this is me feeling that pain. or I don't know, like
Yeah, but like these are things that you're simply attributing to like karma, right? There's no proof that karma actually exists, right?
well, what about the viewers? Maybe they've experienced karma.
Well, you could again, these are things that we're simply attributing to karma. There's no
Okay.
actually repeatable evidence, right, that karma
Yeah.
actually exists. I've never experienced karma before. I've had
Okay.
bad things happen to me, or I've done things that have come back to me,
Yeah.
okay, or come back to me, or you can just make the argument that like this is simply just like a good thing that just so happened to happen after I did a good thing, right? There's
Hmm.
no way that we can attribute these things to karma.
Do you believe in energy? Do you believe that if you do good for the world, the good will come back to you?
No. We
You
have no
don't.
reason to believe in these things. Not to say that I don't do good things because I don't believe in
Yeah,
these
no, no,
things,
no, of
but I
course.
do good things in spite of this.
Yeah. I mean, that's. I guess you're coming from your point of view, and it's a lot different to mine. But I can see where you're coming from, and I can see why I wouldn't agree because it has nothing's. It hasn't happened to you like good karma or bad karma. But with me, I've
No, I've
noticed
had
it.
good karma. I just wouldn't
Yeah.
attribute it to karma. We'd have to prove that the concept of karma exists.
Oh, see, that's hard
Like there are
because you
other
can't
like
see that.
naturalistic explanations.
That's like me asking you, then prove the concept of gravity because you can't
Yes, you,
see it.
yes, you can. You don't need to see gravity. And also, yeah,
So how do you know it
you can
exists?
also we can definitely demonstrate gravity.
Because technically, right, you can't see that gravity as well, technically.
Yeah, you can't see gravity, but you can feel it.
But you still
Right.
can't
We
see it,
can
so how would you?
you don't necessarily need to see something in order to be able to prove it, but also we can see gravity.
Okay, have you been
We can indeed see gravitational waves and measure it. Yes.
to Japan?
No.
So how do you know Japan exists?
Because we have not scientists, people who come from Japan. We know that these landmass exist. We can do this by measuring things,
Oh,
by having someone who is, say, like time zones.
yeah.
Like there are ways for us to prove that these things exist, even by the fact that like I forgot what year it was, but I was a child back then. But remember when
Yeah.
Japan had that huge earthquake? It moved like a couple inches closer to the U.S. Right, because this
Yeah.
landmass moved so greatly. Right, we can measure that as well to show that this landmass does indeed exist and this
You know,
culture does indeed exist.
shit, I thought I had you there. Oh, I thought I had you there. I thought you were gonna go silent. You're gonna be like, oh, I don't know. I thought I had you there. Oh, shit. I don't know what to say. Like, how else can I prove you wrong? I'm just thinking.
I think it's good for you to take some time. You know, we can bring it back
Thank
later.
you.
You know,
Thank you for letting me up here. Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. You too. Tell your
Bye
mans I
bye.
said hi. Okay. Love you.
Mans,
Love
I'm
you.
straight as a ruler.
All right, Daddy. All right. All right. All right. All right. Y'all. Oh, anyway, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. We will get some more debates in, y'all. No, he's a sweet guy. He's a sweet guy. Let's see what this next person is saying. Hi. Do you believe?
Hi.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice, Marcel?
Um, I would say that I used to be pro-life as a Christian, but as my views and understanding evolved on Christianity, the
Wait,
belief
are you
system.
currently pro-life right now? Because I am just looking to speak to pro-life people right now.
Oh, no, I'm not anymore. Well,
Oh,
so then I'll just add, to the conversation, I
no, don't
guess.
spoil
The,
it. Don't spoil it.
well,
Spoil it.
what I think, God really, if God disagreed with um, abortions, then he wouldn't naturally allow miscarriages to happen anyway. So I don't think he cares
Okay. Okay.
that
Well,
much.
you know what? I get the W, but I appreciate your time, but I am going to go on to the next person. I do
It could help
appreciate you,
you
though.
guys. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
have a
Maybe.
wonderful
Yeah. Thank you
day.
so much. I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. You have a good day as well. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. In the meantime, keep double tapping that screen, y'all. We just got back from a week banana. We were on the second account for that week, y'all. Give it a second. Hi, Alicia. How old are you?
Hi, I'm 32.
Cool. So, are you pro-life?
I'm absolutely pro-life.
Oh, cool. So tell me why that is. Take it away.
I believe that life begins at conception, and I am Christian. However, I will point out that I was an atheist for over 10 years, and I still believed in that same stance. And I find that the pro-choice community is always quick to jump to grape and incest as a thing, and as a grape victim myself.
Oh no, I'm not jumping to that. We're talking
No,
about
I'm not
elective
saying you
abortion.
are. I'm just saying as a whole, just from watching a lot of things, I find that they jump to that argument, and a lot of people don't personally go through that. And I feel like a lot of people fail to acknowledge, which I hope that you would, that a lot of grape victims do, in fact, even if they don't believe in abortion or not, they go make an appointment and they think that they want to have an abortion. I almost said cismortion. I'm super bad, but anyway, so they hear the heartbeat and then they end up changing their mind. Over 80% of women. So would you tell me that I'm wrong, that, which Planned Parenthood gave these statistics that less than 1% is grape victims, incest, and like medical necessity? Like, what would you have to say about that? You think it still should be okay just as women doing it for sport?
You're saying that because like some women hear the heartbeat of their fetus, they don't want to get an abortion anymore, and that's why people
Yeah.
shouldn't get abortions?
I'm telling you, as a grape victim, as somebody who works in this
Honey,
community as well-
I myself am also a victim. I don't need you to
Okay.
fucking tokenize your experiences here. We don't
Whoa,
give a shit.
I didn't. All I'm saying is that it is.
You don't need to keep bringing it up because it doesn't help your point. Okay? So,
does
and I
help.
don't bring my shit up. Let's not
Right,
do it.
I'm not
Okay?
talking-
I don't.
yeah, but
you don't need to bring up your own personal experiences so you can infringe
I'm not.
on the
I'm
rights of
asking
half
you
the
about
fucking human
the. I'm
population.
asking you about the percentage of women.
I'm setting a boundary with you. Let's not make that as a point. Okay?
Why can't we though? When it's the less than 1%?
Because it's. I'm talking
We
about
have to,
you.
though.
I'm talking about you using your own trauma
Okay,
as a
so
way
take me
to
out of it.
validate.
All right, take me out of it.
Then don't do it. I'm
So
setting a
we
boundary
can't.
with
So if
you.
I take me out of it and I want
Honey, no, you can still use the exact same argument. Just don't
Okay.
tokenize yourself, okay?
I already said that we're moving on.
Okay,
to
okay, right? Right. So you're saying that because these women at some point heard some kind of it's harsh to set boundaries. Mods, fucking mute them. Anyway, so you're saying that because people have gone and heard the heartbeat of their children, that's what makes abortion wrong? I'm confused.
That's not what I said. I said when people are pro-choice, they often use the argument of incest, rape, and medical necessity. And I'm telling you that if it makes up 1% of abortions and the other 99% are for whatever reason, I'm telling you that it should matter that at least 80% of these women that do go in, taking myself out of it, they go in and they feel an emotional connection and they change their minds. So why are we allowed to use, or even people that haven't gone through it, let's take you and I out of it for a second, or anyone else who thinks that I'm speaking on all victims, which I'm not. If you take them out of it, then where's the argument that it's okay for 99% of it being murdered just because?
What?
Those are statistics.
I don't even understand what you've just said here. I'm not.
What
gonna
I'm
lie to you.
saying is that the pro-choice argument, a lot of people use the less than 1%. They use the exception to the rule.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's why I'm confused. It's because you're not addressing an argument that I fucking made.
I get that, but
Then don't use the. That's why I'm confused. You're addressing points that I didn't make. You're not even speaking to me right now. You're just preaching about some other random ass people that you spoke. You're talking to me. And I'm not talking about rape. I'm not talking about assault. I'm not talking about incest. That's not a part of my argument. Not one, right? So.
Okay, why do you think it should not be banned? Why do you think it should still be legalized?
Oh, it's because it is healthcare, and I believe that people have dominion over their bodies, right? And the resources that are taken away from their bodies, right? I think it is immoral and unethical to force a female to go through 9 months of pain, weight gain, and then may or may not face death. And even if they don't face death, experience the most painful thing known to mankind. All for what?
So then when pregnant women are murdered, why are people charged with 2 counts?
Because when the woman is pregnant, it is presumed that she indeed wanted the baby, and if she had not been murdered, right, then the baby would have lived, and she would have lived. That is why it is the consent to the baby being unalived, and even that is not always the case.
But how would anyone be able to verify that in either case, like whether the woman wanted the baby or not? Let's say two women were murdered, one was pro-choice.
Yeah, that's what I just. Well, no, it's regardless. You can be pro-choice and be pregnant, genius, right?
Right.
Yeah. So just because it is like, of course, we're not going to be able to assume without evidence that this person had a particular stance, but it would be assumed that because they were pregnant, particularly if the assailant knew that they were pregnant, right? Or how far along in the pregnancy that this person was, and there is evidence that this person also knew that they were pregnant. It is not always the case that the assailant is going to get charged with 2 counts.
But how often do you think that actually happens? Where
I don't know, but that's exactly, that's why that's not always the case, because people get unalived and don't know that they're pregnant. Some people get unalived because they are pregnant.
Have you actually witnessed an abortion at all terms, like whether it be the first, second, or third trimester?
Hey, yeah, so abortions can happen at all terms.
Right.
Not all abortions end in the death of the fetus.
I know some people try to get aborted and they survive and they're happy that they're alive. So
No, that's not
that happens all the
abortions.
time.
Abortions don't fail like that.
That's actually not true. An easy Google or YouTube search would show you that there is plenty of people that have survived abortions. So you would sit with a person that survived.
I can grant you this. Whoop-de-whoop, you know?
Whoop-de-whoop. Really? So you would sit there with people that survived an abortion that didn't want to be aborted? And you would say,
honey, you cannot say that a fetus did not want to be aborted. They didn't want to be aborted just as much as they wanted to be born. They have no concept of these things.
Yes, they do. It's been proven. They feel
no. It's been proven scientifically that they have muscle and neurological reactions. They don't actually feel pain. They have no concept for that.
That's not true. So I would
so go find a source.
So
go find a source.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Then go find a source.
What's the difference between
go find a source?
I mean, I can repeat
go find a source
all day. What's the difference?
No, you can't. I can just put you back in the comments. Go find a source.
Okay, and you would do that though to seem like you're superior, and that would just be stupid.
Is it that easy to make you feel inferior to me?
No, but I'm saying for you to sit here
then
and be
go
like,
find
I can
a
easily
source.
just put you back in the comment, but you don't want to ever have a conversation.
Oh, it's because you don't want to engage with the arguments, right? And if you don't want to engage,
I absolutely do. I'm sitting here.
Okay, if you do want, honey, if you do want to engage with the arguments, then you would go substantiate the claims in which you just made here that fetuses pre what is it, 24 weeks, right, can feel pain. Go ahead and do that. Can feel pain and conceptualize with that pain.
Do you know babies that have been saved all the time?
Honey, Alicia, go find a source to substantiate the first claim that you made. Unless you want to concede, you're not going to pivot.
They're easily found. Why can't you go find it?
Because you made the claim.
Right.
Chat, can we get a sauce emo? My angels, my babies. Can I get a source emo? Go find a source.
Okay, but I'm saying
I'll give you some time. I'll give you some time.
What would you say to the babies though?
Goo gaga. That's what I would say. Go find a source. Goo gaga.
Right. This is what you guys do when you have no actual argument.
This is what you do when you don't have a source
whatsoever. Really?
Go find the source.
So you don't care about the babies that are saved at 17, 18, and 19, 20,
go find the source.
All these weeks? You can't
if they have viability and survive, praise them. Go find a source though.
Do you have children of your own? Are you a mom?
Are you just going to appeal to emotion now? Like, what's going on here?
Oh, well, that could be an easy answer by your response.
No, given the fact that when we first started this conversation, you brought up your own trauma as if no one else experiences that shit.
I never did. When did I say that?
And then now
if I hope somebody screen-recorded it and could run it back and show me where I tried to invalidate
what are you going to say about the people who's around being, like, who cares?
Where did I say that, though?
You
can't say that, though. You want to find a source, find me where I said those exact words. Find me where I said those exact words. You can't.
That's not how sources work.
I never invalidated anybody's trauma, and you're not going to say
I didn't say I
I'm
didn't
up in your live.
I
That's what's
didn't
not gonna happen,
I
boo.
didn't say that you did, honey.
You literally in the comment section, I can read it, and don't even, and if you drop me, that would be look real stupid on you, just because I'm telling you I did not invalidate anybody's trauma.
I didn't
ever
say that you
whatsoever.
invalidated
Yeah,
anyone.
but your comment section, you just did. You said you came up in here bringing up your trauma first thing and foremost. Okay,
That doesn't mean that you invalidated people.
Thank you. I did not invalidate.
Right, I agree, because I didn't.
Anyone in the comment section.
I agree, because I didn't say that's what you did.
You did though, and there's plenty of people in your comments as well saying that I invalidate, and you can't speak for all victims. I didn't. I wasn't.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't control 1.4.
I'm not saying that
people.
I'm not saying that you can control your comment section, but you also said that I'm invalidating people. And
I
you're
never
setting
said
a
that you
boundary,
invalidated
and it's
people.
trigger words and this, that, and the other. Okay.
I never said any of these words.
Oh, I hope somebody screen recorded it and ran that back, because that's true. You got defensive. You talked over me, and this is what's crazy.
No,
about
what I told Alicia, I need you to calm down. I'm not the one that
you were literally got aggressive with
Calm
me
down.
first. Like I said, I wish somebody would.
I didn't get aggressive with you. What I
did.
did with honey, if me being stern and setting a boundary with you is me being
Same
aggressive.
with me.
I think you need, honey, to like go back to therapy, right? Right? Some EDMR even, right? Because what I said here was that it is not okay, and it is emotionally manipulative, right, to bring up your own personal experiences as an argument, as justification as to why other people should not have particular rights. Okay? Because I myself and a lot of the other people that I know are also victims of these things, and we still hold the stance that people deserve fucking rights, Alicia. Because something terrible happened to you does not mean that you get to infringe your rights upon others. That is the boundary that I set here. Okay? So let's simmer down. Let's simmer down. You can unmute. Okay? Let's simmer down though.
Okay, so I agree with you, but also that same argument is reversed. Would you not agree?
Where did I use my own personal experiences?
No, okay. Let's say, for example, I had hopped in and I had not mentioned anything about me, and I had said just rape victims in general, and that
would have been fine.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So in reverse, though, like, you don't have anything to say about the fact that statistically, and this is Planned Parenthood statistics, this has nothing to do with my even own personal beliefs. I'm saying that the majority of abortions that are performed are literally for all reasons besides the ones that most pro-choice users say, which is great.
I am not most pro-choice users, so stop bringing up that point. Then stop bringing up the point. It's not relevant here. It is not relevant here. I believe that one should be able to get an abortion for whatever reason that they see fit.
Until what month or what week or what gestation?
Until the term of viability, which would be about not terms of viability, in terms of like consciousness, right? Where these connections are formed within the fetus's brain, right? We know that before 24 to 30 weeks, that these things are not present, right? So because this capacity for sentience is not present, it holds no moral value.
I'd be easy on the 24 weeks though, because that's actually can be proven otherwise. There, like I said, there's babies.
Then do it.
I mean, well, you guys would hate this, but I could in my own personal experience.
Yeah, I don't want to hear your personal experience.
Right, and I'm not about to tell you about it. I just said what if. So all I'm saying is, so these babies that are saved at 17 and 18 weeks, they're just special phenomenons that don't feel pain, and they're not sentient, and they don't have consciousness. That's a phenomenon to you.
It is a
It happens
phenomenon
all the time. It is. So for you,
it's very rare for a child at 17 weeks to survive.
Okay, but you said 24
without any kind of complication or anything like that.
Right, but even at 22 to 23 weeks, which is a week, can happen a lot.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, just because fetuses have been born prematurely at 17 weeks and survived, doesn't mean that it would be morally impermissible to abort these fetuses.
Oh man, this is crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
But Yeah, and the abortion would imply that they are still within the womb, right? Taking from the mother's resources. But if they are outside of the womb now, and they are viable at this hypothetical 17 weeks, I do not see any I do not see any reason why we should unalive that fetus. I find that to be immoral because they are no longer taking from anyone's bodily resources.
So you
And it's
think
clear that
that,
they have displayed viability.
okay, so you think that though women should just, what's your stance on abstinence? Like you think that a woman's pleasure should just overcome a person's life? Because obviously we know that I'm pro-life and I believe that that baby exists at conception and it's wrong no matter what time. So you think that a woman's pleasure is more important than another life? Like women shouldn't just be careful, or men for that matter too as well?
I believe that people should indeed practice safe sex, but if they don't practice safe sex and they fall pregnant, I think they should still have a right to an abortion.
Okay. Well, very good. It's clear we're not going to get anywhere. But it's been fun. Thank you.
Yeah, babies born earlier than 22 weeks are not currently able to survive if doctors do not try to save them. Oh, even if doctors try to save them, sorry.
Well, I was going to say, yeah. I mean, if doctors try to save them, then yes, they would be rushed to the
Right.
NICU, and it does happen though. So I
Right.
mean,
So, no. It says
so
even if doctors try to save them, it just
okay.
doesn't work.
So before I go though, so we all know though also.
I'm
that-
sorry, I found a source. Can you find a source that goes against this?
Well, let me know. So what's your source? I'd like to hear.
Yeah, so the University Hospitals of Sussex from the NHS, babies born earlier than 22 weeks are not currently able to survive, even if doctors try to save them. Because there is a high chance that intensive treatment for babies born this early will do more harm than good, doctors do not routinely attempt artificial life support.
So I mean, I would say that. So you're saying outside of the womb trying to save them would cause them harm,
It would cause them more harm, yeah.
versus aborting them? Oh gosh, not Dean. Not Dean.
Yeah, I was just listening. I just want to pop up and say one thing.
Okay.
Alicia, it's crazy that you're going to be arguing this point. This is just ridiculous.
Why?
The earliest, the earliest baby ever born, right, that survived was at 21 weeks, and this has only happened one time ever. It's called the point of viability, and prior to this point of viability, there's absolutely no means in which we currently possess to save a fetal life, and that's quite frankly the truth.
That's
If
not
you
true.
object-
There's countless babies that have been saved at 19 weeks in particular.
Name one. Name one kid.
I've been asking her for sources this entire time, Dean. She
Well,
hasn't
I don't
provided
have a
single
computer
one.
pulled up in front of me, but
It
there's
just hasn't
phone.
happened.
plenty of stories.
Yeah, but you
Wait,
have a phone. I can give you some time.
It's called the point of viability. There's never been a baby born at 19 weeks. The earliest baby that has ever been born is at 21 weeks, and this has happened one time. I mean, this is
It's
fact.
definitely happened more than one times. I would say.
Then demonstrate it. Dean, are you in the fucking Sistine Chapel right now? What is that background music? Anyway, so yeah, go. Oh, damn.
Kind of.
Are you at a wedding or a banquet? What is that?
Oh, it's at a breakfast place here in town.
Oh, that's sweet. Anyway,
Very fancy. Well, anyway, also not to mention too, I feel like because
go
actually
find a fucking source. I don't like. Here's my thing. I don't want to hear any other words come out of your mouth. I don't.
okay, I also
There's no point to this conversation if you cannot like give us any kind of substantiation for the things that we're saying. All right.
Well,
I
there
saw
is
a pig
some.
fly yesterday. Now, are we gonna talk about pigs flying now? Because there's no point here.
No, straw man
There's no
argument.
conversation. No, this is not a straw man, right? How is it? What am I straw manning here? What am I straw manning?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to
Alright.
I'm gonna go to drop down. I just want
Alright,
to
bye,
get
Dean.
some
I appreciate
information.
you.
But yeah,
Yeah, get out.
Okay,
I love
so-
you though, Dean. So I'm sorry, Dean. I didn't mean to kick you out like that. Again, I don't care to hear any of your arguments.
You don't? Okay, well, you were on the adoption
you need
panel
to
with me.
provide.
Okay,
You need to provide evidence for the
let's move it
claims,
then.
and so far you have not done that.
All right, so
you
let's
have made
move it
two
then.
claims that you have not provided evidence for.
All right, so for every child that's adopted, there's what 20 to
sorry,
30
Dean.
parents, or for every child aborted, excuse me, there's what 20 to 30 parents waiting to adopt. So what would
Okay,
you say?
so now
about-
you're gonna pivot again. Got it. Nice.
I think it's definitely something that should be acknowledged. You don't think so?
You're gonna you're gonna pivot again.
So
Thank you,
if-
K Soup,
if
for the
people-
subscription. W Soup. Go
if
find a
people
no.
were not- if people were not knowledgeable
Alicia.
on
So
this-
we're gonna pivot again.
Absolutely. The fact
Right,
that
so
you
you
don't want to
believe-
pivot makes no sense. Yeah. So you're telling me that people hear me out
Okay,
for just a
so
second.
you
Just a
believe that
second.
no 1 second. You believe, okay, so people are waiting for adoption. So you believe that females should be incubators for like rich families who want children who can't have them themselves. That's what you want.
Absolutely not. You don't remember me from the panel I was just on? Hell no.
I don't know who
Adoption
you
is
are.
human trafficking. You don't remember me?
No.
We were literally just talking yesterday on an adoption panel. No, I think it's human trafficking. No, but I'm saying, however, though, there is a lot of good people willing to adopt, hopefully if they're willing to do it ethically without removing the rights of the child, first and foremost, number one, number two. But I'm saying if these abortion clinics actually educated people on their other options, which they don't, by the way, and I'm from California. I just called the Sacramento Planned Parenthood. You know what they told me? A 12-year-old can go in there without a parent's consent and have their body dismembered and murder their baby. Now we don't know what happens.
That usually is the case because
yeah,
we
but that's
know.
terrible. Yeah, but if you're
No.
not
I don't think.
okay.
No, I don't think. I agree with that. I think it is perfectly within that child's right to have that privacy when it comes to their medical needs, especially when it comes to them being pregnant. It is far more dangerous for that child to have their parents notified, right? Of these things. Like, I'm an adult, right? And Planned Parenthood will still send all of their mail cards to me anonymously, right? So, like, and I'm grown. My parents know that I engage in sex. They don't care about Planned Parenthood, but they still do these things out of safety for the women or for anyone who goes into these clinics. It's a fucking kid.
Safety. How do you perform a safe abortion? How?
How do you?
When it can cause women infertility, it causes them depression,
Yeah.
higher unalive rates in their own mind.
Find a source. Find a source. Find a source.
Girl, you pull up the source.
You made the claim.
I'm saying, right?
You
so
may,
you,
Alicia,
you would be
Alicia.
so if
You're about to.
comfortable with
You have 10
12-year-olds?
seconds. Hey, Alicia. Here's the thing. You're now. First of all, I just want to make this very clear to you. You think that it is going to be less traumatic for a 12-year-old to bear a child. I just want to make that clear. Second of all, you're on your third fucking point that you have now not given a source for. You have 10 seconds, literally 10 fucking seconds, to get off this fucking live and find a source.
So you're just gonna play music in the meantime instead of having an active conversation?
We
about
cannot
this?
have a
That's
conversation if you're just going to spout anything that you want.
That's what
There's
you're
no
doing now.
conversation. I haven't
You're
made a
also
claim. What
spouting
claim?
anything that
What
you
claim
want.
have I made?
Everybody can Google
What
something
claim
that
have
fits
I
their
made?
narrative.
Exactly, Alicia. That's why I cannot look for your source for you, because
Right,
I can
so
easily
you're
find one that can
okay
prove
with the
my
truth.
point. So
But
go
you didn't
find
let
a
me answer your
source
question.
that proves your point. Alicia, you have been doing nothing but speaking here. Go find a source
That's not true.
that proves your point. If not, I'm just going to move on to the next person. There is nothing that we can get out of this conversation.
Why? Because you don't
Nothing.
like what I have to say, which is actually
No,
has
it's
truth
because
to
you're
it?
just saying things and you're not.
No, I'm not. This
proving
is
anything
factually
that you're
true.
saying.
Truth sounds
Okay,
like-
then
truth
you
sounds
should
like
be
hate to
able
those who
to
hate
go
the
find the
truth.
source for it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You want to talk about what's more painful to a 12-year-old, to have an abortion or give birth? How would you know? Were you ever a teen mom? Have you had an abortion yourself? How would you know?
No, so okay, so you do indeed that it would be less painful for a 12-year-old to experience the most painful thing known. Thank you, Kanisha, for the $5. I love you. So you think it's less traumatic for a 12-year-old to experience the most painful thing known to womankind or female kind, and then likely either be separated from this being or have to raise it for the rest of their life.
So
With
that
little
would-
help.
I would.
And likely risk trauma from their family members, right? And if a 12-year-old is getting pregnant, it's very likely it's from SA. So you want 12-year-olds to likely give birth to the child of their SAers, right? You think that's going to be less traumatic than giving them the resources they need to terminate the pregnancy, right? And finding them therapy afterwards. You think that's going to be...
You have not
think
once
these are equal
mentioned for the
things?
punishment of the person that harmed that child. Why are we not talking about
That's
the
because
punishment?
that is irrelevant, Alicia.
Oh,
that is
it's so
irrelevant.
relevant. There's your
That is
problem right there.
irrelevant.
Boom.
That the
Guilt
person
already.
who has assaulted the child does
Where's the
not have to
punishment?
face the consequences of the child being pregnant. They do not have to face the consequences of the birth. That is never going to be something that they have to experience. Absolutely
One
not.
tragedy should not have to lead to another. And there's a lot of actual teen moms.
Yeah,
that
I think it's incredibly tragic for a literal baby to have to give birth.
Absolutely,
to their SAer
I
child.
agree with you, but it's also abortions are also traumatic too. No matter what, no matter how.
Yeah, but it seems that you value the child going through lifelong trauma because they now have to bear the child of the person who attacked them.
But here's the thing: what's your punishment then? You don't talk about
The punishment of the SAer is irrelevant. The punishment
That's really
of the punishment of the SAer has nothing to do with the responsibilities of the child now. It has nothing to, they don't
Yes, it
have to
does.
deal with these consequences. Okay?
baby is
Because
not a
what is the consequence for the SAer supposed to be? To raise the child with the child?
Hell no.
Like what is so then
Absolutely not.
what is the relevance of the consequence of the abuser? What is the relevance here?
It's relevant because another human life should not have to be murdered for the wrongdoing of a person that we should actually be
Okay,
talking
so
about their
but these are
consequences.
two separate lives. These are two separate lives. One can face a consequence over here. One can face a consequence over here, right? They do not have to be intertwined in the slightest.
But it is intertwined.
the abuser can face their consequences. Fine, whatever. It is still completely irrelevant to the overall outcome of their victim. You can do both.
Okay, but it's still not a good reason to eliminate a baby's life. And there's been plenty of teen mothers that went on to have successful lives.
Here's my thing. I don't care.
So
right?
you personally don't care.
No. It's because we know that statistically children born into these types of families live a greatly worse life on average.
Okay,
So you're going, so all of a sudden here, right? I'm a little bit confused with your principles because now you're going to, you want to bring up statistics, right? Of when things happen, right? But when I bring up statistics of how things happen, you don't want to hear it. You want to focus on the minority. You want to focus on the minority. It's fine, right?
No,
it's
that's
fine that you're
actually not
disingenuous.
true.
But
I'm an adoption trauma advocate. I actually focus on the majority, not the minority. So that's actually not cool, first and foremost. So that's not true. I don't like to focus. That's the thing that you guys, this whole comment section.
Who is
and
you
are
guys?
I'm saying this whole entire TikTok live that you're on, you guys focus on the minority, and then you're claiming that I do, and it actually doesn't make any sense.
What is
That's
your
it.
point here?
My point is that abortion is murder no matter what.
Okay.
So you don't you
Murder
just-
mommy gang. Like what now? What now?
Really?
What now?
It's just sad. It's
now?
absolutely just sad. And I
What
did not do
now?
no word salad. The fuck?
What
That's
now?
crazy.
What constitutes murder?
Taking someone's life?
Yeah, so life of what? When you
baby?
when you wash your face and use like an exfoliating cream, are you murdering yourselves?
Obviously no, but what's
Okay, so what is the
Latin term
distinction?
for
What's the
fetus?
distinction here?
Okay, it's an actual baby. It's an unborn child.
Okay, and what's the distinction between?
you don't care.
I'm
You
I'm
just
sorry.
don't
I'm sorry.
care
I'm sorry,
what's
Alicia.
right.
I'm gonna finish. Okay, stop with all the emotions. Okay, so what's
That
the
would be
what's
you, but
what's
okay.
the no? It's definitely you. So
Nah.
what would be like the fundamental difference between the clump of cells that's in the shape of a baby and the clump of cells that came off in your wash rag?
First of all, it's very
That
different
you
because
that you value one over the other.
a human being. How are you going to
The cells on your wash, honey, what, Alicia, calm the fuck down, okay? The clump of cells, the cells that come off on your wash rag are human cells. The cells that make up a baby are human cells. What is the fundamental difference between the two? That would constitute that you value one, not the other.
Why is it okay that you've been rowdy with me since the second that I hopped in here, but the second that I match your energy,
I'm literally not
since
being
I
rowdy.
hopped in here. When I match your energy,
if a person,
you have a problem.
Honey, if a person being assertive here is someone being rowdy with you, I think you need to reevaluate.
I'm also being
how
assertive,
other
but you're
treat
calling
you.
me rowdy. That's the problem.
No, you're using arguments.
Kettle black much?
I didn't call you rowdy. You called me rowdy. What I said is that you were using a lot of emotion-based arguments, and it's not going to work on me.
Emotion-based?
Thank you
How
for the
do
heart,
you talk about abortion without being emotional? That's crazy.
No. I'm not saying that you can't be, honey. I'm not saying that you cannot be emotional, but your arguments are rooted in emotion, right? Specifically, they are rooted in your emotion. If the person that you're, I'm still speaking, Alicia. I'm still speaking. Because if the person that you are speaking to already doesn't give a shit, your argument doesn't hold any credence, and you're speaking to someone who doesn't give a shit, right? So you're going to have to use some form of logic or reductio for any of this to matter. Thank you, Bethany, for the $1. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much.
It is logic. It's been proven by countless scientists that conception starts.
I agree. Life does indeed start at conception. Why should we value that life?
Because it's a human being and part of our species, period.
What constitutes that of a human being?
Here's the thing.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
What do you mean? It's just
you're going to answer the question.
Because the fact that you wanted to say that it's not logical when you don't even need to step further into it, and that's the problem. Is that most people and that's what's crazy about a lot of you having a problem with.
This is what I'm saying. The ad homs, the emotions
from trauma. You guys literally get these viewpoints from trauma and don't want.
You're literally a victim like me. So what are you talking about? I can say the same thing to you. What the fuck?
No, that's not true because science still backs it up, and you just proved that to me.
You haven't provided any kind of source for that. Like,
yeah, but you just agree.
You're talking about the pot calling the kettle black, and here you are, black as fuck. Like, I'm confused.
Right, but you just agreed with me though that life begins at conception, right?
Yeah. Okay,
so it's either you're just so say that you're pro-murder. Just say that you are pro-murder.
By definition, I am not pro-murder. Because by definition, murder is the unjustified killing of another being.
Right. That's right. What abortion is.
But let's not pivot.
Killing of an unborn baby.
Let's not pivot, Alicia. Let's not pivot.
I'm not.
Okay. What constitutes that of a human life?
Or if you're gonna bring the consciousness argument, we already went there. It's not gonna work.
and we're gonna go. Oh, it's not gonna work because you don't engage. It doesn't work because it doesn't work. It doesn't work because you don't engage. If my arguments wouldn't work against the wall because the wall can't respond. You know what I mean? So I get what you're saying. No. Alicia, stop. Alicia, wait a minute. I'm not done. Alicia, I'm not done. Alicia, I'm not done. I'm not done. And I don't pull up sources that are funded by Plan B. Right? That would be biased to you. Right? So I wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So let's simmer down. I'm not the same people that you talk to every day. I do this shit, okay? Anyway, right? So what constitutes that of a human life?
I'm asking you, is that what you would say? Would it be consciousness?
No, yeah, so what is the fundamental difference between a human cancer cell and a human zygote? What is the fundamental difference?
Oh Lord, here we go. I don't know. Are you gonna call?
What makes one a human and the other not?
Okay. Before I answer, I have a question. Are you one of those people that thinks that a fetus, quote unquote, is a parasite?
By definition, they would be a parasite.
That's not true at all.
I wouldn't call them a parasite. I feel like the word parasite has a lot of negative connotations, but like when you look at the definition of if you look at the definition of a parasite and compare it to that of a fetus, right? It would be analogous, yes.
Oh,
but calling a fetus a parasite would be like an emotional based argument if you view parasites as inherently negative, so I wouldn't even call it that. Nor do I even call fetus as a clump of cells.
You
So.
did earlier.
No, I said no. What I was saying here, I said, what is the difference between the cells, right? When I said clump of cells, that's just what I was using in the sentence. I'm not necessarily calling the fetus a clump of cells.
Okay.
I can call myself a clump of cells because technically that is what I am, right? That doesn't take away me being a human or me having a subjective experience. I am indeed a clump of cells, right? You are indeed a clump of cells. Everyone watching here and every other organism on this planet is a clump of cells. So what I asked you was, what is the fundamental difference between the clump of cells that is in the shape of a fetus than the clump of cells that comes off of your face when you wash it every day?
There's a big difference.
What is the fundamental
that's not
difference?
A human being. It's a species.
Okay, so what dictates that of a human being? Because what you have shed here are indeed human cells. So what constitutes a human being?
Okay, so what constitutes a human being, and again, I'm not even going to bring religion into it right now because, again, like I said, when I was an atheist, I was still pro-life. So why does it matter about, like, again, because we can go back to whether the person has just given birth. Why does it matter if it's 6 weeks old or the person just gave birth between the birth
you're not answering the question.
I am, though. You just don't like my answer. You asked me the question and I'm giving you my answer.
This is not an answer.
Why? Because it's not
you just no. It's just this is just straight up a pivot. You're just going.
It's not a pivot. You guys love that word so much, and it's so frustrating.
Honey,
and then you tell me that I have a lack of logic. It's not true. Why do you think there's people gifting me? There's people that agree with me. There's even more agreeing with you because people wanted to appeal to their promiscuous lifestyle and being able to abort for sport. That's what people do.
Murder mommy gang. W.
Yeah, that's really sad, and it's wrong, and it is murder.
Pretty hilarious. Anyway, so I'm gonna make an email that says that shit. Anyway, so I'm a little bit, again,
I hope you do, and then I hope I go to a march at a pro-life, and I will put your face on a poster. I hope you should.
Please do.
Send it to
They'll
me.
know me.
I absolutely will. Yeah.
Hit a screenshot.
Yeah,
It's fine.
I absolutely will. It'll
calm
be featured
down.
for sure.
Honey, yeah, W.
I am calm.
Find me on the news. I can use that to get a blue check. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
period.
yeah,
So
period,
can
period.
I.
Period. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how you're
absolutely.
gonna tell me to calm down. That's how we
Alicia,
are. We're passionate about this. It's how I talk. So that's what it is.
Okay.
I mean, you can drop me if you don't like it, but I'm still here. So
Alicia, it's okay. Okay. So again, what is the fundamental difference? Right. I'm sorry, not the fundamental, because you already answered that. What dictates that of a human life? What?
I just told you, and you didn't like my answer.
You didn't. You said, what did you say? You gave me a hypothetical about a hospital and someone having a child and how I feel towards that child.
Is that you can't ask me that question without acknowledging the fact that human beings. You just acknowledge we have to go. We have to say this, and if you can't, then we can't have a conversation. You said you agree that scientists even agree, whether you're pro-life, pro-choice, whatever the case may be, that life begins at conception. Okay, start there. After that, to answer your question, that what defines a human being? Okay, whether you're 6 weeks in gestation or even whether you're 2 weeks and you just find out that you're pregnant, which some women are lucky to have that opportunity, or whether you're 2 minutes from flowing through the birth canal. What is the difference? Because of age? Are we supposed to discriminate against age? People that are on life support or because they're old and they are brain dead? Are we supposed to just kill them off? That's what you're saying?
Wait, so you think it's not morally permissible to disconnect a brain dead patient?
No, what I'm saying is, what is the difference to have a right over someone's life like that? Just because it's in someone's body. Could you think inside or outside someone's body? I already knew what you were about to say because it's in a woman's body.
This isn't what I was about to say because this isn't even on topic.
Yeah, but if you think that it doesn't coexist with all these other things,
no, Alicia, I'm good. Again. So, I'm a little bit confused. So if a person, so it's like say I have like uterine cancer, right? Mm-hmm. These cancer cells are human cells. That's what cancer cells are. They're human cells that are rapidly reproducing, right? Even faster at the speed of that of a zygote. Am I morally obligated to see the cancer through and not terminate these cancer cells?
So there's been a lot of women that has actually happened to. It's a small percentage.
No shit.
Yeah, but some of them chose. I am calm. Whoever said that in comments. Anyways, so a lot of moms have actually chose to go on life support and further through with their pregnancy. So what would you say to them? So let me.
It is, honey, let me tell you something, Alicia. It is almost impossible to be pregnant and then also have cancer. It is impossible.
There's a lot of people that go on life
The
support
cancer
and have a full pregnancy.
treatment is entirely too risky for the child to even survive.
The cancer treatments. I'm there with
Oh,
you.
they stopped the cancer treatments.
No, I'm
Yeah.
saying there's pregnant women.
Sounds like
Okay.
irrational, very not intelligent people. So again, so go at, so I don't care. Alicia, I don't give a fuck about these people who have done this. I don't care. It's not relevant. It's not relevant here.
Yes, it is.
I am asking you, if I have uterine cancer and these cancer cells are indeed human cells, and what is the fundamental difference in which I should be able to terminate the cancer cells and not terminate the fetal cells?
Because
what is the relevant distinction? They are both. The fetus is human cells, right?
The fetus ain't about to kill you.
Cells. It can though. It can. It's not relevant though.
It's so highly unlikely, and the cancer is more than likely to kill you.
It is not relevant though. It is not relevant though. Why does the cancer kill you? Why does the cancer unalive you? Do it right. Say it right now.
First of all, it's not a human being.
What constitutes that of a human being?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
A human being starts at conception. That is a human being.
Okay, and these cells reproduce in the same way. Yes, they reproduce with each other in the same way, and there is life.
Cancer to a fetus. It's literally dumb.
And here we go with these emotion-based arguments.
It's an
not
analogy. An emotion-based argument.
Honey,
it's crazy.
Call me fucking Willy Wonka. I don't know what to tell you.
I said not you. I said it's crazy, not you. I said it's crazy.
I don't know what to tell you.
Pregnancy can unalive a woman. Okay, let me ask you this. Can I give you just one thing? One thing.
Okay, so whatever, right? Whatever. Say this cancer, right, is malignant, right? But it's still reproducing. Do I have the right to end the cancer?
Or as a pregnant? Are you talking about as a pregnant woman?
I have uterine cancer, right? The tumor is malignant. Do I have a right to get rid of the tumor?
And you're not pregnant. What? Hey, crazier things have happened. So yeah, of course you have the right to get rid of your cancer. Absolutely.
Why do I have a right to get rid of the cancer?
If I'm about to answer with it's because it's my body, I'm not going to go with you to say that that's the same thing to unalive your baby. No.
No. Why is it okay to remove the tumor from your uterus?
Because of what I'm going to say, it's harmful to your body and it's not healthy, and you should have every right to
why is it harmful to your body?
Because it could kill you.
Why can it kill you?
Because it's cancer.
What does cancer do to your body?
It harms your body.
How does it harm your body?
We're going to go in circles with this one.
It takes away your body's resources and disrupts organ function, right? Fetuses can do the exact same shit.
No, it doesn't.
So what would be the fundamental difference?
Fetuses don't do the exact same thing. That's why it's a human design. So what would you say then about human design? What would you say about, no, for real? Well, let me ask you a question. So
do you mind if I ask you a question first, Alicia?
Yeah, go ahead, Dean. What's up?
Like, I was going to wait, right? I was going to wait, but you just were going to pivot anyways, so I guess I'll hop in first.
No, I haven't been pivoting.
That's all you've been doing, baby. That's all you've been doing. Like, come on. Don't be so fucking for real.
I was going to be respectful. I was going to wait my turn, but she pivoted, so I was like, I guess I'm going to pivot first. So
no one's pivoting. You
take it away, Dean. Thank you.
Dean. I've been thinking about one thing that you said earlier on the live that has been just driving me nuts, and I want to talk about it. So just to clarify, you think if a 12-year-old girl gets drugged and raped, and then this fetus is connected to her for the next 9 months against her will, she should not have the right to disconnect and unalive that fetus, correct?
I don't think my answer is that simple, but give me the benefit of the doubt here. I think that they should have support and find a way to make it through that, because not every labor actually is in fact painful. That's actually not true at all. There's a lot of women who have orgasms during labor.
Okay,
no,
I got you.
think
Yeah, you
that,
don't
but
think
yeah.
you don't. Okay, talking about like 12-year-olds having orgasms. Is
I'm
crazy,
saying,
but,
oh my
That's
god,
not what
you
it
think
is.
that
Yeah,
you think
but
that that's what's
yeah.
gonna make it not painful? The
Yeah,
child
but
might have an
this
orgasm.
isn't- this isn't even the point. Follow me here.
Labor. Do you see how you guys twist things? Be
Alicia,
careful,
follow
'cause
me
that's
here.
not cool.
Alicia,
That's
In
follow
not
the
me.
cool at
context of
all.
a child, be so clear.
Elisa, follow me here, right? So, yeah, you think if this 12-year-old girl gets drugged and raped, and this fetus is connected to her against her will for the next 9 months, she shouldn't be able to disconnect it.
Thank you,
because if
Drea,
she
for the
does,
subscription. I appreciate
the
you.
fetus will die, and that should be considered murder. So, I have a similar question. If a 12-year-old girl gets drugged, right, and then connected to IV to a medical patient for the next 9 months, and this medical patient drugged her, right, made her pass out, and when the 12-year-old was sleeping, connected to her via IV, right, because this medical patient needs the 12-year-old's blood, right, to filter their own blood. Right?
I know where you're going, and it's not.
My simple question to you is it okay for this 12-year-old that got drugged to disconnect this IV that was inserted into her against her will that would result in the death of this medical patient?
I would say that, yeah, she should pull it out and run, because I advocate for children, absolutely. But that.
And now, what is the distinction between her pulling that IV out and running that would cause the death of the medical patient because that was put in her against her will, and the 12-year-old going to a Planned Parenthood and running away from the fetus that was put inside her against her will that will die as a result of it being removed?
Because that is her baby, that is her flesh and blood, not some stranger that's literally forcing something on her, which, again, we should also focus on punishment for the person that harmed that child.
Wait, no, let's just make this this medical patient that connects to her via IV, via drugging her flesh and blood as well. Let's say this is her child. Let's say it's not a 12-year-old girl anymore. It's her 10 years down the line. She's 22 now, and her child is 10. Her 10-year-old child drugs her, right, and connects to her via IV against her will, right? And if this mother disconnects this child that's connected to her via IV in the next 9 months, it will result in the death of the child. Would you say, right, it would be okay for her to disconnect this IV that was put in her against her will when she was drugged?
I personally can't answer that because I don't see any mother doing that at all. I don't see any mother.
She personally can't answer that because I would fuck up her entire argument, Dean.
Yeah, she personally can't answer that because it's a fucking defeater.
Here's the thing is that I have
she personally can't answer it because it's the fucking defeater. Hey, Elisa, I have a news flash. If I drug you right now, right, and you're passed out, and I have kidney disease, and I need new kidneys to filter my blood, so I connect to you via IV, and you filter all of my blood, and you keep me alive. You should be able to disconnect that IV, correct?
Don't ever have kids. I have amazing children, but thank you.
Stop reading the fucking comments. If you want to read the comments,
Okay, well,
you can
that
go back
was
to the
foul. We're gonna
comments.
clear that up real quick. I'm
No
so sorry,
one
whatever.
cares.
But I do though. Like I said, you threatened to drop me minutes ago.
You should be able to
had 10
disconnect me from
seconds.
you, correct, Alicia?
I'm sorry, what?
You should be able to disconnect me from you, correct, Alicia?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, now what if I shared your same genome? What if I shared 50% of your DNA?
Like if you were like a sibling or something?
Sibling, kid?
Well, I would give my own life for my child. So
But do you think that you should be obligated to by the law, and if you don't, you should go to jail for murder for the next 25 to life?
no, I don't agree with that at all.
You don't agree with your own argument then, because this
Who
is
the fuck
exactly
would?
what is
True.
happening.
That's
This
not
is
true at all.
exactly what is happening to the 12-year-old that
Thank you
is
for the heart
getting
and
raped
mercy.
and getting impregnated. The
Where?
fetus is the individual that is connected to the mother without her consent, against her will, with no prior knowledge, and it happened when she was drugged and asleep. There is no distinction between these things. And one last comment. Earlier you said, right, one tragedy would not constitute another tragedy. And you use this as an argument for the pro-life movement. And I gotta say, this is an argument for the pro-life, for the pro-choice movement. One tragedy of a 12-year-old getting raped does not constitute another tragedy of this 12-year-old not having access to vital health care. And the only reason you don't think she should have access to this vital health care is because of your own emotions, because of your own biases, and because of
That's
your
not
no
true.
preferences. It is
That's not
true.
true
It
at
has
all.
absolutely nothing to do with
It's not
logic,
true.
fact, reason, or
Have you
rhyme.
been to a Planned
You are an
Parenthood?
emotional creature. You are an
So are you.
emotional,
Have you been to a
Alicia.
Planned
You are an
Parenthood?
emotional creature, and
Have
you want
you
to
been?
infringe upon the rights of
Dean,
170.
have you been?
Have you been inside the homes of all 170 million
Have you
American
been
women
to a
that you want to
Planned
take rights away?
Parenthood? Because
Have you been
I have.
inside the homes of all the 170 million American women and children that you want to take personal rights, liberties, and freedoms away from?
Okay, have you been to a Planned Parenthood? Do you think that these people these girls and women in general are being informed of what actually is happening to them? Let's say, for example, that I did step into your space and I agree.
Yes, we are. We absolutely are.
You are? So you yourself have had an abortion? And you were perfectly informed?
Holy shit.
You were informed?
Do you know how long that takes? No, I know people who have gone through that process.
So it's okay for you to know
multiple
people and use that
times.
as an argument, but it's not okay for me. Here we go.
No,
again.
that is not the difference here. Is that I'm saying
Yes,
that there
it
is indeed heavy restrictions.
You straight
right?
up bullied me this
I
entire
did
time
not
when I
bully
brought
you,
up
Alicia.
personal life experiences, but you just did just now.
because
And it's
because
okay for
the
you.
experiences that you were bringing up were irrelevant, right? The experiences that you were bringing up, we know haven't happened. That is the fundamental difference.
Are you fully informed on what's going on in these mothers' heads when they want to get an abortion? Are you aware of the fact that there is not one woman alive who looks at abortion as a prosperous means of ending a pregnancy that should be celebrated?
I am.
The only thing that is celebrated, 1 second, Alicia. The only thing that is being celebrated here is having access to health care and upholding these personal rights. What is not being celebrated is this action of unaliving the fetus within you, because we all understand that abortion is the last result. It is the last means to end an unwanted pregnancy.
You don't think women
absolutely
would
1 second. Absolutely no one disagrees with you that we should be only engaging in safe sex. We shouldn't be engaging in sex if there's a high risk that it should lead to pregnancy. People should be more responsible, take better care of themselves, and prevent these unwanted pregnancies. I'm gonna be so generous right now. Say that there's a woman who gets pregnant like 9 times back to back. That is an irresponsible individual. But what is not irresponsible here is allowing access to the saving grace. You are confusing the saving grace of the procedure in which is abortion with the actions and desires of the 170 million American women in the U.S. And if you do not like these individuals engaging in unsafe sex, don't punish them by putting an unwanted child in their house. Teach them by granting more access to education K through 12 and sex ed. There is much better ways to solve the real problems in our world. And you are just simply creating a new one. You are solving none. You have now created the new problem of proponing a movement that wants to strip 170 million people away of their freedoms and infringe upon their most basic access to healthcare on the basis of how you feel.
Instead of just safe sex, because we don't need to be encouraging children to have sex at all, period. We should be
Figure Little Crown. Also, Alicia, first of all, we know we have statistics that shows that teaching children about abstinence doesn't fucking work. If anything, it doesn't lower their chances of having sex at all. What actually lowers their chances of having sex is teaching them about safe sex. That makes them less likely to engage in risky sexual behaviors when we give them comprehensive sex education. But when we only teach children about abstinence, that makes them more likely to engage.
I didn't say only. I didn't mean only. I'm saying I would encourage both. I would encourage.
Thank you for the little crown.
I would encourage to teach about both. And what I'm telling you is
yes, children should be taught the easiest way to not get pregnant is to not have sex.
So do you guys both agree that they should be taught about both? Like, would you take
that is sex education?
Elisa, I have no problem. I have absolutely no problem with you standing on any street corner trying to get as many people to be abstinent as possible. I have no problem with you getting other people to try to adopt your values in context of relationships and intercourse. This is what creates a diverse nation. The common and colloquial share of beliefs is perfectly fine when they don't harm people. And it doesn't really harm people to want to be abstinent. But where the issue issue arises is where you take this from the sharing of your beliefs and then you inflate it to the level of putting your beliefs into our legislation and inflicting upon the reproductive freedoms and liberties of the nearly 320 million people in our country.
All right,
there's a big jump between wishing more people were abstinent and advocating for more people to share your ideologies and forcing everyone to be abstinent and limiting their reproducctive freedoms.
Well, I
this
didn't
is
say that.
tyranny. This is absolute tyranny. If you care so much about life, then you wouldn't be tyrannical towards life.
Hold on, Dean. Give me a second. Let me ask you a question. Here's the thing. For me, if I like the whole abortion argument, my thing is like, for example, I would never ever want anyone to do a backdoor abortion ever. I think that's not safe. Now, I'm Christian. I am pro-life. I am anti-abortion 100%. However,
Psalms 137:8, your God unalives hundreds of newborn children.
Okay,
Judges 21, your God tells people to go grape, pillage, and kill women in a nearby city.
I wasn't done.
Ephesians 6, he tells entire nations
you can spit your Bible
to go grape,
verses at me
pillage
all
other
day
nations.
long.
Leviticus 25, he tells Israelites to enslave non-Israelites. Stop hiding behind the shield in which you call moral virtue.
A lot of things about me, so hold on.
Wait a minute. Just because I said I was Christian, you think I read the Bible, Dean? You think I hold to the Bible?
This
no,
is the
low-key,
issue.
we haven't gotten that far, so hold on.
You hold the shield up. You hold the shield up, and you call it the pro-life movement backed by Christianity.
I wasn't
and you
even
think you're
done.
such a good person for this
I wasn't
because you
even
like to
done,
say that you
Dean.
care about life. But
Yes,
this is
I
a
do.
scapegoat.
Let me finish.
This
I'm
is
talking about me.
nothing
You're
more.
talking to me.
This is
all I said was I was Christian,
this
but
is
you
nothing
classified
more.
me with every other Christian,
Alicia,
so you didn't even let me finish what I was saying.
Alicia. Oh yeah, do you reject
have
your own
mod powers,
Bible?
by the way, Dean.
Appreciate
The
that.
what?
Do you reject your own scripture in which you believe will guide you to eternal life?
Okay.
Then you're not a
of all-
Christian. Then you're not a Christian.
This is
Go
what your
hide yourself.
eternal soul depends on.
Okay,
And you're
you
like,
didn't
I
even
don't
let me
know.
finish what I was saying. What I said was, we all agree, right, that backdoor abortions and these hanger things and unsafe abortions are not okay, correct? Do we all agree?
Of course, yeah, terribly unsafe.
Okay.
This is a big reason why I advocate for access to
Right,
safe abortions.
I get that, but and that's the thing. I would rather this is coming from someone who is pro-life. I don't believe that there's any safe abortion, but I would say that I would hope that there would be a doctor
You'd be wrong.
involved versus somebody. Yeah, okay, and that's fine. We can disagree on that, but I'm saying versus.
Then all of a
someone
sudden
going to
you're
back
pro-choice.
alley. No, I'm not. But I'm
Okay,
saying,
should doctors be criminalized for doing an abortion?
I personally believe yes, but I
Good
don't.
fucking shit. So then you just contradicted what you just said. Drop the bullshit,
What? No.
Alicia. Drop the
No.
bullshit.
I am part of the medical argument that you guys use, and my children nor me wouldn't be alive
Who
right
the
now.
fuck is you guys? I don't know who you're talking about.
Well, I'm not.
Stop addressing people who are not fucking here.
Okay, excuse me.
We are not a homunculus,
the pro-choice movement.
we are not the pro-choice movement. Address the arguments that we made here. We are not a monolith, okay?
Okay, so
address the points that are being made here. If you have to address points that are made from random ass people who aren't even in this call right now,
okay,
you have a shit argument, okay?
So it's okay for you to be aggressive with me, but Lord knows if I
am going to be aggressive with you when you cannot address arguments that are actually being made here. Okay?
Because
Be fucking for real.
Because if you're somebody,
I didn't make the argument. If I didn't make the argument, don't address it.
Okay, so you started talking about that it's okay. Well, you mentioned a personal experience. When I did, it was not okay.
Because you specifically asked for a personal experience. When you gave your personal experience, I explicitly did not ask for it.
I understand that part, and we went over that, but later in the conversation just recently, you did bring up a personal experience.
Because you asked for a personal experience.
Okay.
When you brought up your personal experience, you brought up your personal experience, I did not ask for it.
Can I, for you and for Dean, can I please just ask out, because I'm going to jump out of here after this, but I do want to know your opinion. And if it's okay with you guys, I would love to hear and even the comment section, I would love to hear your personal opinion on this, if that is okay. So I'm asking, is that okay if I give you a scenario?
Please.
Is it okay with the both of y'all? Okay. So when I was pregnant with my twin boys, after I had just had a child die in my arms, I was told that both of my babies were going to have Down syndrome, spina bifida, and I was told that my body was going to attack them like a cancer. And I was advised to abort at risk to my life. And I chose not to. And I later found out that their father's DNA and their father's blood was going to save their life. So I followed through and I chose adoption. Well, not ethically, it was privatized adoption, another topic. But I gave them life. So I'm alive today. And both of my babies are alive today because of my choice, And I'm not saying that everybody has to make that choice, but I'm asking you, your opinion. From what I first said, you guys thought I probably should have aborted, right?
Yep. I think you had the ability to make your own decision. I don't care.
You had the ability, but if you did not have the resources to say, like, these children are going to be born healthy and your body is not going to attack it anymore.
Like, if I was you, I would have aborted. Yeah.
But yeah, I would have aborted it.
But that wasn't until way later. Like, I made the decision to sacrifice my life for my children.
Yeah, and you've already shown here that you're fucking irrational, so why do we give a shit?
How am I
Hey, Alicia, I have a question. Do you think that all women, right, who would be told by a doctor that if they continue pregnancy, they might unalive themselves, they might die, right, as a result of their pregnancy, do you think they should have the option to abort?
That's crazy. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Like,
You're
what do
so
you mean?
crazy.
How you gonna talk to me crazy like that and then be mad when I get passionate again? Would you get the fuck out of here?
I don't. Yo, the fundamental difference is because, like, I don't give a shit what you say, and you seem to give a shit what I say. So, like,
no,
it's just...
I give a shit what everyone has to say on this topic. It's not even just you. The fact that you think you're that special to me is crazy.
It's
everybody. It's everybody. But what amazes me though is you.
Can you answer my question, Alicia? I asked you a question. Go ahead and answer it.
I didn't hear you because I was getting attacked.
You think you are getting attacked?
It was sarcasm because she said I was aggressive and I'm an emotional and this, that.
Are you saying that, like, are you saying that Tashika is doing something wrong because your feelings are hurt?
But no, my feelings are not hurt at all.
Then stop complaining. No one wants to hear that.
Oh my god! But it's okay for you to complain.
Oh, so your feelings are hurt?
So Elisa. So you're saying that Tashika is doing something wrong because she hurt your feelings?
No,
but yet you're saying you're not doing something wrong by saying that women should literally fucking die, right? And they shouldn't legally be able to abort when their life.
Did I say that?
Yes.
Legal abort.
Wait, no. Because what point were we supposed to draw from the fact that you risked your life for babies that your body perceived as a tumor? Like, I'm confused.
What do you mean? Sorry, repeat that.
What conclusion were we supposed to draw from that, other than the fact that you believe that?
At the beginning, I asked what your opinion was, and you said, and I said I didn't find out until after the fact. So it's pretty much, and then you said
That's always the case.
I'm a horrible person because I chose life over.
Actually, no one said that. You're not. Wait, I want to make this very clear. Right? No, you're actually not a horrible person for choosing to remain pregnant, even though your life was at risk. There's actually nothing bad about making that choice. That is the decision that you wanted to make in context of your own life. This is the basis, right, of the pro-choice movement, is that all individuals have the ability to choose to do as they wish in this particular context because it does not hurt, harm, or affect anyone else. So yeah, you're perfectly within your rights to make that decision.
Wow,
but
that's the nicest thing anyone said to me so far.
My follow-up question to you, right? My follow-up question to you, right, is do you think if a mother's pregnant and her life is at risk, should she be able to legally abort?
Is that within a community where abortion is legal, but it's only within a hospital of the doctor that would perform it in a medical, necessity situation?
I'm asking you if you think exceptions for medical necessity are just. It's a very simple answer.
Well, I would say yes, but that's way too low of a number. That doesn't mean
we're not. Of course that doesn't go on to like all the other forms or types of abortion.
Yes, I do. But the number is so low; it's absolutely ridiculous because I experienced that, and the number is ridiculously low. It makes up of less than 1% of abortions. Women do it for sport because they're promiscuous, and a lot of them don't like condoms or birth control.
Hey, what percent of elective abortions are performed because of the failure of contraceptives, Alicia?
I would guess over 90%. 99%. Actually, yeah, probably 99%.
So now we've gone from women do it for sport because they're promiscuous to women do it because the guy's condom failed.
But a lot of people don't use protection, though. That's facts.
But what % of elective abortions are done because they use protections and it failed, Alicia?
How can we actually verify that? Nobody's up in everybody's bedroom, so how can we actually verify that?
Because there's reasons given for the abortions in particular circumstances. Some states would have it required. Some states would just have it optional. But we can conclude, right, and
well, how could you prove
available
it?
information online, that a 54% of elective abortions are done for this reason. But once again, here's the thing. At the end of the day, you don't give a fuck about the fetus. You are lying to me. You are lying to Tashika. I'm going to go ahead and talk. You are lying to Tashika. You are lying to the chat. And fuck, you may even be lying to yourself. You don't care about the life of that fetus. What you care about is controlling other women. You recognize that other women have different values and beliefs in the context of intimacy, romance, and intercourse, and you want to absolutely shit on that by calling it irresponsible and promiscuous. You gotta let me finish, Alicia. I'm gonna restart myself. You understand when you interrupt me, I lose my train of thought, so I have to start again? How does that make you feel? Now you have to listen to that all again. So here we go, right? You hold different values than women in the context of intimacy, relationships, and intercourse, right? And so you want to punish these women for doing an action in which you believe to be irresponsible by forcing an unwanted child into their home. And this is so fucking bad, dude, right? I think if you are going to be pro-life, you're going to have to be pro-life because you value the life of that fetus. But there's no good argument. There's absolutely no good argument. I am pro-choice because I value life, because I recognize in areas where they have restricted or no access to abortion, we have higher rates of poverty, higher rates of unemployment, lower rates of education, lower incomes, lower qualities of life, all on the basis that some emotional old men and some women that are very internally misogynistic voted for this legislation because of their hatred for the opposing side in context of the beliefs in these subjects. And it's so sad to see. I hate to see it. I really do.
Okay, so what about the fact that there's so many couples waiting to adopt? So if people were educated on adoption more,
honestly, adoption is going to be an alternative to parent to like raising a child. It's not going to be an alternative to pregnancy. What's the alternative to pregnancy, Alicia?
There is no alternative to pregnancy.
Great. So yeah, if there's an individual who doesn't mind pregnancy, but
adoption is also traumatic.
Hey, Alicia, if there's an individual that doesn't mind being pregnant, but just simply doesn't want to raise a kid, yeah, all the power to them. I think that they should go out and probably put that kid up for adoption. Right, but the thing is, as soon as there's going to be a woman that not only does not want to raise a child, but also does not want to be pregnant because of the pains and the traumas associated with pregnancy and childbirth, yeah, you want to force them, right, into being an incubator for a family that wants their child. And wait,
no,
do you happen to be Republican? Do you happen to be conservative? What happened to like the Republicans upholding these standards of a minimal government that doesn't infringe upon the personal liberties of its constituents? But then here you are forcing people to act in certain ways for other families. Because when it came to taking a
human's life, they felt that it obviously they had to draw the line at taking someone else's life. But you sit here and say that I actually, in fact, don't care about life when that's not true. When
you don't give a fuck. You don't give a shit
first
about
and foremost.
Alicia.
All right, let me give you an example. Yeah, cute. So if I'm a great victim and another great victim are sitting together and we're both pregnant and I decide I'm keeping my baby and she decides that she wants to go to abort, would I go there and emotionally support her? I would, but I would not support what she's doing. I would pray for her and hope that she changes her mind. But would I want her to go into
Why is human life valuable, Alicia?
No.
Why is human life valuable? Why is human life valuable?
I mean, you're probably not going to like my answer, but because we were created in the image of God, and even if we weren't, we are valuable anyways.
Okay, so let's go. I'm going to go ahead and bring up one issue with that.
Okay.
Do you think slavery has always been wrong?
Absolutely, of course, 100%.
You got a Bible on you?
Sure, actually, I do, right in front of me.
Okay, can you open it up to the third or fourth book, Leviticus, and let me know when you're there?
Oh man, you really have me out here do this. Hold on.
Let me know when you're in Leviticus. It's like the third or fourth book.
There's lots. I literally have a collection of Bibles, so bear with me. Oh my gosh.
It's about to get bad up in here.
about to get mad
Well,
at me. Bro, I'm operating on
I
4 hours.
was gonna say I'm still learning my Bible.
you should go to
Like I said,
sleep.
I don't know how much you heard, Dean, but I was an atheist for over 10 years. I barely just finished.
Hey, I don't
Girl,
care.
we don't care. We don't
Wait,
care.
let me know when you're at Leviticus.
Yes, Dean, you were up in last night when I was playing Minecraft, battling Parker.
Bro, I was
Leviticus what?
I ended up going to bed at 7 a.m., dude. I'm so cooked. Leviticus.
I can't
What
believe
was
you.
Now go to
What-
Leviticus 25. Go to book 25 and let me know when you're there.
Okay.
I can't believe you going
I have a
cancel
teaching
our
Bible, so
habits.
it might be different. So Leviticus 25 what?
We need to run it up. Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. Go ahead and read that for us out loud for the class, for everyone to hear.
Oh,
Turn your phones up. Turn your phones up. Turn your PCs up.
Hold on. Wait, you said what? 20? Hold on. Like I said, I have a different
25.
Bible.
Okay. 25, 44 through 46. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'll help you. You're good.
No, go ahead. I mean, like I said, I literally have 3 different Bibles, so it's different in every single one. So,
Not really, but you're good.
no, it actually,
Leviticus,
I have the proof
I believe
right
you.
here, 2 different Bibles they read different.
Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. Let me know when you're there. Leviticus is like the 3rd or 4th book in the Bible, towards the beginning.
I'll tell you if it matches my words because, like I said, I have 3 different Bibles in front of me, and they all say something.
Alicia.
They all say the same thing, dude. It's not.
No, they don't. That's actually not true. If
Alicia,
you don't have
Alicia,
3
can you
Bibles,
read
then
us
how
this?
can you
Dude,
say that?
Alicia, please just read it to us.
Okay, it says, "Yet for all that, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, nor shall I."
This isn't
abhor
Leviticus
them."
25, 44 through 46.
That's what I'm telling you. I have a teaching Bible. It's different. That's what I'm telling you. It's not limited edition Bible. Literally, I have 3 different Bibles. That's why I'm asking you.
You got the
Whatever it is that you're
DLC?
trying to read, please tell me because mine says something different. There's teaching Bibles. There's regular Bibles. There's the old version of the Bible. There's the New King James. There is a teaching Bible.
The translations, like maybe the teaching Bible's different because it's like
Yes, that's what I'm
I don't
trying
know.
to say.
But that's
Why
fine.
the fuck are we reading from a teaching Bible then?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I'll
Because
go ahead
they
and read
have
it for
pages
you.
in between and they translate.
I think I thought it would be common sense, but it's all right.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and read it for you, Alicia. So you told us that slavery's always been wrong. It seems like you disagree with God. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 says, "Your male and your female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and the members of your clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can also give them to your children as inherited property and make them slaves for life." Later in Exodus, it says you could beat them.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's wrong. That's very wrong. So,
Would you like the
First of
scripture
all,
on that? You said that's
not
wrong. Wait,
no,
so you
I'm
disagree
saying
with the
that's,
Bible?
yeah, but also, how do we know that that's what people were doing back then? Like, if people, like, okay, hypothetically, since you wanted to bring religion into it, yes, okay, like.
How do we know that? Wait, how do we know that that's what people that were doing? Because we have documentation on it. I mean, do you
We
like
do?
reject?
But even then, Dean, we don't even have to do that.
Yeah, because the Bible just says it's permissible. Do you believe in the Exodus, Alicia?
Yeah.
No, the Exodus of what? In the Bible?
The Exodus. Do you not know what the Exodus is?
No, I actually don't.
Okay, wow. Do you think that like Moses was a person that, let's say, got the 10 Commandments from God on Mount Sinai?
Like as it says in the Bible? Like
Mm-hmm.
I said, I'm still learning. So y'all can talk about me if you want, but I'm at least over here admitting that I'm still learning my Bible. So I don't know.
Do you think that Moses was a real man that got the 10 Commandments from God on Mount Sinai?
If it says it in the Bible, then yes, I do.
Okay, well, yeah, Moses also got the commandment that it's morally okay to own slaves from God on Mount Sinai. Your God thinks
That's
it's
not
okay to...
okay.
So you disagree with God?
Disagree with God? You think your moral standard is above that of God?
No, of course not. That's not what
Thank
I'm
you,
saying.
Darth Vader.
So then you do think it's okay. If God's
No,
moral
I
standard
don't
is
think
above...
it's okay.
Wait, Alicia, if God's moral standard is above yours and God thinks slavery's not wrong, then you'd have to say that you do think it's okay.
No, I think that there's plenty of things that have been verified. Like, for example, have you heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yeah.
Okay. So, for example, a lot of people in theory, like, let's say there's a lot of people that believe that the Bible is man-made and written by man. Do either of you believe that?
Everyone believes that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if there is,
You even believe that. Your Bible says that.
yeah, but there's okay, let's say that I did not believe in the Bible, but I believed in Jesus. There has been, just like historical figures, there has been verifiable evidence that people witnessed not only the crucifixion of Jesus, but the resurrection.
Why? Hey, dude! I want to talk about slavery. I want to understand your argument better.
Can we at least admit to that?
So, do you
stop
think,
pivoting?
do you think that like moral rights and moral wrongs like come from your God? Like your God tells us what's right and wrong?
I do, but I believe that we have that within ourselves as well. I believe that.
Well, who puts that there? God, right?
Huh?
Like God puts that in us. So God tells us that slavery isn't wrong. I mean, I'll read it again. Your male and your female slaves are to come.
You
from
don't
the
need to
nations
read it
around
to me
you.
again. I heard you
can
loud
own them
and
as
clear.
property for life. Exodus
Like I
20,
said, I
21
don't
through
know. If I
21
was
tells
an
us that we can beat
atheist,
them.
if I was an atheist, I'd have the same views. Period.
Okay, so you don't agree with God. You don't agree with God.
I don't personally believe that he actually condones slavery. So that way,
It quite literally does condone it.
Okay, yeah. So if you could cherry pick the parts of the Bible out where God says slavery is okay,
I don't think you should cherry pick it either.
Wait. Hey, Alicia, if you could simply cherry pick out the parts of the Bible that says God thinks slavery is okay, why can't I just simply cherry pick all the parts out of the Bible where God thinks killing humans is wrong? It seems you'd be just as justified under the Christian worldview in finding slavery to be wrong as I would be justified under the Christian worldview in finding it permissible to abort a fetus.
There's also 613 past rules before Jesus supposedly came, before like nobody would be considered good. We'd all be damned to hell if that was the case. Number one, number two. So if he came and then left the 10 commandments, so what's your thoughts on that? That's why I'm asking you. That's why
Dude,
you said I pivoted.
the rules about slavery came down with the 10 commandments. They both came from God to Moses on Mount Sinai at the same time. So if you reject the rules on slavery, then you reject the 10 commandments.
That's not true.
Yes, because they came from God to Moses at the same time. Moses came back down from Mount Sinai with the golden tablets and with a lot of these rules regarding slavery. This is the story of Leviticus 25 through Exodus 20.
I'm not going to give up because these conversations are quite productive, especially with people that hold such strong beliefs between the two of or three of us or whatever. And I think that now if it changed from the 613 or however many rules that they had before to the 10 commandments, whether you say that God gave him those instructions both at the same time or not, I think that now with free will, it's not okay.
Okay, so some things can be wrong even if God doesn't think they're wrong.
I think that God does think it's wrong.
So then why does he say it's specifically not wrong?
Like I said.
And then, wait, you're also saying that these are rules that came before the 10 Commandments? Wait, this is actually reiterated in the New Testament as well. Peter 2:18, Ephesians 6:9.
Okay.
Right? So, this is a common narrative that slavery is chill. Old Testament, New Testament, before the 10 Commandments, during the 10 Commandments, after the 10 Commandments, before Jesus came, after Jesus came.
Okay. Do you think adoption is a form of slavery and human trafficking?
No, because I don't think that adoption is going to be owning someone as property for life and being able to beat them at your will. This is how slavery is defined by the Bible.
How's that though? When they can change your birth certificate, your social security number, everything about you.
Do you own them as property? Are they your property for life? And can you beat them at will?
Actually, yeah. In America, in privatized adoption, absolutely, they can. They own you on paper. They change your birth certificate, your social security number.
You mean like a parent?
History from you, huh?
Do they owe you to the same extent of a parent or as an owner and you are an object? Because there's a fundamental difference.
That's exactly why they're now comparing it to slavery. That is a fact.
I don't know who they is, but also if this is the case,
the whole adoptee community,
then your children, by this logic, your children would be
the panel that you were on, that I talked to you.
I don't know who you are. So this would be the case that your children are slaves.
Then also, Lisa, can you beat these children at their will? Wait, can you beat these children at your will? Alicia, can you beat these children at your will?
No.
Okay, well, yeah, a fundamental difference
I'm not
between slavery and the Bible.
That's funny that you talk about.
Hey, Alicia, please. Alicia, no.
And now you're disagreeing, saying that it's not true. That's wild.
No, that is a fundamental difference.
It's screen recorded.
That is a fundamental difference. Hey, fuck. You really need to get smarter. I'm about to get banned.
I am
You
smart.
are one of the I've ever met. You are so fucking.
Thank you so much.
You are so fucking.
I'm actually not.
You are an absolute.
Which
You
is
are
amazing.
fucking
So you don't think that this
You
happens?
don't deserve to have a platform.
I absolutely do. Why do you?
Oh
why
my
is my
God.
YouTube channel going viral advocating for adoptees?
Because of how fucking you are. That's why it's going
are all the
viral.
Who would've
adoptees on
thought?
TikTok stupid? Let me ask
Get
you,
a
are
platform.
all the adoptees talking about their trauma on TikTok stupid? Are they?
No.
Are the
How
ones
many
that you're
continents?
friends with?
How many continents are there?
That's fucking crazy. L in the chat right now. L in the chat right
Why?
now, Christine.
Because you can't answer. Why are you on these panels?
W
with adoptees?
Christine,
Why are
yo.
you on these? Why are you on these panels with
W
adoptees?
Christine, right the
Why
fuck
are you
now.
on the panel with these adoptees
Who are
advocating
you
for
even
them,
talking
and then you want to
about?
deny what happens in the courtrooms
Who are you
as
even
far as
talking about?
ownership with these children? How can you sit up here?
Yeah, it's
Thank you
it's
for
it's the transfer of parental rights from one parent to the next.
for that.
So you think
By
it's okay
this
to keep
logic,
them
your children are your slaves. Of
So you think
course,
that
they
it's
would
okay to-
change everything.
Yeah, then also
it's
just
okay-
a big non sequitur here. I am absolutely fed up. You give us your argument why you're pro-life. I shit on it.
No, you
continue
didn't.
to-
You can
Okay.
think that you did. but
Okay,
you
yeah,
didn't.
yeah. I'll go ahead and do it again. You don't think that a 12-year-old girl that gets raped and drugged should be able to abort her baby, right? So if the same 12-year-old girl gets drugged and has an IV connected to her to another person, and if at any point she disconnects
Two
that IV in
different
the next 9
things. So
months
you
and
can sit
unalives
here
them.
and call me all the names or
Wait,
say
what's
whatever you
different?
want about me. It's
What's
not the same
different?
thing.
What's different?
It's very different because that's her baby, and that is a human life.
Okay,
over
yeah.
there on the
Oh,
other side, that's not
her baby. Wait, we understand that the other person that would be connected to her via IV for 9 months that did this forcefully against her will would also be a human.
Two
Then in the
completely different
context,
things.
Then
Was
in
it
the
connected by
context
a
of it being her,
placenta?
one second,
No.
Alicia, please. In the context of it being her baby, being her child, okay, yeah. Let's say that Tashika wants to be a surrogate mother and get paid those big bucks, right? So she gets
That baby
so
would
she
be
goes and
attached
gets
to
an
you, and it
IVF
would
in
be
her.
a tragedy, regardless of the DNA.
Oh,
Sur-
so
I
regardless of the
actually
DNA,
might do that.
if it's a human, so regardless of the
disgusting.
DNA,
It's foul.
Alicia,
Surrogacy should be illegal.
Alicia. So you're saying it doesn't need to be your biological child. All that matters is that it's a human being that's attached to you. So yeah, when this human being drugs a 12-year-old and attaches to her via IV for 9 months, is she in her rights to disconnect
Always
that
using an
IV
argument
effectively
that's less than
unaliving the other
1%.
person?
How are you going to make an argument that literally, quite literally, never happens? Why is that?
Because
always
if there is one 12-year-old girl that has ever existed that is impacted by your ideologies and forced into going through labor and giving birth,
she should
yeah,
have
you're
love
a
and
fucking-
support, and that
you're a
person should be put away for life for hurting
Answer my
her.
question. Answer my question. If I connect to a 12-year-old via IV, I drug them, they pass out, and I force it on them, connect to them via IV, should they be able to disconnect that IV and unalive me?
I already answered you, so I think it's ironic that
you
people
said.
would
What's the
say that I'm
difference?
stupid,
What's
but
the
I already
difference between
answered
this
you.
situation and
I already
a
answered you
12-year-old getting
again. I
drugged
said
and
because
raped?
it's a human being, it's their baby. That is their flesh and blood connected.
Wait, no, but you said the DNA
Inside
doesn't
its
matter.
womb.
Even if it's not their flesh and blood, you still think it's wrong.
For surrogacy, are you using surrogacy as another example?
This is what I brought up, and you said it doesn't matter that it's not your DNA, it's still a tragedy. So it doesn't matter that I don't share the same DNA as that 12-year-old, it's still a tragedy because I'm a live
Yeah, but
human
it's not
that
growing
is
in the
having their
womb.
life ended.
You can't.
Oh my
You're saying the
God,
location matters.
Alicia!
You're saying the location
Alicia,
matters.
you-
No, now she's saying the location matters. Her whole fucking point was that the
No.
location did not matter,
You're making
and
me
now you're
growing
saying the
inside of
difference
your
is that the
body.
location
That's different
matters.
than another
Okay,
person.
I have a question, Alicia. I have a question. So now you're saying the difference is that it's growing inside her womb. So if we had artificial wombs that could grow fetuses in a lab, would it be justified for us to murder them all since they aren't inside a woman's womb?
Absolutely not. First of all,
Okay, so then your last point is
no.
absolutely mute. The point that it's in her womb doesn't matter. Yeah, and what if I crawled up into this person I injected an IG in?
Please don't
an
crawl up
IV in?
into anything, Dean.
All this. Oh, I'm gonna crawl up into a ball after this conversation.
I'm
gonna need
sure
some
you will.
therapy.
I swear to. Oh my fuck. Go ahead.
Oh,
Dean,
you
I'm
kept
sorry.
me
This-
here for a reason, though, didn't you? Because the fact that you threatened to drag
because it's
me-
entertaining that you are so
I'm sure.
goddamn.
Your views got up, boo. Your views got up. Your views got up. I'm here for it because I love that you threatened to. I mean, you got 10 seconds before I drop you. I'm still here.
I like to watch monkeys dance. What can I say?
Yeah, whatever. I'm sure you do.
You have changed your accent like 15 times this entire conversation.
I know. Your point? It's fabulous.
I'm gonna go ahead. Okay, so yeah, you think we're made in the image of God. So could you give me any evidence for like God existing?
What? No. I'd be suspicious if there was evidence, actually, because it's based off of faith.
Okay, so
And
do you think
encounters
that
with the Holy Spirit.
do you think that faith is a
Hallelujah.
reliable do you think that faith is a reliable standard for dictating what's true and false?
No, but I do think that we all have morals, regardless, even if people are not Christians or don't have any religious basis.
Sweet, I have a question. So if I have faith that a 12-year-old's a murderer, should they go to jail, or would I need evidence?
You would need evidence.
Okay, so Alicia, this is what you're doing. You have faith that the 12-year-old's a murderer out of virtue for the faith that you have in them being made in the image of God.
You can't compare
Given the
the
fact-
did
hey,
they murder
mute him,
adult
mute him,
human
mute him,
being or
mute
the
him,
baby in
mute
their
him.
womb?
You can do it, Dan.
Mute him.
No,
I
did
can't,
they,
I
did
can't,
they
I
murder
can't.
Oh, I
the
thought you.
baby
I
in their
thought you did.
womb? Or did they
Hold on.
Did they murder their parents in cold blood, or did they murder the baby inside of their
There
womb?
you go. There we go, dude.
Right.
Which one?
So the point being made here is the idea that you think if I have faith that someone's a murderer, they shouldn't go to jail. I need like evidence. But see, this is what you're doing, right? With all women that have ever and will ever get an abortion. The only reason you think that they are murdering that fetus is because you think that fetus is made in the image of God, and your only proof for this is your faith. So essentially, your entire view reduces down to this idea that you have faith that they're a murderer and you think they should be punished for this, right? And this is an absurdity. You have no evidence, you have no fact, you have no proof, you have nothing true about reality to substantiate your beliefs. You infringing upon or wanting to infringe upon the rights of 170 million American women and children on the basis of how you feel, on the basis of a fairy tale book, right, is synonymous to me reading Green Eggs and Ham by Dr. Seuss, walking into all the supermarkets around me and lighting those green eggs and ham on fire because that shit's bad and I have faith in it. That is synonymous to me reading Harry Potter and thinking that I could cast mystical magical spells. That is me synonymous to watching Spider-Man, seeing William Dafoe playing the Green Lantern, having faith he's a bad guy, showing up at his doorstep and shooting him in the arm. I mean, let's think about it, Alicia. You are dictating the lives of 170 million American people because of how you feel. And that is so embarrassing. And quite frankly, it shouldn't be allowed in society. I would hate, right, to be impacted by your beliefs. I would hate to have a uterus and have my liberties and freedoms and my access to healthcare impacted by these trivial novelties that only exist in the context of your head. It is embarrassing.
Okay, and I could say the same thing about the both of y'all. So you don't.
No, you couldn't.
Yes, I could.
He just gave justification. I'll give the justification as to why
Okay,
our
so
views would be
you don't think that the
illogical.
numbers should be at least down, at least drastically a little bit? You don't think that the
No,
numbers
you know
should go
what
down?
would make the numbers go down?
What? Tell me.
Comprehensive sex education and women's right to health care.
Yeah, but what type of sex education? So you guys are okay. You haven't
All
seen
of
the
it.
things trending about books talking way too explicit, pornographic books that are in children's schools. You guys are
Or
okay with that?
is it pornographic or is it sex ed? So I'm
No, it's
confused.
actually wrong. It's very, very wrong and explicit, and it's horrible.
I actually know the book that you're.
Do you know what
referring
I'm?
to.
No, there's a few,
Actually.
but you might.
Yeah, so like, Dean, who would have thought sex education talked about sex? Holy shit, dude.
So you think they should be teaching middle schoolers
Holy
about
shit.
pegging and older people having sexual relations?
What is this
in a book?
pivot?
This is
What
a
is
good.
this
This is a
pivot?
good pivot. Y'all talk about pivots.
About
This
pegging?
is
What book is
educational and good
teaching
pivot.
children about pegging?
There's books that talk about these type of things.
Are you gonna provide a source?
Oh
Wait.
my God! You provide a source. Go to what? Have you ever seen?
I have an
the
idea.
councils that stand up on the school committee of these
Tashika,
parents?
I have an idea. Let's assume that, yeah, there's a book in every school that teaches sex ed that teaches kids how to peg other people.
A few. There actually is.
No,
There's
let's
many
just
inappropriate
assume
books.
that this is just in every school ever. And now let's assume that we think this book is bad, it's wrong, it shouldn't be there. How the fuck does this end in the conclusion that abortion is murder?
First of all, because maybe if kids weren't learning about things that were so horrifying, it wouldn't trigger something that chemically imbalances their brain to go searching.
Oh my, you're so irrational, dude. Go find the source,
taken
bro.
from two porn
Go
addicted
find
people.
the source.
Guaranteed.
Go find
you are
the
probably a
source.
porn addicted man. Guaranteed. You
Trust
probably
me,
think that
Dean
that's
does
right
not.
too.
Dean does not need to watch porn. I promise you
I'm
that.
sure.
But here's the thing.
I'm sure.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah, well,
Go find a source, bro. Go
I have
find-
plenty of
All right,
sources.
This is like your 7th point that you've pivoted to. Find a
That's
fucking
okay. I'll be
source.
making plenty of videos. I'm
sure you will.
I will.
This
I will, I
lady's
told you.
crazy.
Whatever
Yo,
you
can we
said
spam
before,
the source
I'll put you in a
emotes?
t-shirt.
Spam the source emotes. Spam the Dean emotes.
I for sure
The
will.
Dean Mug
Absolutely.
emotes. Girl, you know
Yes,
to
go
subscribe.
visit the Adoption Trauma channel, and I would love to sit here and say you should tell all these arguments to the people that you claim to be cool with here on this app and sit on their panels and act like you support them, and then you're up in here in your own panel with a completely different attitude. It's messy,
I don't even know.
boo.
I don't know who you are. You might have been talking
Girl,
to
I
an
was in
altar. I
Mary's
don't
live.
fucking know
I'm
who
the
you
one that was in
are.
Mary's
I
live with
don't
you.
know who you are.
You don't know Mary?
No, I don't know who you're talking
You
about.
were sitting in her live with
I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are.
Whatever there, you were literally
I
sitting
don't know who you
in a
are.
live.
I don't know who you are.
That's fine if you don't know who I am, but you were sitting in a live
How
for
does
hours.
it feel to be so fucking wrong?
I'm not wrong though, at all. At all.
Okay, so you're not wrong.
No.
How do you know that you're not wrong?
Yo, Dean, you just need to stop being a corn addict, bro. Like, like that's just terrible. Like,
Yeah, we
wow,
need to
I
verify
can't believe
or
it,
not
Dean. Like,
verify.
you really just need to fix that.
Absolutely.
Wow, what?
Bro,
how
Dean, I can't-
terrible?
Dean.
Parker, you
That's
definitely
crazy, bro.
look
You
like
need to
you are
help.
one
I'll help
person.
Restart my app because I can't hear anything, by the way.
Oh my god, Dean. Oh my god, Parker.
How do we
Dean, you gotta
verify?
get rid of that,
How
man.
would we
Put
really
the
know,
phone down.
Dean? How would
Put
we
the phone down,
really
Dean.
know?
Put the phone down. Well, exactly. If we don't really know, then we shouldn't make a claim.
No, it's easy to kind of, you can read it on somebody's
Hey,
face.
Alicia, is it okay for me to like have faith that a God exists that would possess like a racist ideologies and then vote for legislations that would intentfully reduce the rights of minorities?
That doesn't even make any sense.
Okay, I'll ask it again. Is it all right for me to have faith in a God that holds to racist ideologies?
You didn't
and
need to
then-
repeat yourself. What you said was actually stupid and it didn't make sense. There's never been a time.
It was. Wait, how could a question be
Listen,
stupid?
No, that's your biggest problem, though, is that you think that God wants to harm people. God does not want to harm people.
Then why does he support slavery and genocide?
He doesn't support any of those things. The devil.
He literally
I
does.
Gave,
When
oh wait,
free
I
will
gave
was
you the
given-
scripture. Leviticus 25. He supports slavery. Exodus
we turning
20,
this into
he
a
thinks you
religious
could beat
debate,
the slaves.
or can we keep
Psalms
it-
137:8. He supports genocide. Judges 21. He supports genocide. Peter 2:18. He supports
You
slavery.
keep
Ephesians
referencing the
6:9. He
Bible.
supports
Okay,
slavery.
so let's take religion out of it. Let's talk as if I'm.
Wait. I have a question. Why does God let people watch child porn?
What?
Why does God let people watch child porn?
He doesn't let people. The devil does. This is the devil's
The
playground.
devil
He don't
does.
let nobody.
God.
So he
made
let
them.
the
God's
devil let
all-knowing and
people
all-powerful.
watch?
He lets
No.
people watch child porn, and
People
you're saying
let
that's
The
good.
devil let people watch child porn. Got it.
So
People
is it
have
good for
free
God to
will.
allow them to watch child porn?
Oh my gosh, you guys are embarrassing yourselves with this argument.
I'm not embarrassing anything.
No, you are.
Can you answer the question?
Parker, you look just like one too. You and Dean look like a couple of butt buddies.
I
Together,
trust
addicted.
you. Neither of them need to do that shit.
Yeah. Oh,
I promise you,
yes,
bro.
twinsies.
I promise you.
Twinsies right now.
Twin.
A couple of corn addicts.
Or have you
Because I
been?
never trust any two
Yeah,
young
dude, so
men
real.
that have
Wait, I have a
like
question.
it.
I have a question.
Go off.
What entails that an individual is a corn addict?
You tell me.
No, tell me. I'm just you said it. I'm asking
Corn
you
emotes
what
in the
entails
chat.
that an individual is a corn addict.
I'm sorry, that was fun.
Yeah. Wait,
Because-
Alicia, what
because-
entails someone's a corn addict?
There's these things that you could just tell. You could see. I know they ain't talking about my story. Anyway, it's not.
Wow, you sound like an absolute dumbass. Now, can you tell me the fucking title? Can you tell me what it means? What is a corn addict?
Parker, Parker came on a second account just for that.
Just for that. No, come on,
so
seriously,
sorry.
like, what is a corn addict?
Bro, no one's
What is
fucking
it?
laughing
What
with
do
you.
they look like?
No, just tell me. You can't look like a corn addict. That
You
makes no
sure
sense.
can. You sure can. You absolutely
How,
should.
how do I look like a
look
corn
like a
addict?
couple-
Yeah,
you
how
look
do
like a
either
couple
of us
young
look
men
like
that
a
were
corn
exposed
addict?
to it too young, and it gave you this insane vision of the world that makes you think
Oof,
that
I appreciate the
abortion is
dollar. Thank you
murder.
so much.
And
What
a
insane
million-
vision do I
Oof,
have
thank
of
you
the
for the
world?
dollar
That
for the
way
corn
too.
Yo,
fund.
Bethany,
A
I
lot of
appreciate the
people.
dollar. Wait,
Yeah.
what insane? How? Please answer this.
I truly
Wait,
believe that
how?
people
Just
who
because
are
I asked the
pro-abortion
question. Hold up,
have been exposed
hold up.
to pornography way too young in their childhood.
What the fuck is going on?
Okay,
Can you explain to me?
Thank you for the dollar.
it
Wait,
does
wait.
make sense. The people
Yeah, so-
who say that it doesn't make
People
Yeah,
send me
she's just yapping, so I'm gonna mute her.
Yeah.
Alicia, right? I'm just gonna ask you a simple question because you're just diverting away from this. Is it good for God to allow for pedophiles to beat off to child porn?
no. Obviously, that's
No, it's not good. So God did something evil, so he's not all good.
Oh my gosh, that's not the point. If you're not first, because you took it to religion. So if you take it out of religion,
Yeah, so your religion is
well,
false?
no. What I'm saying is though, if it's Satan's playground, if God gave us free will and it's things that hurt His heart and that He doesn't want to happen, and that it says vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, then we let God deal with it.
So why does he allow it? Why is he why is he just watching it happen? He's a bystander.
Okay, you know what? I have a question for all y'all. If there was this is off topic, let me just ask it. Please.
What is it? The 10th pivot in a row?
Girl, yeah, listen, y'all have pivoted too.
She already proved her religion is false because God did something evil if he created the world because he allowed child porn to be watched by pedophiles.
It should be wiped off the face of the earth. Everybody should go watch Sound of Freedom. How you doing? Anyways.
Oh, okay. So then why does God allow for all this child sex trafficking to occur? Is that good?
Absolutely not. I run in it. Listen.
No,
I
so
run
God does something evil by
Disagree with God?
allowing this.
Right now,
well, I'll be right back.
Immediately.
I'm gonna go.
Absolutely not. That's absolutely not okay at all. I'm literally my life's mission right now is to whatever in any way that I can stop human trafficking in any way, shape, or form. And people don't understand that adoption is a huge part of that.
You
Would
want
you
to
agree or
stop?
disagree?
So yeah, you want to stop like children having to go through bad things, correct?
I don't want any child to go through any.
Okay. Yeah. So what do you say like a 9-year-old going through pregnancy and childbirth is a bad thing?
It sounds horrific.
So we should stop 9-year-olds from going through pregnancy and childbirth. Do you know how we do that?
Right, but let me ask you this though. It's so rare. What you're speaking of though, the percentages are so infinitesimally small.
Okay, yeah. And what
that if that
percentage
were
of
the
children
case-
get put
Hold
into
on.
like
You didn't want
what
me to
percentage of
interrupt
children?
you, so don't
Wait,
interrupt me.
Alicia, wait. You said that your life's mission is to stop like child like trafficking, right? But you did, Parker. I bet that you would be just as against, right, child trafficking if only one child of all time had been trafficked. I bet you'd be against child grape if only one child got raped in all time. I bet that you'd be against like p-threatiophilia, right, if only one child had been the victim of p-threatiophilia of all time. So therefore, I bet you'd be against, forced pregnancy and childbirth on a 9-year-old. Even if there's only been one 9-year-old of all time that's experienced this. So when you reference the idea that this is incredibly rare, well, I think I recognize that as well. But it doesn't mean that it's somehow not wrong.
I was gonna let you talk and be quiet. The remuting of my mic is ridiculous. But I think it's wrong. And then when you come to the bottom of it and then throw abortion in it, how can you do that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. How can you come to use all those scenarios and then come to that conclusion and throw abortion in it?
Because we don't have an obligation.
That's the part that doesn't connect for me.
Yeah, well, let me see if I can connect that. We don't have an obligation to sustain life if we did not cause that life to be dependent upon us for sustenance. Alicia, if you own a cabin in the middle of the woods, right, and I'm hungry and I'm going to die if I don't eat, right? It's not okay for me to walk up to your cabin, break the door down, right? Handcuff you and put you in a closet and steal all your food. But this is effectively what would be happening to a 12-year-old that's a victim of child rape that gets pregnant. Someone knocked her door down and raped her, and then the fetus is going up in there and stealing all her bodily sustenance from her closet. And it's not from her pantry. And it's not wrong, right, for the 12-year-old to remove that fetus from that metaphorical pantry. It does result in the death of the fetus, but that's not the 12-year-old's problem. And see, that's the thing. Unless like a woman caused a pregnancy, right? I don't think that you would have any argument for why she should be obligated to sustain it.
So I agree with you on a lot of things.
Thank you for the $5 over Venmo.
What I don't agree with, though, is that comparing it to abortion can be even in comparison. I don't agree at all. I don't think that it's the same thing.
In the context of like someone getting raped and getting pregnant, I think it's completely comparable. Like, I mean, like legit, I'll agree with you for everything else. I'm just focusing on this one point because I think it's detestable as fuck that you would advocate for.
Dean is eating like 50%. You have educated me just, I would say maybe like 5%. You have opened my mind just a little bit, but I still will always be pro-life. But I definitely... Your arguments are good, but I don't think it's going to change me to be pro-choice.
Right now, Alicia, I'm not even trying to change you to be pro-choice. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I think you're
understand that,
but you could be pro-life and still hold to this idea.
Thank you. I also think you're a lunatic.
Fair. I just called you a lunatic. You could hold to this idea of being You could hold to this idea of being pro-life while still saying it's okay for victims of SA to get abortions. It's not an all or nothing. I think like maybe I'll be as charitable as I can here. A lot of pro-choicers will say if you think it's okay for rape victims to get an abortion, you're pro-choice. No, I think that's terrible rhetoric. No. Call yourself whatever you want. Call yourself pro-life. Hold to whatever beliefs you want. As long as you think that SA victims should be able to get an abortion. That is all that I'm looking for here. Because these women aren't being promiscuous. These women aren't being irresponsible. These women were raped.
But that's the less than 1% of abortions that are performed. That is a fact.
That is a fact. But we should still say for that 1% of people, which does add up to be
I agree.
a couple million over the course of a couple years, those couple million people should still have access to that health care. We could say
Luca, thank you for the $5 or Venmo. I appreciate you, Melo.
We could say it's lower than 1%. We could say it's one person ever.
Yeah, it is.
One person ever should have access to abortion.
I mean, if I were to bottom line it, if I was forced with a gun at my head, so you can think I'm a lunatic all you want, that's fine. What I would say is that if there was such young child that something horrific happened to her, I would rather her not be in a back door or someone even kidnapping her to a back door to try to cover up what they did to her, which also happens a lot. That's why that happens a lot too, that something terrible happens to a young child and the person who did it to her and or someone who knows what happens, they're trying to cover up the crime. Would I rather her be, because I don't believe there is a safe abortion, but do I believe that you could actually have medical attention that is safe? Then yes. I would hope that she would not have something backdoor and then, versus being able to have a doctor, whether I think that doctor was wrong or not. That's the only thing that I would compromise on. That's it. That's all.
So would you advocate for legal abortion in the context of SA victims?
Because the percentage is so low, I honestly can't even answer that.
I'm so sorry. Less than 1% of all humans alive throughout the context of history have been enslaved. Do you think that slavery should be illegal?
Yes, of course.
So less than 1% of all individuals in which have sought an abortion are the victim of SA. Do you think that abortion
Thank you, Victoria, for the $1
should be legal?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I just couldn't hear you over the thank you for the whatever.
So less than 1% of all people that have ever sought after an abortion have been a victim of SA. So do you think that victims of SA that, try to get an abortion, should this be legal?
I think that it should be illegal, but I think that in cases like that where they can prove a situation, however, no, but I think that it should be
It should be proven. There should be steps in place to make sure that this child is safe.
We don't even
All
need to
these
talk
things.
about that yet. Let's just talk about the theory. We
How?
don't even need to,
That does matter.
It does, but that's not what matters yet. Well, all that matters right now is if there's a victim of rape, should they be able to get an abortion? That's all we matter right now. That's all that we care about right now. Right? We could talk about proof, legality, and how this would all work next. But right now, all that we're trying to determine is if you'd agree that if there's a victim of rape, they should be able to get an abortion, in theory.
Is the alternative that they go to a back door and risk their lives? I think these things matter.
The alternatives are either they go to a back door and risk their life, they stay pregnant and risk their life, they stay pregnant and have to go through the pains and the traumas associated with childbirth and pregnancy.
Maybe
against their
Destiny.
will.
But it's not, you can't for sure say that it's going to be traumatizing. Like my best friend got pregnant at 14 and
Wait, even if it's not
great.
traumatizing, we could still say that it's wrong. Like, for instance, if I beat my child, but it just doesn't traumatize them for whatever reason. I mean, I had a lot of bad things.
I wouldn't
happen to me.
believe that. I wouldn't believe that it didn't traumatize you. That'd be
But
crazy.
it's possible for that to occur. And in the
No.
case that they're not traumatized, we'd still say that was wrong for me to beat my child, correct?
Well, yeah, it's wrong to beat any child, period.
So even in the absence of trauma, we could still say that these actions are wrong. So like a 12-year-old being forced to go through pregnancy against their will, even if they don't get traumatized from this, we could still say it's wrong.
It's always going to be wrong, but I still think murdering a baby is wrong. I think it's both of the things are wrong.
But we
Hi,
need to-
Ben.
Hey, Ben. But we need to come to some common ground here. Let me think of another way to describe it. So you think it's wrong to infringe upon the rights of a 12-year-old girl that got raped, and you think it's wrong to infringe upon the rights of this fetus at 5 weeks old. Well, I'm going to say it's more wrong to infringe upon those rights of the 12-year-old, right?
Okay, but now you're talking about gestation, though. You just finally once threw gestation into it. So when you're talking about this 12-year-old and say they're at 5 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever, versus second and third trimester abortions, which do happen and a lot of people are in denial of, they do happen often everywhere. They're legal in so many states.
But those aren't going to result in the death of the fetus, typically speaking.
Yeah. Have you seen the dumpsters full of third trimester and second trimester abortions? What do you mean? Yes, it does happen all the time.
After the point of viability, what we see is that life-saving procedures can be used, such as induction or C-section.
Right, but then they throw the babies in the dumpster, they throw the babies in the garbage, the bio waste thing, and you can hear babies crying. So what I'm saying is, you mentioned
They're throwing live babies in biohazard dumpsters.
yes, they are.
Alicia, that's
So-
probably illegal.
It is
They
illegal.
do it all the time.
I don't
That's
believe
what
that.
you guys
That
don't
is
understand.
it
They
is
do it all the
illegal.
time.
That's
I don't-
literally murder.
I
They
don't
do
think
it all
that's.
the time.
I don't think
everywhere,
that
in so many
happens.
states.
That literally
No.
cannot happen.
Okay,
For a
so can I
hospital
ask
to
you-
do that, they would never exist anymore. No.
I
That's
think
not
that
true.
Alicia, I think that you're probably misled.
In a
on this
hospital
point.
or Planned Parenthood, which one
Source
is it?
it the fuck up. Source it.
Which one though, sis? Planned Parenthood or
It
hospitals?
doesn't
Which
matter.
one is it?
Give me an instance
For-
where that
At
happened.
Planned
Yeah.
Parenthood, they absolutely do. That is a fact
Yeah,
that cannot
can-
be debated.
Can you show us this fact? We want to learn.
I'm doing it right now. Do it.
Literally, if I could show you and pull like if
So
we could,
another point
what's
without
it called?
evidence. Got
Screen
it. Another
share
point
it
without evidence.
My phone, I can't do that with you. How am I supposed to show you?
Just tell us
pictures?
where to find it. Just tell us where to find it.
Go look yourselves. It's not my job to educate you.
I can look it up and not find what your source is. So now what?
Okay, so if I were to message you both and show you sources, then what would you do? Would you make a video about it? Would you say that you were wrong?
Wait, no, we wouldn't say that we're
Like, if
wrong.
after this
wait,
live, I
wait,
come up here-
Alicia, I want to clarify. We wouldn't say that we're wrong because I'm very comfortable in saying if this were to occur, it would be bad. But actually, would I make a
Okay,
video
thank
about
you
it?
for the
Probably.
$5 Venmo.
Would I probably?
Yeah, I would make a video. If this was like a normalized thing, of course you're throwing live babies in dumpsters, bro. What the fuck?
I'd probably make a video on that. I probably would.
If this was something that was
Okay,
like, if this was something that was perfectly legal, and this hospital did not face any kind of like ramifications from it from the government, yeah, I'm fucking making a video about it. Find a source though.
So it looks
Okay,
like
well, since I can't do that because I'm in the live with you guys, if you guys would be okay with me
Bro,
sending
just scroll.
you this
Just
actual evidence,
just tell us where it is. That means you have it. Just tell us where it is. What is it called?
it's literally everywhere. You don't
Yeah.
think that people are also trying to cover this up? The amount of money that Planned Parenthood
If
makes?
they're trying to cover it up, and yet you found it. So where?
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna take a wild guess. You guys can't stand Lila Rose, Candace Owens. Wild guess. Daily Wire.
I don't even know
think-
who that first person is.
I think that Candace Owens is incredibly uneducated. I think that Ben
What?
Sharbito is misled.
Ben Shapiro.
Oh, Ben Shapiro is what you said. I think
Shapiro.
I think Ben, whatever the fuck his name is incredibly misled and has some racism that he needs to come to terms with. And
Candace
also,
Owens?
like, I think Candace Owens is I think she's insanely misled and uneducated.
Yeah,
miseducated
Candace Owens
up
is
there with
very-
Candace.
The only reason you like Candace Owens is because she speaks good. Nothing she says is backed up by any kind of facts. And if it is backed up by facts,
How?
it's facts that she didn't
How is
fucking
none
read.
of what she says backed up by facts? Because she
yeah,
speaks
she-
well?
She holds to this.
That's not a good argument.
Yeah, she holds to this idea that like structural racism and like structural misogyny don't exist. However, like we'd easily be able to conclude that they do. Like I could probably even get you to concede on that.
Even well, she had a fucking lawsuit at her high school of which she faced racism. And that's what the lawsuit was for. Also, she doesn't even believe we went to the moon. Like,
Sorry, I couldn't hear that last part that you said. Could you repeat
she
that?
doesn't believe we went to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, do you agree with Candace Owens that like we don't live in a patriarchal society where like women are like oppressed or like there's not structural racism where black people?
I'm gonna be
are
100% honest with you. I personally really like Candace Owens, but there was one particular thing that I struggled, which she made a video about, which is SA victims. And it was because of basically like she was talking about how, oh, if they don't go to the police or if there's lack of evidence, this, that, and the other, not understanding how many victims it is so hard for no matter what age you are or where you come from. So she had, I almost did not continue to follow her over that, but I still do like her. However, there are certain stances that she has that I struggle with because of that topic, specifically when it comes to SA.
Yeah, what about like her main talking points about how like structural racism and misogyny? She says those don't exist. Do you agree with her?
I mean, as far as races having the same like opportunities as other races.
Yeah, men have more opportunity than women. White people have more opportunity than black people. We could just reduce it down to that.
I mean, I think that everybody has the same opportunities, but I do think that people tend to pick on, minorities. I don't know. It's hard
So
to
I
answer.
mean, I guess it's not the main topic of
It's hard to
discussion.
answer.
So
It's
I
hard
won't-
to answer.
I won't like debate you on that. But anyways, like the point of bringing these things up is people like Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, etc. They're kind of stupid.
Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro.
At this point, I can't even correct you because it's funny to me. So, whatever.
But in the context of abortion, like you brought up the dumpster babies. Yeah, I looked it up. It seems like there's some allegations of like Planned Parenthoods like putting like the dead like bodies of these aborted fetuses in like the trash. Like I see like a lot of people saying that there's really no evidence of this.
I'm a prom night dumpster baby.
But we could just assume that they do. Like they probably shouldn't do this, but this doesn't change that like abortion is morally
And
permissible.
also, it doesn't say that these babies were alive, so I actually
Yeah.
don't give a fuck.
There is a lot of
yeah.
people who are
If that happens, because I'm not gonna like this is a conspiracy theory of yours. There's no evidence, but we'll just accept your conspiracy theory as fact. This doesn't mean that elective abortions are wrong. This just means that they probably shouldn't put the bodies in the
Okay.
dumpster.
Like
Can I
a
ask you
misuse
guys a
of these
question, though?
bodies,
So,
or like there's
do you
supposed to be a
believe that-
specific way that they should be disposed of.
Yeah.
Yes, agreed. But however, because it's as if the baby is dead, then it is, yes.
Yeah,
However, I
this
think
would be the case even if it was for like a fully grown adult. If they were just throwing it in the dumpster, right? It's a biohazard.
Right, that's
That would
not
be
right.
the only
I mean,
reason. Not because these are babies, but because these are biohazards. This would be the case if it was for like a full grown adult. My trainer is watching this, and I know she just saw me eat a donut. She's gonna beat my ass tomorrow. I'm sorry. Okay.
Nobody saw a thing. We didn't see anything. So all I could say is that here's what I could say. Would you guys agree that when you start throwing personal insults, you might lose an argument?
No, not all the time. I think
No. So
No.
you're fully for throwing personal insults, and you don't think that that makes you lose an argument, even if you are the person, let's say, that holds the truth. Do you believe there's one ultimate truth, or there's multiple truths?
Sometimes, well, yeah, there's gonna be one truth in this context, I think. But sometimes, like, personal insults aren't gonna be like necessarily misleading or wrong if they're true. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I'm debating someone that's not that bright, well, yeah, I'm fucking tell them that.
Okay, so would you say that even though, like, based off of what I'm saying, what you're saying, we all don't know each other in a personal, like, way, obviously. Like, for me, at the end of this, I came to the conclusion that, first of all, I did learn something. Second of all, I still am pro-life. But however, I'm not going to sit here because the comment section, and I know, like, I haven't paid too much attention to it, but obviously I can see it on the screen. I think it's kind of messed up when people start. The what?
They're tearing you up down there. Maybe, like, this is a wake-up call. Maybe, Elisa, after this,
No.
go look at the comments on your most recent TikTok video. They're tearing you up. Look at the comments. They're tearing you up. And the reason that I tell you to look at these things is, well, maybe this means
Which they shouldn't.
potentially
Those videos
something.
are fabulous. It's because they don't.
Maybe this means that there's, like, potentially something that, like, you say or that you believe in that's, like, pretty bad to say or pretty bad to believe in. Like,
So
don't
they
you
should
think if
attack
there's, like,
something
thousands
like
of people, like, saying all these bad things about you and your beliefs, like, what's the common denominator here? It seems like it's you.
What's the reverse for that for you? What's the reverse for that for you? If there was more people opposing you and they came to talk about your personal self, like, let's say there was something that you were super talented at and they came to attack your talent based off of something you believed in. Would that make sense to you? That's whack. That doesn't even make sense.
If they agreed with me, they would. Like, for instance, there's a comment on your most recent TikTok video that says, "I'm pro-life, but please read something on abortion ethics before you speak because that was, like, really bad."
Okay.
You know, it's like, I don't know. There's a common denominator here, and this is like, I mean, you could agree that there's, like, some people in the world that are just, like, pretty fucking crazy, right?
I'm never going to sit here and say that I know every single thing in the world, but what I do think is wrong that on either side, bullying should not be tolerated. I personally that. So I think that if people, well, I haven't seen it because I'm sitting here talking to you guys. I think if people are going to my videos and bullying my talent, which I've gone viral many times because of my talent, people love my music. So they
I don't know about talent, but the thing is, though, guys, if people that come up here and their accounts are not,
how did I get on the radio? But
all right, Alicia, we don't care. We don't care, guys.
Sure
When people, I just want to make something really clear because that is actually a good point. When people come up here, I don't care what their stance is. Actually, I do. But people like Alicia do not fucking go on their account and like spam comment hate shit on their account. Don't do that shit. If you do that, I do not want you in my audience. Go ahead.
I mean, it's not even really hate.
No, I've seen them. I've seen people say some crazy ass shit. Watch yourself.
Yeah.
No,
I think that, like, I think
that.
that death threats are bad. Like, that's what I get a lot. I'll see a lot from people that I debate, and this happens way too frequently for my liking. I'll get DMs from people that I debate saying that my fans, like, sent them, like, actual fucking hate and death threats. That's fucking wild. Like, that's a little too
That's
far.
wrong. I don't agree with you, and I think that's horrible and wrong. Absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. Like, if there's people that don't agree with you guys, I would never want them to bully you. And that's the thing. That all I was trying to say was that we all obviously disagree. All I could say is that I was educated a little bit on certain things. Like, you gave me some scenarios that I actually had to sit and think about. I don't think that I should be bullied. I don't think that you should be bullied. I don't think that we should bully each other. I think that we should be able to have these conversations and play out these scenarios in a healthy way. And, you know, whether you thought I got aggressive or not, like, I'm just saying there should be no reason for any bullying whatsoever. To be productive.
I agree with you for the most part, but I'm big on free speech. Like, I think that everything except for hate speech should be able to be said on TikTok. I even think that, like, I don't think that they should ban misinformation. I think what should happen is when people say things that are bad, say things that are wrong, or say things that are misinformation, like they should just be held socially accountable. And, like, how do we hold people socially accountable? By critiquing their beliefs, by using, right, like, different forms of like like content online, may that be commentary in the comment section, certain comments about yourself, to like hold you accountable for that. Like I don't think that's super wrong until it gets like hateful.
So yeah, but I just one more thing. Yeah, like I again like Dean said, things like death threats and stuff like that, fucking unacceptable. Don't do that shit. It's okay to go to someone's account and critique their views and call them out for their views if you found them to be particularly problematic. But I'm talking about like actual like hate speech and telling someone to like go and unalive themselves. I find that to be insanely.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's insane.
That's wild.
Like it's a little bit wild.
I agree with you both on that part. I think that that's not okay. All I was trying to say though is that like, okay, the bullying, like I said, is not okay. And it seems that we've all have calmed down, which is ironic enough because, everyone, and I know you're like, don't pay attention to the comment section, but it's like, I think that we were both equally passionate towards each other at some point. And you can disagree or agree, whatever, that's fine.
Well, are we finished with this conversation, Dean?
Yep.
I mean, you guys are feel free to kick me anytime. You told me a long time ago I had 10 seconds to get off, so I don't know.
Yeah, but then Dean came and made it better, so Yeah,
so I mean, whatever.
It's fine.
But
well, do you have any?
If I find sources, I'm going to close with this and then I'll dip out. All I'm going to say is if I find sources that debunk the both of you, are you going to listen? That's all I want to know.
Yeah, that's what the point of a debate is.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't have to talk to me like I'm stupid. I asked a genuine question. So if I
don't see why I wouldn't.
Okay, that's cute, real cute. But I do have sources. I will pull them up and I will send them to you. Are you actually going to look and listen?
That's what I do. That's my job.
Okay, cool. For sure. Well, I would say it's been great, but not really.
All right. Well, hi.
Adios.
What's up, Dean?
Hey, wow, yeah. When I came in here, she was really making me upset. I'd hate to be on the receiving end of her ideologies. As a white man, like, there's not a lot of ideologies that are too popular that I'd be on the receiving end on that would negatively impact me. Just be fucking empathetic, y'all. Like,
I feel like that's the main thing that we're missing out in our society is compassion and empathy.
Right.
I think that's like our biggest problems. But yeah, yo, we are just talking to pro-lifers, so please, if you are pro-life, go ahead and hop into the guest request. Remember, we are just looking for people who are pro-life to debate, y'all. So if you are not pro-life, please exit the guest request. If you do want to, like, have these debates, you can do it in the Discord, DM, stuff like that. Hi, Gracie. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-life.
Okay, cool. So why is that?
First off, I want to say, Baby Bop, your hair looks great, and girl, you look good every day.
Thank you.
But I think that abortion, it should not be allowed under certain circumstances. Like sexual assault victims, they should be allowed.
Gracie, 1 second. I apologize. Did Parker already get taken down?
He's having a lot of issues. All
right. If he wants to come over here, he can. Okay, Gracie, you can do that. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. But I think that abortion should be allowed under certain circumstances. Sexual assault victims should have that right to terminate the pregnancy. They didn't have the choice to do that pregnancy. If the mother's not going to make that or survive the delivery and the baby's not going to survive, I think they should have that right to terminate that pregnancy as well. But full-on adults that know the consequences from sex and what happens when semen goes into the vagina, I don't think that they should be allowed to just terminate a pregnancy because they don't want to be a parent at that time when they know the consequences from sex.
If I know the consequences from smoking cigarettes, like lung cancer, if I smoke and get lung cancer, should I be able to go get medical treatment to eradicate it?
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like terminating.
Doesn't this kind of contradict your point though? You're grown adults that know what sex leads to should have to deal with the consequences. So grown adults that know what smoking leads to should have to deal with the consequences. But it seems like you don't hold to that.
I feel like cancer and a whole ass baby are completely different scenarios. When you have that whole that heartbeat, when you have a heartbeat inside you, a growing form of life, something that moves, something that can walk, something that can talk in the future, you shouldn't be able to terminate or kill that thing because you simply just don't want it.
Are you into eugenics? If it can't walk or talk, it's severely disabled, should they be able to abort it?
No.
Okay, so none of those points were relevant. What about the heartbeat? Are you saying it's wrong to end the life of anything with a heartbeat?
I don't know. I mean, what do you mean? Like, yeah,
Yeah, you said it's like wrong to end that life because it has a heartbeat. Are you a vegan?
no.
Okay, yeah. Do chickens, cows, and pigs have heartbeats?
They were put here on this earth for us to eat.
So you're a Christian.
I am, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah. If you're a Christian, you should be pro-choice. You should strive to be like God, right?
Like Jesus, yes.
Okay, Jesus is God, so you should strive to be like God. And
God and
Psalms
Jesus are two different people. God is
Thank
not
you, kitten, for the
person.
dollar.
God is an entity.
But Jesus is going to be part of the Trinity. I'm not here to debate you on this.
You're a
In Psalm-
heretic.
Yeah, in Psalms 138, in Psalms 137:8, God kills like hundreds of newborns. So if we should strive to be like God and God unalives newborns, we should unalive newborns too by being pro-choice.
Can you read that whole scripture?
I mean, I could just reference you to it. He unalived the first newborn sons of Egyptians for enslaving the Hebrews. Right? He also like famines, plagues. I'm just trying to strive to be like God, man. I'm pro-choice because I'm Christian.
Genghis Khan is sitting up in heaven. Easy.
That doesn't make any sense though, because you're not willing to cite.
Oh,
the
you
whole
disagree with
verse.
God right now?
No, because he's not citing the whole verse, so there's no backstory to what is going
No,
on.
the
I gave you the
con-
backstory.
yeah, he just did. He gave you all the context you needed. That's what the Bible says. Not that.
Yeah, infanticide is so common in the Christian Bible, man. It's like
Yeah, like literally, like if there's like infidelity in a marriage, or even if the husband thinks there's infidelity, he's supposed to like take his wife to like a priest. She's supposed to drink like some drink, and it will cause like a miscarriage.
Yeah, like in that,
So
that
God
was,
is pro-abortion.
yeah, and that was the
That
Greek
is-
Romance version of abortion. I mean, we could see Psalms 137:8, 1 Samuel 15:3, Exodus 12:29, Isaiah 13:16, Hosea 13:16, 2 Kings 15:16, Number 31:17, Psalms 135:8, Acts 7:19, Psalms 136:10, Exodus 1:16, Matthew 2:16 through 18, Amos 1:13, Hosea 9:11 through 16. Like God unaliving infants and babies is so common. And at the end of the day, as Christians, Gracie, we should strive to be more like God. So we should strive to vote for pro-choice legislation. We should strive for universal health care to pay for these mothers' abortions. We should strive for more Planned Parenthoods. We should strive for more access to health care. Go ahead.
Oh, someone said in the comments that it was punishment. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, for sure. Abortion should be the consequence. I agree.
Okay, I debate on that, on Christianity and all that, because I have my faith, my beliefs, and you guys have your faith and your beliefs. You believe in what you want. The end will come.
Honey, we're talking about your beliefs. These are your beliefs.
Right,
These are
and I
yours.
completely believe that abortion should not be allowed.
Wait.
unless there are
But
those
your God
circumstances.
disagrees. But your God disagrees, though.
That is not true.
Yeah, for real. If it's on the basis
we're
of
not
your
talking
faith
about
in
our beliefs.
Christianity.
Yeah.
Wait, so you have your faith and your beliefs in Christianity. So essentially, you just have faith that mothers that are getting abortions are murderers, correct? Like you just have faith that they're murderers.
Nothing saying abortion and nothing with abortion and nothing killing babies.
Wait, Grace, I asked you a question. Yes or no? You just simply have faith that like mothers that get abortions are murderers, correct?
No, I don't think you're a murderer.
You just have faith that mothers that get abortions are doing something wrong, right?
What do you? I don't have faith. Like I know that's wrong.
Wait, and you know that's wrong because of your faith in Christianity, correct?
So let me ask you this. If
Wait,
I
no,
were
no,
going-
Gracie, and
no,
you
let
know
me
that's
ask you
wrong.
this.
No, Grace, you know, I don't want you to pivot yet, and you know
Okay.
that's wrong because of your faith in Christianity, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially, you just have faith that these mothers that are getting abortions are doing something wrong, therefore you think it should be illegal. Gracie, if I have faith that like being black is wrong, should I like justifiably vote for legislation that would infringe upon the rights of minorities?
No, and so I think
So,
that,
so faith is not a reliable standard for determining what's right and wrong. So you just conceded your own talking point.
exactly, yeah, I guess so. But faith, I can't base it on faith, and that's not all that it is. I think that it's a moral concept for me that abortion should not be allowed unless those certain circumstances have taken place. So if I were to be walking down the street and I saw a child, or say I had a child, I have a child that is 7 years old and I don't want him anymore, so I off him. That's abortion? But 7 years later, So
No,
how is
we
it
value
not?
we value sentient life. So at 24 weeks with thymocortical connections, as soon as this life has the ability to deploy consciousness, it's going to be valuable. But prior to that point, there's literally not a good reason to value their life. Like for instance, what trait or attribute does a fetus possess that a cow does not possess? That makes it wrong to end the life of the fetus, but not wrong to end the life of a cow.
In the future, the fetus is going to be a human. It's a human, not a cow.
It has to do with our species. Okay, so what if it wasn't human? What if we injected it with a serum that made it have the genome of a chicken?
But you wouldn't, because in the reality and in the beginning, it was a human. You had sex, semen went into the vagina, and it became of a human.
Well, I'm essentially asking you why our species matters. Like, why does our genome matter? Like, a brain dead patient is a human. Is it murder to pull the plug on them?
No, because
Why? They're human. They're human, Gracie. They're human.
I don't know. I mean, you have really good points. I don't
No,
know.
you need to know. You need to know, or you can concede.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess you guys have really good points to that. It doesn't change my view on it.
Or then you're just delusional then.
I just
Yeah,
don't
your
think that it
view
should
is
be a
based on
medical
your
right
faith
to
and-
freely
so you-
up
so
and
you-
kill someone. I mean, you do have.
So you recognize that there's contradictions in your belief, and you recognize that your belief is based off of faith.
I haven't read the whole
This is
Bible,
text.
but you have
This
not
is
read the whole Bible. So there's no
Gracie.
contradictions in my
That's
faith.
irrelevant, right? This is irrelevant, right? We
You're bringing
doesn't-
it up, so if
it
it's
doesn't matter.
irrelevant,
Gracie,
then why
Gracie,
bring up my
no,
faith?
Gracie, because this is what your entire worldview depends on, and we just showed a contradiction in your own view,
But
in
it's
your own
irrelevant. It's
worldview,
irrelevant.
right?
So why keep
No. What
continuing that
you're
practice
saying
of my
here is
faith?
irrelevant. What you're saying here is irrelevant. The fact that you have this faith is what we're talking about. Okay.
Right.
So, like, let's not try to like straw man. It doesn't work. Okay. So, again, this is textbook bigotry. You've been shown the contradiction in your logic, and you still won't change your stance. This
Right.
is textbook bigotry.
Right. Like,
It
what's
is not.
the
You
Gracie?
haven't
What's
read
the
whole
logical
Bible,
distinction?
You don't know the circumstances of
Hey,
the verse,
Gracie.
and in the verse
We
that
did.
you have,
We gave you the context.
you gave me the context, and when I look up the
I don't understand what the logical distinction would be through the process in justifying Gracie's position and the process in justifying like racism or white supremacy. Like you start out with some type of belief that's not really backed by anything, and then you recognize that it's kind of contradictory, but then you still hold to it. Like I feel like I could run like a similar dialogue tree on like a white supremacist, and they would kind of say the same things that you're saying about the justification for why what you say is true, logically speaking.
You said what? I'm sorry, I missed the whole first part of that. I'm sorry.
Like the reason that you've provided as to why your belief is correct and the recognition of a contradiction in your own position, I feel like logically speaking, like a white supremacist would justify their stance very similarly. They just start off with some preference they have. They recognize it hurts people, but they think it's justified. And then when someone gives them a contradiction in their preference, they recognize that, but still say at the end of the day, I'm still going to hold to it.
I didn't reference my belief off of abortion. You guys asked me if it was against my belief for abortion, and I did agree. I did say yes, it was against my belief. In the beginning, I did say that no, you shouldn't have abortions unless those certain circumstances have taken place, like sexual assault or the baby's going to die or the mother's going to die. Those should be allowed. But as a grown adult who is making those decisions to have sex and insert a penis inside their vagina and semen is created and you let it go inside you when there are many opportunities to take place to not get pregnant, that is when that consequences should not be allowed. You should not be allowed to have abortion because you know this what to use to not get pregnant.
Go ahead, Tashika. I'm going to take a step back.
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't listening, dude. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't hear the last.
Oh,
part.
it just wrapped back around to causal. Yeah, I mean, I gave you an analogy in the context of smoking cigarettes, and how we'd say even if someone understands the risks or repercussions of smoking cigarettes, like lung cancer, if they do get lung cancer, they don't have an obligation to it. And we said the same thing about like abortion. It's like this is where I become quite a centrist on the issue. Like I agree at the core. If like you're gonna engage in this action of sex and cause a pregnancy, I understand how you'd yield the conclusion that it'd be irresponsible or bad to end that pregnancy. But see, where I stand is before that fetus is conscious, it's just simply not valuable, right? Aborting that fetus before it's conscious is like terminating cancer or removing a tattoo or like some like random fucking action. It just because the life of the fetus has no has no value. It's just it's just as valuable as my fucking I don't know, bowl of lunch, man.
Okay, and I respect your opinion on that. And thank you guys for having me up.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go on to the next person. I don't know why they always like end with that like cop out of a fucking. I don't care. I don't know why people. Is that platform?
Is platform in here? Well, I'd love to. Yeah, it is platform.
Yeah, let me ask you guys a question. So, what makes you think this fetus isn't valuable just because of your opinion? It makes no sense.
What is the opinion?
Yeah, the opinion is it's not valuable. Before.
Oh, because like we shouldn't have like moral opinions. It should all come from like the standard of God. Correct, platform.
Wait. So let me ask you this. 1 second.
I asked you a question. I did.
No. I'm gonna ask you a quick question. So
you don't want to?
Do you think? Do you guys
Pivot?
Eat pork? do you guys eat pork?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you think it's okay to kill a pig, correct?
No, I actually am vegan. Ethics. I'm gonna become a vegan.
Okay,
I pay for animal death every time.
Pigs are more conscious than a newborn.
Yeah.
So
I just told you that ending the life of a pig's wrong.
Consciousness. Why are we falling back on?
He just agreed with you.
Consciousness when it's not even established. What is consciousness? Can you guys explain it to me?
Perception of subjective experiences.
Do we understand consciousness, Dean? Don't be stupid.
To like a small degree. We don't understand what causes it, but we know it exists.
When
I mean, this is like a scientist in like the.
So should we be able to unalive?
Hey, platform. 1 second. Scientist. Platform.
Wait,
I'm giving you an answer.
There's no answer for me. I don't need an answer.
How are we supposed to have this
You
conversation?
don't need an answer to your question. It's platform.
Kiko, don't mute him.
Hey, platform. I know that you're a Christian. I'm not a Christian because I don't.
Dean, we don't need to get into the religious talk. Let's continue. You guys want to go science? You want to talk science based behind this non-valuable being? Apparently, you say after 16 weeks.
Our theory would not involve science. I mean, we could.
No, it absolutely does, because you say it develops a consciousness at what, 12 or 16 weeks, or it develops sentience.
So these would be like the pragmatic implications.
No, I don't need your monologue, Dean. Let's go. Get to the point.
So this would be like the pragmatic implications of like the principle, right? Like we could have like conversation on like when consciousness would arise, etc. But like in theory, we're just saying that this like consciousness is going to be valuable, and like you're trying to give.
Oh wait, no, you're not.
With that. But I want to respond to the first thing that you said when you came up onto the live. You specifically told us that, like, why are our opinions valuable? This is obviously implying that, like, the standard of the Christian God is going to be the only way to conclude moral rights and wrongs. And platform, I am not a Christian because I don't support slavery and incest. Do you want to talk about that?
We can get to slavery and incest. We can talk about it all. Once again, I've had this debate with Parker. I've had this debate with Danny. You guys just bring up these points that make no sense, and they're not
such as what
whatsoever. So once again, let's get back to the point. When it comes to science, you say consciousness or sentience at 16 weeks. Why are you eating pork, baby bop? Why do you have pork if a pig is more conscious than a newborn child? Why can we not unalive this 1-year-old, this 1.5-year-old if they don't develop consciousness until the age of 2 or 3?
I'm sorry, you asked me that question?
Yeah, don't act stupid. I'm talking to you.
I'm not acting stupid.
You just did it to the last guys too. You were listening.
I wasn't. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So like, why do I think it's okay to unalive the pig and not? And I mean, why I think it's okay to unalive the pig and the fetus? And what's the distinction?
No, you know what I asked you. I said
I genuinely
you eat pork. You answered my question. You said you eat pork.
Okay.
I asked you, why are you eating pork if a pig is more conscious than a newborn child? Why is it okay for us to unalive a child even at 16 or 18 weeks? if it's about consciousness? Why can we not unalive this child if you're unaliving pigs?
Well, it's not just about consciousness, like in terms of the child, right?
You said sentience, the ability to
that's
to
just
live
one.
on
That's
its
just
own.
that would just be one part of the argument, right? And sentience is not just one's ability to live on their own. It's just simply like a person having like a subjective experience, right? But like like it would be simply because of the fact that like the fetus is like living off of or like sustaining off of the body of the mother, non-consensually.
So you're going off of bodily autonomy.
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, so if we're gonna go off of bodily autonomy or integrity, tell me that there's not two bodies in play in this. The baby is giving stem cells to the mother as it's developing. So why all of a sudden why are we not unaliving both parties within this situation if we're gonna unalive the one body? Does it not have bodily autonomy just because it can't speak or have consciousness to say the things that it wants to? It makes no sense. You guys have terrible arguments. It's pathetic. You're both quiet.
You guys, okay? Well, now I'm back.
Because you don't get people. You guys don't. You don't get.
One second. I thought that you were talking
to.
to. I thought that you were specifically talking to Tashika. So would you
I'm
like to
talking
have
both of you.
Okay, so you'd like to have a conversation with me as well. Got it. Okay. So specifically in the context of eating the pig, there's a couple of things that we could denote there. I personally hold to vegan ethics, so I'm just simply going to say it's going to be wrong to even in the life of the pig. But we'd be able to say that like future state. 1 second, platform. Like future states are going to be valuable when contingent upon prior states. So even though a newborn baby might have a lower level of consciousness than that of a pig, we'd still say that the newborn baby is more valuable than the pig due to its future states of a higher level of rationale.
Where are you losing the valuable? Why is it no longer valuable at 16, 14, 8 weeks? If it's going to develop and has the potential to develop, why is it not valuable to you two?
Oh, but yeah, because like future states are only going to be valuable.
Because it's an opinion. It makes no sense. There's no answer to it.
Yes, there is. Hey, platform, there actually is an answer if you let me finish. Future states are going to be valuable contingent upon prior states, right? So as soon as we have some baseline, right?
We have a baseline. It's a developing fetus. It's a human. It's DNA. It's a human DNA. I don't know what you don't understand. We have a baseline of what it is.
And why is human DNA valuable?
I just gave you a reason why we shouldn't unalive this being. You're trying to now flip it. You haven't given me a valid reason as to why it's not valuable.
Wait, I specifically told you it's because it's not going to have any trait in which we'd consider to be valuable. I'd particularly
what are traits that are valuable in your opinion?
Yeah, like meeting the conjunction of past and future sentience. However, the fetus would not meet this conjunct. Right, so now I'm just gonna simply ask you, why would you find human like?
Okay, wait. No. Now let me get back to. So let me ask you a few questions then.
Hey, platform, I've been asking you questions this whole time. You haven't been able to answer one. I'm gonna go ahead and let you. Platform, I'm gonna go ahead and let you like ask as many questions as you want. Like, let's go ahead and get like one, maybe two more out of the way, and I'm gonna answer them and I'm gonna engage with them. But then, like after like one or two more questions from you to me, I do want you to go ahead and answer mine. But go ahead, man.
Sure, yeah. So if somebody's dying, right? And you believe, obviously, that we can take them off the life support, right?
Yeah, if someone's like brain dead, yeah.
Both of you two?
Of course, if someone's like brain dead, of course we can.
Okay, so what is brain dead to you? What do you think brain dead is?
Cessation of all brain activity.
It's the what?
The irreversible cessation.
Irreversible.
Like
so
brain
where?
activity.
What does it mean irreversible? So when someone's
they're never gonna
They
come
do
back.
not come back.
Yeah, they're never gonna have brain activity
how do we
again.
see studies in many different cases where
they don't
people
have
are coming back?
potentiality.
They weren't.
They're being
Then it means.
diagnosed.
Then it means that they weren't actually brain dead. That's what that means.
Okay, exactly. So my point is so who gives the right to somebody in a medical field to unalive a being that still has potential sentience and still has a potential for life, and they can still regain all of this activity back if they were just misdiagnosed? Why is this? Would you see this as a problem?
Well, actually, yes, I actually would platform. This is something that I agree with you on. When we'd say that like it's morally permissible to end the life of a brain dead patient,
It's
like
not.
I mean this. This is true due to the fact that they wouldn't have like future consciousness.
No. but you
However,
just
when
told
we
me past
hey
and
platform,
present-
you gotta let me
Your
finish.
Hold on, Dean. Let me just say something. Your argument,
Holy shit.
past, present, and future consciousness, or whatever. That was your
it's going to be a
standard for
conjunct of
value.
past and future, and they would not meet this conjunct due to the fact that they did not possess future.
Yes, they do have future because they can come back. It could be a
Wait.
misdiagnosis. So
Wait, it's
therefore
implied in the
still
definition
valuable
of
to
brain
you.
death.
So why
Wait.
are we?
Platform,
No.
we're making an equivocation here. we're making a huge equivocation here. So it's implied by the definition of brain death that this is going to be irreversible.
Yes.
Like for instance, right? If it's not irreversible, then they're not brain dead, right? If like a doctor walks up to me and they say that I have green eyes, but in all actuality, I have blue eyes, well, then the doctor was wrong. And meanwhile, if a doctor says someone is brain dead and then they come back, well, the doctor was wrong about them being
Dean, I know this. That's
right?
not what I'm.
So when we're talking about like brain dead patients, right? In theory, right? Of course, it's going to be permissible to end their life.
No.
Yeah.
So you're saying the difference between you, a doctor coming up to you and telling you have green eyes instead of blue eyes, is the fact that your life isn't over. You're no longer not here because he made this decision or opinion on your eyes. He's making a completely different opinion on the life or death of a patient.
Yes, we want to talk about the pragmatic issues.
So this is you can't even compare the two.
Of course, we'd be able to compare them because it would be able to show what a misdiagnosis. Well, of course, we could compare these things because we're showing.
No, you couldn't compare. It's like you with the last guy.
Hey, platform. I'm gonna need to mute you if you can't let me finish, man.
I know that's what you guys like to do. It's just you guys just get.
You won't let us answer any questions. You asked me a question
you haven't answered one question
because you won't let me.
Like platform, I'm trying to be in good faith. I didn't just hop right to the mute button. I'm just simply telling you, right?
No,
if
you hopped to the mute button the first minute.
There you go. So it's like, man, like I am gonna have to mute you when you interrupt me. Like I don't have an issue like having a conversation with you, and like in fact that's the reason that me and Tashika are here. But as soon as like you have an inability to actually engage in conversation with us, we have two options: kick you and move on to the next guest, or force you to engage in a conversation with us by muting you when we're speaking. We're gonna shoot for the latter. We're gonna hope that we can have a conversation with you by forcing you to listen to us by muting you, and of course we'll give you the same respect when you're talking. So like a misdiagnosis in the context of a brain dead patient is real and this is harmful. Like I read a case recently of someone getting like misdiagnosed as brain dead, and then like a father pulled out a pew. Dude,
you know that story?
Yeah, and held up the hospital and told him not to unplug his son, and he ended up going to jail for a year, but his son came back.
Yeah.
Misdiagnoses are terrible, but we don't disagree on that. Right, but what we're specifically demonstrating, like,
but I'm demonstrating that there's no longer value. You guys are saying value is the reason for giving.
If what I'm saying is correct, I don't know why you're bringing this point up, right? Because Dean and I would already agree that it is wrong to unalive someone or disconnect them from life support if they are indeed not actually brain dead. Obviously, right?
Wait, yeah.
But when we are talking about brain death, we're obviously like presupposing that like this is true brain death, and there is in fact like confirmed an irreversible cessation of brain activity. That is what we're talking about. We already agree with you on the other point. This is irrelevant here.
Yeah,
okay, so let
me
respond to that, Dean. So then you're explaining my point further. What is the reason for value? What is the reason that you think it's wrong?
Yeah, meeting the conjunct or not meeting the conjunct.
Oh, I want her to answer. I want Baby Bop to answer that.
What?
Yeah, why is it wrong for this doctor to misdiagnose this patient? Because you give value to this being still.
And then we're going to ask you
the
same question back after Tashika answers it. So why do you no longer have value
to a being that is simply developing? All of a sudden you cut off value because of whatever reasons, your unpopular opinion.
No, we gave you the conjunct.
I think Dean would be better to answer this question.
Yeah, you can't answer anything.
No, I just think he words it better than I can.
And yeah, with all due respect,
he just has a bunch of different words that try.
Platform, with all due respect, I'd hate for you to make a personal attack on Tashika's character when I've been asking you what makes human beings valuable. When I've been asking you what makes human beings valuable since the moment you came up onto this live, and you have been unable to answer. Right, so any shot that you dish out will only like come back and hit you in the ass, right? So yeah, like moral value is going to be instilled by the meeting of the conjunct, the past and future sentience. If you don't meet this conjunct, you're not valuable. This is why a brain dead patient in theory wouldn't be valuable, and this is why a fetus prior to like a certain point wouldn't be valuable either. But I just simply like reiterate this question back to you because I am genuinely interested, and I hope that you'd.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you a.
Right, I just so yeah, like what do you think gives human beings value? Platform. I've been asking you this question since you got up here. I want you to answer.
Real quick, Keiko, I love you so much. Can you keep Platform muted when we don't ask him fucking questions and when we're making statements, please? Thank you.
So
just when we're talking.
I'm going to answer your question, and I'm not going to run a monologue like you just did. But I would say
I spoke for 35 seconds. How's that a monologue?
Him answering the question is a monologue.
The reason why humans have value and I give them value is because they are a member of a rational kind. It's as simple as that.
Okay, yeah. And why is being a member of a rational kind valuable?
Because this is what we've established as a society. We are the top
I thought that you were a Christian. Why would like society's establishment matter in moral
Wait,
valuations?
why do you keep bringing up religion?
Yeah,
why do you
because
come
this would be
why are you
contradictory.
talking about religion? You're not even you're asking me questions.
Yeah, the reason that I bring this up is because this would be contradictory
Trying
to
to
the
tell-
point that you're making. You're saying that like these moral values are established by societal agreement, right? So in like the absence of this societal agreement, you'd say that like being a member of a rational kind is not valuable, but this would just contradict the notion of like objective morality as like instilled by like the creator in which you believe in. Right, so these beliefs just simply would not work in congruence with one another. So how do you explain holding to this belief given Christianity being true under your worldview?
What are you asking me?
Yeah, how would you hold to this idea that like this morality would come from the establishment in a society with Christianity being true? I don't think that we could reconcile those two beliefs.
Well, I don't really care what you believe. There's something that I believe, but we can establish that.
I'm asking you to explain to me why you believe in them.
Organic unity versus non-organic unity, or organic unity and organic unity being lost.
Wait, I asked you a
That would
question, man.
establish life
How
for
can
you two.
Christianity be true and moral truths are established by like society? How could these two
Because-
things be true at once?
Because the God that we worship, Jesus, Elohim, he's an all good being. So that's how.
Wait, how'd this be entailed? Even if your God is all good, right? It's also defined by Christianity that what's right and wrong would extend from the nature of the God. But
Yeah,
now you're
exactly.
saying that
So
certain
now we
rights
have-
and certain
yeah, he
wrongs.
created-
But platform. Now you're saying that certain rights and wrongs would extend from society, right?
No.
These two beliefs
We
don't work
morally,
together.
we objectively, this is my point. Yes, I 100% agree in objective morality, and you're not going to try to like convince me otherwise. Because
Okay,
I
so
know
then the
you're little-
establishment
you're
that you care
little-
about a rational
you're-
kind. So then the establishment that you care about a rational kind, right? Because of this societal establishment was fucking bullshit. Because you believe in objective morality. That was literally incoherent gibberish. Then on that notion of objective morality, I think Christianity is a bad standard because I think that slavery has always
Care what
been
you-
wrong, and like Christianity would disagree. But I care about what you think because it's an internal critique, right? So do you, platform, think that slavery has always been wrong?
We do not care what you think about our.
I know. I'm
You
going to
don't
internally
care
critique you
what
here, given
Baby
your own
Bop thinks
preferences.
about Christianity. You guys can
Right.
sit here and
Right,
talk
platform.
all you want
Platform,
about
this
it.
is an internal
we know
critique.
Who we worship.
Platform, this is an internal critique. Do
Good
you
question.
think that slavery has always been wrong?
We know who we worship, and we know who
Nice. Do you think slavery's always
we know
been
who
wrong?
we fast for, and we know who we give alms for.
Beautiful.
we
Do you
don't
think
need-
slavery's always been wrong?
Slavery has always been. You're asking me that?
Yeah.
This is like your brain is so small. You're not even going to be able to understand the difference between metaphysical and physical situations.
I
there's
think
no
I
point in
think I
me
might be
answering this
able to.
question.
I think I'll be able to understand. Go ahead.
Yes. So in my eyes, is slavery wrong? Yes. Physically, when I was living here, slavery was wrong. In the Old Testament, when God was condoning slavery and allowing slavery, God is an all good being that we only worship. We know he is a all good. He can only do good. He can only be good. So therefore, no, slavery was not wrong when he was doing it. Or
Okay.
allowing
Would you say
it.
that God's perfect?
Yes.
So he's a perfect moral lawgiver?
First off, I want to ask you if you want to get into
Wait,
this
I
God
asked you if you think he's a perfect
No,
moral lawgiver.
I've answered many of your questions. You're going to answer.
Okay, well,
mine.
it's a dialogue.
Have we ever
tree, then.
seen life create non-life?
Platform, with all due respect, we're not going to pivot. I'm asking you a dialogue tree. So do you think that God is a perfect moral lawgiver?
Yes, God is perfect.
So all of his moral law is perfect as well. Slavery is a part of his moral law. So would you say that slavery was perfect?
He came to change the law. The New Testament talks. He came to change it. You guys
Yeah,
can't
like
sit on the
during
Old
that time.
Testament.
Hey,
you're not,
platform,
you're not
during that
debating
time.
a King James Christian.
I said that slavery was perfect, right? So like in accordance with like that society, right? Slavery was perfect. So like owning people's property for life, i.e. Leviticus 25:46,
Whatever
and then
God-
beating them in Exodus 20:21 was perfect.
God
so
is a
owning
per-
people, owning
Yes,
people's
God is
property
a
for
per-
life and beating them is perfect.
God is a perfect being. That's all I'm going to say.
That's not the question that I asked you.
I don't care what question you asked me.
We went through the dialogue tree. God's perfect. He's a perfect moral lawgiver. Therefore, all of his moral law is perfect as well. His moral law was that you could own people's property for life and beating them. So platform, is owning people's property for life and beating them in the context of that society perfect? Yes or no?
God is perfect.
That's not the question
is all
that I asked
good.
you.
God is all good. God is
Platform,
all
why don't
good.
you want to answer my question?
God is all good.
Platform. Did I really trap you this fucking easy, bro? What happened to you? So once again, one more time, God's perfect. God's a perfect moral lawgiver. God's moral law is perfect. God's moral law is that you can own people as property for life and beat them, right? So would you say that owning people as property for life and beating them is perfect in the context of that society?
In the context of that society at that time, it was okay. Now let me give you.
I didn't ask you if it was okay. I asked you if it was perfect. This would be an extension of his nature.
Yes,
it's
everything
perfect
that
as well.
God did was perfect. Yes.
God, and can Satan ever do anything good? Does Satan do good?
So let me say something to you.
Go for it.
These are the laws of God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Remember thy Sabbath day and keep it holy. Honor thy father and mother. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. And thou shalt not covet. That is the laws of God.
In the next book of Exodus, because that's Exodus 20.
Cool. Well, I'm giving you.
In Exodus 21,
the Ten Commandments is what we follow.
In Exodus 21, it tells us that you could beat your slaves. So, anyways, right? I have a question. Can Satan?
Commandments is what we follow.
All right, I'm done. I'm locked back in. Sorry.
Have your opinion, and we really, as Christians, we just do not care about your guys' atheist opinion.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's never any atheists on their deathbed. Just don't don't forget
these
it.
Are internal
There's never any
platform.
atheists on their deathbed.
W. So these are internal critiques. So
I know I'm a W.
Can Satan ever do good?
Satan is evil.
Always evil. So is good defined as the preference of God?
Yes.
Okay, so like Satan's never going to act in accordance or hold the negation of the preference of God.
Obviously,
if the preference was if the preference of God was that slavery was okay, would Satan think that slavery was bad?
Probably.
Okay, so I agree with Satan.
W Satan.
Yeah, we rebuke Satan in the name of Jesus. Petris, Felix.
We rebuke
yeah.
being anti-having people as property.
We rebuke Satan in the name of Jesus.
I rebuke slavery.
We rebuke Lucifer in the name of Jesus.
W66 is emotes in the chat right now.
I know that doesn't sit well with you,
Spam W.
I know that doesn't sit well with you.
I'm black as shit. It really does not sit right with me that you're pro-slavery. It definitely does not sit right with me.
A platform.
Me out of all people.
Satan in the name of Jesus.
A platform. Does God allow child grape?
No, God is all good.
Okay, so God doesn't allow child
God
grape.
is all good. You guys try to, atheists.
I didn't ask you if God was all good. I asked you if God allowed child grape.
Wait, let me ask you. Did you guys read the whole Bible, or did you just pull up like little parts of the Bible?
I've read majority of it. Have you read the whole thing?
Have you read the entire Bible? I asked you.
No, but sections. Have you read the whole thing?
Okay. Yes, I've read the whole entire thing.
Okay. Yeah. What is? I have a question. What does Exodus 20:21 talk about?
I don't know. I honestly, when it comes to Exodus, there's many different things within the Bible, Dean. Okay, what does Matthew 16:18 say?
What is that? Marriage laws?
I'm asking you specifically. What does Matthew 16:18 say? What does Matthew 20:26 say? It's the stupidest question you could ask. You could ask somebody, Dean. So. Please don't go.
I just said it talks about marriage laws.
To say you guys is.
I just said it talks about marriage.
Like that's like I don't get it.
Question.
He has a script in his head, and regardless of the response that you give, it's not going to be.
Yeah. Wait, I answered his question. It talks about marriage laws.
No, what about marriage laws? No, I asked you specifically what it said. Dean, you look stupid as hell.
Dude, come on, bro.
Dean.
How do I look stupid as hell? You're a Christian. I ask you what Exodus 20 talks about. You say, I don't know. I'm not a Christian. You ask me what Matthew 16 and Matthew 20 talks about, and I say marriage laws.
16, 18
and I look stupid. Beautiful.
Dean,
now go ahead and answer my question. Does God allow child grape?
I'll record these too. Dean, I asked you what Matthew 16:18 said.
Dude,
exactly
I know
what it said.
It does talk about marriage.
Okay, thank you. You're dumb as bro. You're so stupid, Dean. I swear. Sometimes
censor yourself.
Wait, if you're saying that I'm stupid for knowing what it generally talks about, but not the specifics, would you say that
you
you're
guys
more...
rambled. You rambled.
Wait, platform. So you're saying that I'm stupid because I know what Matthew 16 generally talks about, but not the specifics.
Jesse, thank you for the $6.66 over Venmo. W Jesse.
7 cents.
So I'm stupid for knowing what it generally talks about, not the specifics. Would you say that you're more stupid because you didn't know the specifics of Exodus 20 and you didn't know what Exodus 20 generally talks about?
Yeah, I would say so, Dean. Dean, please. So let's get back. Do you guys concede on the point of abortion? Because you completely ran into this religion debate because you obviously had no backbone when it came to abortion. You just
We answered every
No, you didn't
single
answer any
question.
questions. I'm gonna clip both of you.
Jesse, thank you for the $6.66 over Venmo. What the fuck? do you have to clip?
W666.
777.
Platform. With all due respect,
You have the clips
I'm
of you
so
asking
sorry,
us
man.
questions and then immediately like not letting us answer, right? You asked me a question at the start. Second question you asked me, I said, Dean
Baby
is
Bob,
better
there
at
was
answering this
there was
question.
3 times you deflected and sent your answer. to
Deflected
Dean.
where? I didn't even speak for most.
Exactly. You
First of all, I
deflected
was
to even
talking to
answer
my.
the question.
I was
It was
talking
dumb.
to my
Goodbye.
distributors.
You guys are dumb.
I was talking to my distributors and buying wigs.
You guys
Okay. Sorry, I was a little checked
It's
out of the
funny, 'cause
conversation.
when somebody comes
Good
up and
thing
actually
Dean
debates you-
had me and dog walked your shit. All right.
Nah,
In the
Dean didn't
meantime,
dog walk
Evan,
anybody.
thank you for the $6.66. I appreciate you.
Dog walked anybody.
Evan, thank you for the $6.66.
You guys
Anyway,
haven't-
Zanny or
Baby Bob,
Laura, thank you for the $6.66.
You come up here and you
Dean
debate
literally
these guests
gave you
and
the
I
same
hop in
fucking answer
sometimes
that I
and
would have
watch
given you.
No,
Yeah, I also got him to concede on this idea that slavery's perfect and Satan would think that slavery's wrong. That's the only clip I need, brother.
log and think you get somebody. It doesn't work. That's not how it works.
I have another question. Is incest bad?
So I want to go back to my point of abortion. So I was asking you guys.
Okay, so ignore me.
Oh, platform.
Yeah. So
All right,
so,
thank you for the hand hearts.
Yeah,
Why did you
thank you.
ignore my? Why did you ignore me?
So ask her.
Platform. Real
What's
quick.
up? Yeah.
You gotta watch yourself. You got a violation.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, is incest
So
bad? Platform.
get back to abortion. No, this is what Dean does. He tries to talk about these crazy, like, wild subjects and then get me banned.
This
And
is your
Bro,
worldview.
Yeah, I'm talking about like the
when
reason
you guys,
why
when
you
TikTok's
think
gone in like 3
abortion's wrong.
months, you guys are gonna not have jobs. So
Wait,
you
I'm specifically
better get to
so-
YouTube. Better get to YouTube.
Platform. With all due respect, this isn't a pivot because, like, essentially, abortion bad because God, right? So, anyways, I'm just simply like showing absurdities.
That's not
and
even what I
contradictions in the
said.
nature
I
of
didn't
God.
say abortion bad because of God. I gave you multiple reasons.
Okay,
you guys
if God
kill
didn't
pigs.
if God didn't exist, would abortion be wrong?
Yes, I think unaliving are
Okay, so you think that like subjectivism?
of a rational.
Lindsay, I
kind
appreciate
is
you for
wrong.
the
I think that
$6.66 over Venmo.
If
Yeah,
you
why?
guys think it's wrong to, if you're a vegan and you think it's
Wait,
wrong
why do you
to
think
kill
that?
animals and you're giving more rights to an animal than you would to a fetus, I think that's
Carl,
pretty
I appreciate
pathetic.
you.
It's just pretty pathetic.
So yeah, first of
Like
all,
I said, we rebuke all demons in the name of Jesus. So that's all
So-
I have to say on that point. Because
Yeah,
we
so
are in a spiritual
platform-
war, and so good luck. That's all I'm saying. I'm
awesome.
out. You guys are crazy.
Oh wait, no, platform, don't leave. Right. So in the context of valuing like animals but not valuing fetuses, this is because the animals wouldn't meet the conjunct of like what would be considered valuable past and future sentience. Right. We can also say like you valuing what is of a rational kind would lead to an absurdity given the fact that it'd be based upon these societal norms in the absence of God. We could also say that we could value humanity's like a human infant more than a cow due to its like future of like higher states of rationale being contingent upon its past. Platform, I've absolutely never seen you run like that. That was pathetic. That was sad. 3 months ago, you would have never have done that. You're washed, buddy. You need to get back to the book, relearn the arguments, then come back up when you're ready. Let's get some W Dean, some W Tashika.
W Dean! I didn't even do anything. W Dean! Hi, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-life.
Alright, so why is that?
Why is that? I believe that it's the moral thing to do.
Can you move somewhere quieter, please?
I believe it's the moral thing to do.
What is the moral thing to do?
Well, I believe in objective morality. So, like, you know,
What
it's wrong
is
to
the
kill.
moral thing to do? Not getting an abortion?
Yeah, not killing our offspring.
Okay. Why?
But, you know, like the guest before me stated, it's funny how you guys will protect animal rights, right? But not human rights.
But we've specifically
just
offered
said
like
we
an
don't.
explanation of this. Wait, no, yeah, we
What are you going to do? What are you going to do when TikTok
Hey, the
gets
great
banned?
observation. The great observation. We specifically offered like an explanation for this. So the reason that we would consider like a pig to be valuable, meanwhile a fetus to not be valuable, is because the pig would exert like sentience, meanwhile the fetus would not. And if we're going to hold value
Yeah,
to this
it
concept
is,
of consciousness, so why would this be an
It is.
absurdity?
That's where you're wrong.
Like, what trait does a fetus have that a pig doesn't have that causes the fetus to be valuable and causes the pig to not be valuable?
How do you? Why is a fetus not valuable?
Why aren't you answering my question?
No, you said it's not valuable, so I'm asking you, why do you think it's not valuable?
Because it wouldn't meet my conject of what would determine value of past and future sentience. Now, please answer my question.
So you're subjective, right? So
I'm actually not. I believe in moral realism. Now, please answer my question, right? What trait does a fetus have that a cow or a pig does not have that causes the fetus to be valuable, meanwhile causes the cow or the pig to not be valuable?
you're assuming things. That's your issues. You're saying that a fetus isn't valuable, and you're making an assumption that it's not, based on your own subjective beliefs.
In the context of the question that I'm asking you, I'm actually making the assumption that it is valuable. This is an internal critique.
Yeah, I don't see how that is.
Yeah, because you don't hold value to pigs, meanwhile you do to fetuses, so I'm asking you what the relevant distinction is.
Between the fetus and what?
A pig. What trait does a fetus have that the cow doesn't have?
It's our offspring.
Okay, it's our offspring, so if it, like a mother, right, needs an IVF to get pregnant, and she's impregnated with a wrong IVF that isn't her biological offspring, would abortion be justified in that context?
I'm sorry, say that again. I had a notification.
Yeah, if a mother needs artificial insemination to get pregnant, but the doctors put the wrong IVF baby in her, it's someone else's kid, it's not her biological offspring, would abortion be justified since it's not her offspring?
Hey, Dean, why do you come up with all these
Sandra,
crazy
thank you so much for the $5 over Cash App. I appreciate you. Was that
I'm just wondering,
really
why do you
crazy?
come up with all these crazy scenarios that are statistically
smarter than you?
like not possible, like it barely
Yeah,
happens? Why do you do that?
It's called a hypothetical, dude. Like this is not.
Yeah, why do you come up with hypothetical bullshit? That's what I'm asking.
Because it tests your logic by forcing you to think abstractly to test your principle.
It doesn't test my logic.
It sees if your principle will follow even in the most absurd of cases, and if it cannot, then it means you have a faulty principle.
And you're right. See, you used the word absurd. It is completely absurd that you're asking me hypothetical questions.
How do we test logic?
Yeah, it's a stupid point because it doesn't get anywhere.
How do you test your logic, my love?
Yeah,
I made the statement. I made the statement that killing your offspring, okay, is an issue. It's something that is morally wrong.
So then we show a case where they're not killing their offspring, and you still think it's wrong. So therefore, this condition of it being wrong.
When did I say it's not?
Offspring.
When did I say it wasn't wrong, Dean?
No, I specifically.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, like if like a mother was inseminated with an IVF baby that wasn't her biological offspring, you'd still say that abortion would be wrong.
Yeah, a crazy hypothetical that doesn't happen.
I don't see how that would. First of all, this isn't even hypothetical.
It doesn't occur.
This is definitely something that is like
0.001% of cases that would never occur.
This is definitely something that
would never occur.
Helene, I appreciate you. Wait, actually,
logically possible.
Yeah, like I don't mind like saying that it's never occurred and never will. I mean, of course it has.
Yeah, and you're calling up this crazy hypothetical.
Great observation, but like the point here, right, is that we're going to be testing your logic with what is logically possible. When you like add on this pre-qualifier of it occurring in reality, well, you're going from a hypothetical to an example. An example is something that can occur in reality and does occur in reality. Meanwhile, a hypothetical is just simply something that can occur in reality. When we're testing your logic, we're basically reducing your view down to a logical contradiction. P equals not P, right? And what is required for reducing your view to a logical contradiction? Obedience with the laws of logic, not the laws of physics, not the laws of plausibility, right? What we just simply see is that I can show, right, a contradiction in your stance with a hypothetical in which is just simply logically possible. Why would you disagree with this?
Yeah, I disagree with everything you're saying because you're reducing something.
I don't think even you know. I don't think even you know why you disagree. I'm not gonna lie.
Why? Because it's morally wrong to kill. That's why. And to murder a baby or a fetus, as you would call it, that didn't ask to be brought into this world.
Can I
has. And then you laugh.
Would you be down for a 2v2, Tashika?
You are some sort of evil person, man. I feel bad for you, dude. I really do. Like, honestly, bottom of my heart, I feel bad for you, Dean. You're sick.
Let's go.
Dang.
You need a doctor,
the first point, at least I wanted to correct something. The first point of confusion is that's not what a logical contradiction is. A logical contradiction is affirming P and not P. It's not P equals not P. The second thing is the type of possibilities that we're interested in when we're theorizing are metaphysical possibilities, not necessarily logical possibilities. Okay. Go on.
So you'd agree with like yeah. So would you agree with like Plato? Like a hypothetical, right, would require a requisite in physical modality.
Metaphysical modality.
Metaphysical modality, and that is just what could occur in a given possible world. I wouldn't make a distinction between this and logical possibility.
You wouldn't?
No.
So everything that is logically possible is metaphysically possible under your view?
I mean, unless you're wanting to like hash metaphysical possibility out, is also accounting for the laws of causation.
So, what is the contradiction between something being red all over and blue all over?
Yeah, these two things could be true at once due to like the nature of what like all over would be indexed as. Like 100%.
But what's the logical contradiction?
What's like the contradiction? Because it's kind of like a squared circle. Something can't be a square and a circle at the same time due to
Yeah,
the
the
properties
reason
of these
people
things
say
negating
something
one another.
can't be a... Sorry. The reason people say that something can't be a square circle is because it violates metaphysical laws, not because it's a logical contradiction.
Wait, yeah, no, I'd say this would be a logical contradiction. I mean, how do you cash out metaphysical possibility and like logical possibility?
Well, logical possibility is a little bit harder, so I'll start with metaphysical possibilities. Metaphysical possibilities are possibilities in the broadest sense. And it's good to just give examples of these. So a paradigm example is, well, the statement that unicorns could exist or something. Well, it's not true that physically, unicorns in this universe exist, but, the laws of nature could have been a little bit different and it could permit for there to be unicorns. Our pigs could fly. The laws of nature could have been a little bit different, so pigs could fly. So basically it's, shifting reality in different ways.
I don't, yeah. Now what's metaphysical possibility?
Oh, that was metaphysical possibility.
Shifting the laws of nature in a different way. Yeah, what would be the distinction between this and logical possibility? We could just say that the laws of nature could have been different given logical possibility.
Well, logical possibility doesn't deal with metaphysics. Logical possibility deals with logic and the laws of logic. And to me, those are two separate things, two very different things. Now,
well, I don't understand how metaphysical possibility would deal with the laws of nature meaningfully, right? I mean, it's just simply denoting that they could have been different, but we could say the same in context of logical possibility and cash it out the same way.
Well, you could do that, right? But I gave you examples in which you probably wouldn't want to do that. Like the example of there being something red all over and blue all over.
I don't think that the laws of nature could have been different. I don't think the laws of the nature. I don't think that these laws of nature could have been different. And we could just simply say we could index a statement. The laws of nature couldn't have been different. Well, like why couldn't they have been different? Why? Because it would result in a contradiction. So it would just reduce back down to the law.
Well, no. The contradiction isn't with the laws of logic. The contradiction is with the metaphysical laws you're positing. But of course, if the contradiction is with the metaphysical laws you're positing, you're going to get a logical contradiction. But that seems to be talking about something very different than you're trying to express.
No, that's exactly what I'm expressing. It just reduces down to a logical contradiction. I think when something's metaphysically impossible, that could just be reduced down to a logical impossibility. Like it's not metaphysically possible due to a logical impossibility.
Wait, it's not metaphysically... Okay, I don't think anyone's disputing the claim that things that are logically impossible are also metaphysically impossible.
Right, and this is the reduction.
But the question is...
But then we could point things out, right? Could you name something that is metaphysically impossible that's logically possible?
Oh, something's red all over and blue all over. It doesn't result in any contradiction, per se, but it's still impossible.
I would say that this could be indexed to a contradiction.
How?
Yeah, because we're affirming that it is blue all over, right? Which would imply the affirmation of it's not anything else all over, right? Due to the nature of what it means to be all over. right?
Oh.
Like the logical consequence, or sorry, the contradiction would just be a logical consequence.
How, by logical consequence, are you meaning that in the way that most people are meaning logical consequence?
I mean, not necessarily.
Okay, then what do you mean?
I mean, this would just be like a consequence in which would be naturally derived.
He doesn't know what he means.
Like
He
this would
doesn't
just
know
be.
what he means.
Yes, I do. This would be like a naturally derived consequence.
I don't know what that means. The way I understand consequences is modeled theoretically, but I mean,
wait, like just think of like,
what do you
know
mean by
like
natural consequence?
do you know like Taut Khanas? Like, are you familiar with propositional logic? So like Taut Khan is just going to be like a simple.
Yes.
Yeah, like just think of it like propositional logic, right? It's just simply going to be implied. I mean, we could also go to like Elam or like Red.
But what do you mean by implied?
It could not have been any other way.
Zero thought or logic doesn't deal with that. That's modal logic.
I mean, yeah, we are going to be talking about modal logic in the same way that we're going to be talking about modal possibilities.
Well, then we're no longer dealing with zero thought or logic like you're talking about. You're dealing with a whole different logic.
Oh, so now I'm indexing this to a different form of logic?
Yes, when you're talking about what's implied in, propositional logic, there's material implication, but I don't know if that's what you mean.
I mean, I think I've expressed myself quite clear. I've showed how this would reduce. It could not have been any other way, and this would imply the contradiction.
Yeah, the reason it couldn't have been any other way is because it violates metaphysical laws.
I don't know. I guess I disagree.
But why do you disagree? You have to give reasons. You can't just say, "Oh, look, you disagree."
Yeah, because of
reasons for it.
Not because of metaphysical laws, but rather because of what we mean when we say 100%. Right? If something is 100%, this would mean like all. And I feel like saying that something can be all like A while being all B, unless A and B would have the same properties and A like equaled B, I would see this as like a logical.
But okay, then put it in the form of in a way in which it would entail a contradiction.
Yeah, the contradiction would be entailed.
Man, I love seeing you get. I love seeing you get punked. I'm glad I recorded this. All right, have a good night, everyone.
My mic unplugged.
Okay.
So x equals A, x equals B, like transversive law of logic, right? We'd say that if x equals A and x equals B, then A equals B. But A equals B would like be the affirmation of a contradiction due to the fact that A and B would have.
Wait, and what are the things representing or denoting in this situation? What is x? What is A?
Yeah, so x is going to be a square, A is going to be red, B is going to be blue. If x equals A and x equals B,
we're not saying x equals red. Red is a predicate. You're not dealing with equality.
These are going to be like properties. I mean, we could like articulate this out with like further.
Yes, and properties aren't the type of thing you represent equality between.
I know,
properties
but
are something that apply to objects.
I know, but we're making like we're not going to be following strict prop rules. I'm just simplifying it. Like, I mean, you could understand what would be inferenced. Wait, you could understand what would be inferenced. Yeah, because like we could say that A is not red, but rather A is going to be indexed as the idea that X is red.
Yeah, X is red. You can say that. You can predicate.
Yeah, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. I'm just like using simpler terminology.
Okay.
Like, this would be a predication.
You can apply the predicate red to X. You can apply the predicate blue to X. You're not going to derive a contradiction from that.
Yeah, the contradiction would be arise, right? So just we're using predicates, but we're going to be using like these equalities as well. So just follow, right? Understand what I mean with the specific interpretation of this context. If X equals A and X equals B, right, and like these would be predicates that would imply 100%. Well, then this would just reduce down to A equals B, right? Both of these predicates equaling 100% at the same time, right?
No.
And this would be yes. This is the reduction. Why don't you?
You're not representing it in logic correctly. That's not how.
Wait, we gave you the inferences. We gave you the inferences of how the predicates are being represented.
In what
like,
system?
Yeah, this is not correct. Like this is not correct propositional logic. We're making an inference that's easy to track.
But look. I mean, look. If you're just saying X equals A, then we're just going to disagree because predicates aren't the type of thing that you're representing equality between.
Once again, this is not representing equality. We're just using
then
certain words.
transitivity is not going to apply like this. I mean, transitivity is speaking about, in this context, you're using equals and you're using transitive relationships between the equality sign. So if you mean something radically different from the equality sign, it's hard to see how I would ever derive a contradiction.
So yeah, and the notion of saying like one thing is 100% red and the same thing is 100% blue, the contradiction would be holding to both of these things being 100%. Like these two statements can't both be true at the same time. Yeah,
but
because
that doesn't help me.
So these statements can't both be true at the same time, and if you're implying that they'd both be true at the same time, a contradiction would arise in the fact.
You're begging the question. You're saying that these statements can't be true at the same time, but you're not telling me how. You're not putting in the form P and not.
Yeah, out of nature of what like 100% means.
And how do I put in the form of P and not P and not?
Yeah, the proposition that like both of these things are true and both of these things are not true, right?
The proposition that both of these things are true and both of these things are not true. And how is that? And how are we affirming both of those?
Like we're gonna be like it's gonna be like the conjunct equals the disjunct, and that's the contradiction.
The conjunct
and the disjunct would be implied, right? Given what is possible.
The conjunct equals the disjunct, and that would be the contradiction. That's not a contradiction.
Yes, it is.
No, it's.
Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, you.
Totally. Yes.
Wait. The conjunct of two propositions can be true, and the disjunct of two propositions can be true.
Not at the same time, and that's the contradiction. A and B. Wait, one second.
You can literally derive. Okay, you can take premise P and Q. Using conjunction elimination, you get Q. Then using disjunction introduction, you get P or Q. So you can derive from P and Q, P or Q. So obviously they can be true at the same time because one is derivable from the other one.
But in the context of saying, like the conjunct could not be true, right? This is what we're implying, that this particular conjunct of these two things cannot be true.
The particular conjunct of the thing cannot be true, then what follows from that?
Well, yeah, the conjunct can't be true, but if the conjunct would be equivalent to the disjunct in which can be true, we'd arrive at contradiction.
Wait, the conjunct was linked onto the disjunct with can be true?
Like this just reduces to false equals truth.
No,
because since the conjunct can't be true, but the disjunct could, right? And you'd be equivocating these two things. This is false equals truth.
Wait. Obviously, a conjunct can be false and a disjunct can be true. Just take the simple.
Yeah, but your implication is that the disjunct is that the conjunct and the disjunct could be true at the same time, logically speaking, which is what I'm arguing against. Now, if you're saying
then
obviously,
that's just false. Because look, just take the argument I gave you before. Assume P and Q. Use conjunction elimination, get Q. Use disjunction introduction, get a P or Q. You can derive one from the other. So obviously it's not a contradiction.
Wait, we'd be deriving the truth of a disjunct from the truth of a conjunct, but what's specifically being implied here is that these two things cannot be true simultaneously in the context of applying this like predicate of 100%. And if you would hold to the conjunct and the disjunct being true, well, the contradiction would just simply be, no, that's false. We'd have to say that the conjunct is false, meanwhile it's not true.
How would it be false when you can derive one from the other? One's actually
how would it be false that something can be 100% square and 100% circle at the same time?
Well,
do I need to tell you? Do I need to tell you how that's impossible?
Well, I know how it's impossible. It follows from the laws of metaphysics. You have to tell me how it's logically impossible.
So yeah, what like predicate would we be calling this false under?
What predicate would tell you the falsehood? What?
Yes.
Do you mean what metaphysical law? Predicates don't tell you falsehood. Metaphysical laws tell you that.
What predicate of like these metaphysical properties?
Predicate of metaphysical properties? Are you? Wait. So a predicate of a predicate? What are you asking for?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. What metaphysical law would this derive from?
Oh, what metaphysical law would derive from? Well, the metaphysical law that something cannot be red all over and blue all over.
And why can that not be true?
Why can that not be true?
Yeah, justify that.
Well, I take it that if something's not conceivable, that provides evidence for its metaphysical impossibility, and I'm going to posit this as a metaphysical law in my system.
Oh wait, aren't you Christian?
That would have literally no relevance in this discussion, but
Yeah, it does.
I'm agnostic on religion.
Oh wait, I'm gonna make you atheist right now. Can you conceive of God?
Conceive of God?
Yeah.
Sure.
Wait, this is heretical. So I mean, you're at least atheist on Christianity due to the fact that that'd be considered heretical. We wouldn't be able to conceive of a maximally great thing. Can you conceive of infinities, Jambar?
Conceive of infinities? I don't. Probably not.
Okay, so then are infinites metaphysically impossible?
No, that would not.
Wait, you
follow
just
from
said that.
anything I've said.
Wait, no. Yes, it would. Because you simply said that this metaphysical law of something being 100% red and 100% blue at the same time, right, would be true given this evidentiary standard that you wouldn't be able to conceive of said thing, right? So now we'd just be talking about infinites.
That's
infinites.
really silly.
You can't conceive of infinites.
Look, I said something about evidence. Them providing evidence for the metaphysical impossibility.
Right, so is it just as likely to...
Entails.
Right, so would you say it's just as likely that a square circle exists as an infinite God?
No.
Oh, wait, why not? What's the difference in the evidentiary standard for these claims?
The difference is my priors for one are higher than the other ones.
What do you mean?
And that perhaps the conceivability of a square circle for me, I can conceive of that. I really can't conceive of that.
I really can't conceive of infinities. Can you?
No, I can't.
So
really
yes,
conceive of
same evidentiary standard.
Well, your priors can be higher for one belief than another belief, and you
Yeah,
can
what priors do you have on infinites?
I don't know how this is relevant, but I guess.
Yeah, because you're implying that there'd be a different
50-50.
evidentiary standard giving like more priors. So what priors do you possess on infinites? Right? If there would not exist any priors, then we would hold the same
really
evidentiary
see how this is
standard.
relevant.
And you'd say that the Christian God is just as possible, right, as a squared circle.
I don't know how this is relevant at all to the discussion.
Right, because I mean, I know that you hold to Christianity, but I mean, your argument just justified this idea that it would be improbable, right? Or
Well, look,
impossible,
regardless if
possibly.
I hold to Christianity or not,
I mean,
that has nothing to do with
you,
the discussion.
So I understand you're saying it's not relevant, but this doesn't mean it's not true regardless of that. Are you now an atheist?
Wait, it could be true, it could not be true, but this has no relevance to discussion at all. Right,
Okay,
that's like-
well, we could go back to the main topic at hand if you admit that it's just as likely that a square circle is possible as the Christian God.
Nothing would entail that. Look,
Yeah, no, the evidentiary standard of conceivability in the context of a squared circle, right, and then the evidentiary standard of conceivability in the context of an infinity, of an
wait,
infinite.
look,
That's the entailment. Yes.
no, it's not. You can have different priors for different beliefs.
But then you said this. You could have different priors for different beliefs, but then
Right.
you couldn't name any priors you possessed for infinites. So
What?
therefore, you
Yeah,
have the
I guess
same
my
amount of
priors
priors
for
in these
infinites-
two beliefs.
My prior for infinites are probably 50-50.
What does that mean?
It means, look, 50% of the epistemic possibilities represented in my mind, there are actual infinites, and 50% there are not actual infinites.
Could you give me an example
Can I
of
example
like
of
one
what?
in which there exists actual infinites, infinites?
Well, an example of an actual infinite that might exist? Well, perhaps time is infinite.
Time is infinite. So yeah, so
Space
then
time is infinite.
okay, so there's never a point in which God existed alone in the context of Christianity. So once again, just denied Christianity.
What does Christianity have to do with what we're saying? What?
Because I know that you and Glock have a
I
lot
never
of convo about
mentioned
this.
Christianity once. I don't.
Wait, we've had prior conversation about this. I
don't think I've ever talked to you.
Yeah,
about Christianity.
I specifically remember talking to you and Glock, and you saying something against Christianity, and Glock was like, "No, don't say that. You're a Christian."
Well, I mean, look, I've never talked to you about Christianity. Maybe you heard that somewhere, but that has no relevance to discussion. That's like you going into a debate about government and politics and asking them, "Oh, look, do you believe in God?" in a topic that's completely unrelated. Now, I know if someone brought up your views that had to do with something completely unrelated, you wouldn't be too happy. And you're calling people out all the time for pivoting, and this is just you attacking a completely irrelevant view.
So no, what would be specifically like being attacked here, right? Is this idea that like using an evidentiary standard of inconceivability for metaphysical possibility would be an absurdity, given the fact that we would find things to be metaphysically possible that we can't conceive of, i.e., infinites, right? I mean, I think that's a great example. Like we can't conceive of an infinite. Right, so this would just be attacking the evidentiary standard for this like metaphysical law.
You realize there's many philosophers who use the inconceivability of infinites to claim that they're metaphysically impossible, right?
Right, but would you make this claim?
There's a whole literature on that.
Right, but would you make this claim?
I would say that infinites, given that they're unintuitive, are less likely to be possible, yes. Now, does that mean they're impossible? No, it's just some evidence for it.
Okay, so then we could say, given the fact that it's unintuitive and we can't conceive of a squared circle, right, according to your evidentiary standard, they're less likely to be possible, but it doesn't mean they're impossible.
It doesn't entail that they're impossible, but I think it's good evidence for it, so I'm going to hold that they're impossible, and I have high priors on it. So it's a good metaphysical law.
No, this is just gibberish. You're saying potentiality for impossibility. What?
Potentiality? No. It's epistemic probability.
Also, Tashika, let me know when you want to end this conversation, because I know that this is dropping your views like hella.
Oh, I don't care about the views. I just find this to be so fucking boring. I think it's the most boring shit ever, dude.
Right. I mean, essentially, like, we've reduced, like, your claim down to potentiality for impossibility. But, I mean, just the same thing.
How do you think you judge propositions to be true or false? Do you think you have no, priors for certain propositions and accepting your truth? Do you not think you could be wrong about things? I mean,
yeah, like
my specific
deals with these. My specific like point here is that like this evidentiary standard would denote that squared circles could be possible.
Well, they could be possible. But
okay, could be possible. Great. I have a question.
I could be wrong.
Squared circles could be possible, right? So would you say that like in like a logical modality, could contradictions be possible?
Look, no.
I asked the question. No. No, so it seems as if, right, if you're saying that a contradiction
that's not what I'm getting at here. Look,
well, yes, it is, because what we're specifically showing you is you said that this claim that they're impossible would lead from this metaphysical law, right? However, right, the claim that contradictions are impossible would lead from like this logical law, right? However, you are now saying that one could be possible and the other couldn't be possible, which is just an absurdity, right? So this is why I'd say it would reduce down to a logical contradiction, because your standard of evidence to assert this as a metaphysical law is just gibberish.
Okay, wait. That's
also for everyone saying Jam L and Jam W and Dean L in the comment section. None of you guys know a single fucking thing about what we're talking about, apart from maybe Glock and the people laughing at me in my Discord. I'm just gonna be so straight up.
That's not the idea I'm kind of getting at, right? Of course, I'm going to say, under my view, that it's not possible for something to be a square circle. Now, there's a chance that I'm wrong about this. But that chance isn't going to reflect what I'm considering metaphysical possibilities or logical impossibilities. It's just that I'm a human being. I'm a finite being. I could be wrong about my beliefs that I hold. But given in my epistemic framework, it's not possible.
And yeah, how is this possibility being entailed? Like, what modal scope? Because you just said it is possible, metaphysically speaking.
Okay. What modal scope I don't think is understanding the response that I'm giving. The response that I'm giving is, yes, I hold beliefs that are part of my framework, and that's how I'm going to judge whether things are possible or not. But
Your
it's possible that I'm wrong.
Judges possibility? So it's possible that something's not impossible. That's just gibberish to me, man.
Look, it's possible that I'm wrong in the certain beliefs that I hold, but when you're asking me questions about what's possible, I'm going to answer through my epistemic framework.
You're gonna answer. Yeah, yes. But it just seems like it entailed an absurdity, because I don't think that squared circles are possible.
What's the absurdity?
Squared circles are possible. That's the absurdity.
They're not under my epistemic conceptual scheme.
You said that they could be possible.
Wait,
which I think would denote possibility.
No, not. Look, that's under my epistemic framework. They couldn't be possible.
Yeah, why?
Because it violates a law of metaphysics.
And then the evidence for the violation would be conceivability. But earlier you told us that you don't think infinites. You think infinites are possible, even though you wouldn't be able to conceptualize this.
I
think this reason of denoting like given
are,
priors is icky.
Look, I didn't even say infinites are possible. I'm just agnostic.
Wait, do you think they are?
I'm agnostic on those sorts of things.
Yeah, but wouldn't like agnosticism, right, like imply that they're like it could be true?
No, agnosticism is in fact just being agnostic.
Just suspended judgment?
Yeah, it's suspended judgment. You're not saying anything about the possibility or impossibility.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like it seems as if why wouldn't you hold to this same idea in the context of squared circles then? Why aren't you agnostic about the existence?
Because my priors are higher for one than the other.
What priors? Like you said,
my epistemic priors.
Yeah, you
like
said space time in the
propositions.
You said like space time in the context of infinites, but I just say this is a precept. Like you're just supposing this to be the case.
What priors means here is that, well, your certain priors for accepting things are very high for some propositions, like there is an external world, and they're kind of low for other propositions, like the big bounce happened, for example. Now, I'm just saying my priors for one of these things is higher than my priors for the other of these things. It may so happen that's related to my psychology and biology. Now, you may
what are your priors with an infinite? What are your priors with an all good God?
My
Do you have
priors
any?
for? I don't know. What is this responding to?
Well, I mean, I'd say that we can't conceive of an all good God. Would you say we can?
Well, it depends. You would need to. I don't know how this is relevant, but
yeah, because we're going to show that it's like you'd have to say that this would be like impossible, which would contradict. Like according to your evidentiary standard, an all good God would be impossible due to the fact that you can't conceive of it and you don't have priors, and then this would contradict our earlier stated suspended judgment on a God, right?
No.
And the reason in which I'd bring this up is to show that using this as an evidentiary standard for this metaphysical form of possibility is like weak at best, like very trivial.
What? Look, no. And wait, just because someone's saying that there's evidence against something doesn't mean that they're affirming the negation of that thing. Like, that's just very confused. And the second thing is, look, if your priors are very high for accepting something and you have evidence toward accepting that thing, you're obviously probably going to hold views on that thing.
But you don't have any priors with an all good God, correct?
I'm not here to discuss my priors of an all good God.
Right, so you don't possess the priors, and it's inconceivable, therefore it would be just as impossible as a square circle given your epistemic framework.
No.
What would the distinction be?
Look, I'm not here to talk about that, but you haven't
actually, there's no distinction there. There's actually no distinction there. I'm not joking. Julian, I'm actually not joking. I'm actually not joking there.
You haven't cashed out any of the terms you're using. You haven't cashed out what all good means. You haven't cashed out what God means. You haven't cashed out the conceptualization of anything. So I don't know how I'm supposed to judge the possibility of these statements.
Yeah, all good, infinitely good, good. Just
I wouldn't take that interpretation of all good.
Yeah, how do you interpret it?
Well, all good is just something that's maximally good. They never do anything wrong. I don't know what it means to say infinitely good.
Yeah, sure, maximally good. How do you cash out God? How could you cash out God?
Maybe I would cash out God like this. He's a perfect being.
Perfect being. Yeah, so could you conceive of a maximally a good perfect being?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Sure. I mean, I guess that we just have different inferences on what it would mean to be all good.
I mean, it seems plausible at least to conceive of being who knows everything, who doesn't do any wrong actions. That's not that hard to do.
I guess like I'd imply like an infinitely good, which would just be.
I don't know what that means or what people refer to when they say infinitely good, but see, that's why I have to get clear on what you mean by the terms. I'm not just going to say, oh, I have such priors for accepting this, because if you took that interpretation of God, I would say, no, it's not conceivable.
Right. I don't have anything else for you, man.
Okay. Host, do you have anything for me? Any arguments you want to run?
No, I completely checked out like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, well, I guess we'll hop off now. Bye, everybody.
I'd still say, right, that metaphysical possibility and logical possibility would reduce to logical possibility.
Great! W chat! Anyway, I was playing Minecraft that entire time. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna go on to the next person. I listened to like the first couple minutes, and then I was like,
What do they? I wonder what they think I lost on.
Dean, there's absolutely no way anyone in this chat is going to be able to repeat exactly what you were saying there. Very unlikely.
Yeah.
Hi.
Okay, go ahead. Take this, Tashika.
All right. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. So, are you pro-life?
How are you guys tonight?
I'm all right. Are you pro-choice?
Yeah, I am pro-life.
Pro-life. I mean. Yeah. So why is that?
Yes, I am. Yeah. So I've debated Dean a few times on this, so he can chip in whenever he wants. But
oh man, we've already talked.
Yeah, but we can run it again. You know, we maybe even get into God again if you want to go there. You know. So basically, starting off, I have a conjunction or value, and it is human plus sentience or potentiality to be sentient in the future. Okay, so that's where I establish value of life. So I think an abortion would be murder under this, or unaliving, sorry, under this view that I hold.
Okay.
So, what's the argument to refute why this wouldn't be unaliving of a innocent human?
I can say that it is.
Okay, go ahead.
It is.
Yeah, I know, but that's not a debate, right? I want you to demonstrate why this would be acceptable to unalive a child which you have knowledge will eventually be a full, breathing, living human.
Well, it'll be based off of like the overall rights of the person who's providing the child with the resources in order to become sentient, right? Like it would still come down to like this. It would still come down to like the hypothetical. Like if someone is attached to you, right, and they're taking your resources, do you have a right to remove yourself from that person, even if it results in the unaliving of that person?
Yeah. So would this apply to a 20-week-old fetus that's gained sentience? Let's say.
A 20-week-old fetus that gains sentience?
Yeah, would you say that, because sentience begins between 18 and 24 weeks from what I've read, so would it be acceptable for the mother to revoke her supply of, keeping it alive? Would it be okay for her to take that away at this point?
Yes, but I believe at that point then the fetus itself will become viable, no?
Well, sure, it would be viable in this situation. My point is you're saying, I want to know the distinction, right? What's the distinction between, for example, a newborn baby, right? If a mother stops caring for a child outside of the womb and just stops providing the resources to keep it alive, why would this not be acceptable?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Why would it not be acceptable for a mother to stop giving resources to her newborn baby?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me actually lock in. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Are you playing Minecraft?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I was on the stream last night.
I'm sorry. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're saying you've changed your view, by the way. I don't think your view a month ago was even this, but
I don't know if I was talking about this a month ago. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. So you're saying the reason why it's justified is because the mother doesn't have to provide resources to the thing inside of her body. All right. Mm-hmm. You're saying she doesn't have to. Well, I'm asking you, why does she have to provide these resources once the baby becomes 20 weeks sentient?
I don't believe she needs to do it after that either.
Oh, really? Wait, so you think it's okay for her to unalive a 20-week-old sentient baby inside of her womb?
No, I believe it's still okay for her to end the pregnancy, right? If the baby is viable, then the abortion doesn't necessarily have to end in the ending of the life of the child.
At 20 weeks, this would end the life. They don't survive at 20 weeks.
Oh yeah, I still think she has the right to do so.
Oh, so you think it's okay for her to unalive despite it being sentient?
Yeah.
Okay, so then what would be the distinction here between like a newborn baby unaliving if she doesn't want to provide resources? Both are sentient, both are human. What's the distinction?
I don't have a necessary distinction for that.
So then this is problematic, right? And under your worldview, I don't see why we can't stretch this up until the 8-month mark, right? Because you're just
even up until the 8-month mark, if the child is viable by the 8th month, right, and they end the pregnancy, then it doesn't necessarily have to end with the life of the child, right?
Okay, but the problem is here, right? are you saying if the mother has knowledge? Okay, let's say 24 weeks, 28 weeks. The mother has knowledge it could pose risks to the baby's health in the future and current. It may affect the health state of the baby. Would it be acceptable for her to take it out of the womb?
Wait, say that again?
If the mother has knowledge that it's going to negatively impact the current health of the baby and have future impact on the human's life, would it be okay for her to remove it from the womb if she has knowledge it's going to do damage?
Something about what you're saying is not clear. The first part of your sentence is
Dina, you understanding?
Maybe it's the accent. I don't know what you're saying.
Bro, I mean, okay. Okay, so you're saying it's okay for the mother to revoke at any point giving her resources to the thing inside of her, right?
Okay.
Okay, and now you said this is be okay even if the child was sentient. Well, I'm asking you, if the baby was now 7 months old, right, so 2 months away from birth, so we'd still see a potential threat to life when it's born, or at least health complications, right? It wouldn't be healthy for the baby.
Potential threat to whose life?
To the baby's life.
Okay, good.
Okay, would you say it'd be morally acceptable if the mother, we have knowledge that it could cause health problems, for her to still remove the baby out of the womb, even if we know it's going to cause problems?
Are you talking about... Are you talking about like the health risks imposed upon a baby if it's removed after the point of viability?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, WARG. I mean, this could be pro-choice really easily. I think Nai runs this. She's pro-choice. It makes sense.
Wait, no, I'm pro-life.
I know, but it wouldn't necessarily critique the pro-choice position.
Wait, but it would, because Tashika's saying that it's okay for her to revoke, the mother to revoke giving resources to the baby pre-sentience, but then she's saying it's even okay, even once it's sentient. So then where's the distinction? She said there's no distinction, so even if a newborn baby, would the mother be able to stop feeding it even then? How far do we push this, right?
Wait, hold up 1 second.
I've been wanting to... you what, sorry? Yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool. I've been waiting for this debate for a while, guys.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think that bodily integrity is going to be a good argument for pro-choice. I just much prefer this idea that the fetus doesn't have value prior to 24 weeks and has value after. And this is why I first said, W argument for pro-choice, because it introduces some interesting complications to the life-saving procedures after the point of viability. Because you're right, increased chances for certain malformations, conditions, disfigurations, if that's what you were saying. I don't even know what to do about that. Maybe we would just draw a hard line at 24 weeks for all elective abortions, and then after that point, they're still going to be permissible in instances of SA or grape.
Yeah, I don't make that exemption, by the way, which is a lot.
I'm sorry. What did I miss?
I mean, Dean basically just kind of agreed that the position that you gave was kind of. That's not,
I didn't agree. I didn't agree. I just gave my position. That's all.
Yeah, you guys disagree though. That's all I was saying. So I'm kind of debating two different. You guys have different views.
Yeah, I'll let Tashika debate.
What? No. What's
So the problem. Yeah. I mean, Dean, if you wanna, we can debate this topic, man. If you wanna debate me.
I mean, I didn't want to intrude upon anything, but yeah, I think that elective abortions are going to be wrong after 24 weeks, given this fact. I'm agnostic on it, but I wouldn't mind just coming to that conclusion.
Okay, so...
Oh, no, I still think it's wrong.
But you gave the justification that it's okay for the mother to revoke giving resources to the baby, even if it's sentient or not, right? You've made no distinction. You're saying it doesn't matter if it's sentient.
Oh yeah, no, I still, even though I still think that these people should have access to these things, I personally just still think it's wrong. It's pro-choice stance.
Okay, so what's the distinction between what's the distinction between a newborn baby, her mother revoking the resources there, and the mother revoking the resources at 24 weeks? Because they're both sentient and they're both human, right? You'd have to say it's justified in both situations to be consistent. Otherwise, you have to give me a distinction which...
Bodily integrity violation.
You're saying because the baby isn't like any attached to the mother anymore?
So we'd see a bodily integrity violation plus like some util calculus.
Okay, what do you mean by util calculus? Sorry, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, like it's gonna like not only be bodily integrity violation. However, what we're gonna see is that this would cause much suffering onto the mother, right? Which would somehow like justify the ending of this infringement. Plus the gentlest means. Like we're gonna be using the gentlest means to end this bodily integrity violation. And as far as like I'm concerned, like I don't think that there's gonna be a lot of absurd scenarios where using the gentlest means to end a bodily integrity violation when justified under this util calculus is gonna be wrong.
So you're saying if the child infringes on like the mother's sorry, what would you point? If the child infringes on what?
Child infringes upon mother's bodily integrity. Apart from certain scenarios, the mother is justified in using the gentlest means to end said infringement.
Okay, why would the mother not be justified to end said infringement once it's out of the womb?
This would apply to out of the womb as well if there were to be a bodily integrity violation.
Okay, wait, what do you mean by bodily integrity?
Yeah, like infringing upon one's desires in context of like their body, inside and outside. Like I mean, if you want to think of an absurdity in that, that's fine. But I don't think that there will be if we're saying that the gentlest means must be used, and there's going to be like particular util parameters here.
Okay. So, if the mother has desires and the newborn baby is like infringing on those, wouldn't you now say this is justified to just kill the newborn baby in order to get to her desires?
We said gentlest means necessary. I think the gentlest means would be to just simply have the husband provide for it if present, or like our partner.
But that's not unaliving.
Put up for adoption, etc. Right? And what we're specifically denoting in the context of like abortion is that the gentlest means would be unaliving, and this would actually follow from your position, I believe.
Yeah. So, I mean, sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying you could just unalive a newborn if the mother, like, if it's infringing. But if you were saying, like,
end the gentlest means to end an infringement.
Yeah, so with the gentlest means, we would just say
to a threshold.
Giving it to the husband or maybe another family. Okay, yeah, no, I don't see any problem with that.
No, me neither.
Okay, I have a problem with your view, though, right? You say you don't value the potentiality of sentience, right? But you also have a contradiction in one of your. We went over this, right? And I don't think you were able to reconcile it. You said that you don't put any value on the fact it's human. You don't make any value to that. You simply just go off of sentience and subjective experience, right?
Right.
But then you also hold a newborn baby as more valuable than a parrot.
Right, of course. And this is because we would like value future states contingent upon prior states. And we know that there's going to be like future states of a higher level of rationale in the context of that newborn. And we'd value those future states because they'd be dependent upon the past. So
sure.
And the difference here would be that like the parrot wouldn't have these future states. But like for instance, if the parrot did, right? If we knew that in like 3 years this parrot would be able to talk and like conceive of morality and engage in intellectual thought, right? We would value that parrot just as much as that newborn.
Okay, so now you're going to say it's based off of... See, this is a problem though, right? You can't say you value potentiality in one area, but then not say in the other area.
Yes, we can, because we'd have a distinction.
But then why do you use the analogy that you have to... If you value potentiality of sentience, you have to value potentiality of 10-year-olds drinking alcohol? This is problematic in your own analogies.
Because there wouldn't be any like prior... there would be no priors with those higher levels of rationale, or there's certain cognitive states in which would be required to consume alcohol, so it just simply wouldn't meet the criteria of the conjunct. Remember, we're specifically valuing the future when present as past, right? And like, for instance, we're going to say that you could drink alcohol when you have like the rational states of a 21-year-old, for instance. Well, those like rational states aren't going to be present in the priors of a 10-year-old, so the conjunct wouldn't be met.
Okay, so you're saying the conjunction of previous sentience and future sentient, like higher levels of sentience, is the conjunction that makes it more valuable than a parrot?
Yeah, because there's like future states of a higher level of rationale that should be considered contingent upon the previous or past of the infant.
Okay, so if we have a parrot that before it's fully born, I don't know how many weeks it would be, or months, and then we have a 24-week-year-old fetus who's just gained sentience, right, like today, okay, they both have the same amount of prior sentience.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, where's the justification? Because if they have the same amount of prior, then where's the justification for? Where's the distinction now? Because they both have the same amount of prior. You're seeing the differences.
Yeah, they don't have the same amount of future.
Okay, so because the baby has more future, now it becomes valuable.
Well, I mean, we're like in the comparison of the parrot to the infant.
But this is
like we're gonna say that there's a higher level of rationale in the future of this infant, therefore it's gonna be more valuable. And then we could also like talk about like of a rational kind. Like I mean, there's a lot of explanations for this.
Okay, the problem here.
There's no problems here. Like there's literally none.
No, there is under your own
all.
worldview because Dean, you constantly criticize people and say we shouldn't give the unborn baby that's pre-sentient the same rights as babies that are sentient.
Yeah, because they don't meet. This is not a problem because one fetus does meet like the conditions of this conjunct. One fetus does not meet the conditions of this conjunct.
But then your justification for making the baby more valuable than the parrot is a future state of sentience. You're appealing to potentiality there in your own argument.
Holy fuck, dude! I'll give you the distinction one more time.
I've heard your distinction. My point
because future states, no one is making it special.
Why do you get so aggressive with me, bro?
Because I'm giving you.
You debate people who are a lot more stupid than
bro. Christius Rex, I'm giving you the answer, and you just fail to hear it. Future states are valuable contingent upon past states.
Okay.
So of course we're going to be appealing to future states because they're valuable. And of course we would not be appealing to future states in the context of a fetus prior to 24 weeks because they're not valuable. One fetus meets the criteria of the conjunct. One fetus does not meet the criteria of the conjunct. I could literally spell this out for you. I could write it out to you. I could draw it out to you, right? There's a very clear distinction. One fetus does meet the conjunct for value. One fetus does not meet the conjunct for value.
Okay. I understand. Okay.
Point blank period. This is not problematic. This is my stance.
Okay, I get it, but you get very aggressive with me is all I'm saying.
This is not aggressive.
Debate. No, you do, man. I've seen you keep people up on your panel for 2 hours who are stupider than me, like Alicia earlier, bro. That went nowhere, but you guys went with it, right?
I fucking was screaming at Alicia, dude. Did you hear me mute and call her fucking... I called her really...
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's get back to the debate. Okay. I don't want to go off on other topics. Yeah. Okay,
right. So now you realize that you're wrong.
Let's
get back to the debate. Come on. Let's do it.
I don't realize that I'm wrong, but I accept. Hey, bro, I gave you a cowboy hat yesterday. Be nice. Okay. So, my point is I can accept that this conjunction is why you value life. I don't think it's justified, because you would have to say, okay, so if there's a parrot that has the potentiality to reach the same amount of sentience as a fetus, you think the parrot would just be as valuable as a walking thinking?
If we have a newborn fetus, or sorry, a newborn baby, and then we have a parrot, right? And both the parrot and the baby have the same level of sentience, and both the parrot and the baby have the same level of a higher level of sentience in the future. They're going to be just as valuable. Yep.
Okay. So you don't add any value because it's human. That's fine. I understand your view.
No. I mean, why would our species matter? I mean, can I run like some vegan arguments on you?
Bro, I hold my morality in the Bible, right? You know I'm a Christian, so.
Okay, I mean, so like once again, like theism, right, as an objection to like what I'm saying, would just simply reduce down to like given absurdities. Like I mean, like this is why I say like when you say that this is absurd, it's absurd because you disagree, but you disagree on the basis of like some trivial claim, right? It's actually not absurd. It's logically consistent.
No, I have this. The reason I hold this view is because I think human life is above animal life due to the Bible, like God's standard on it. Right, the Bible makes it clear human life is the highest.
Yeah. Why did God give us animals?
I think God gave us animals to eat.
To eat. All right. So to eat. Was it like so why did God make our biological systems in a way where we could starve to death in comparison to a way in which we could not starve to death? I feel like this would introduce a lot of unnecessary suffering, like i.e. like 3 million children die in a year from starvation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, the problem is, right, is if everybody, like, if people weren't greedy, then we'd have enough food for everybody.
Okay, but yeah, let me ask you a question. We have two situations. In the first situation, we have 5 kids in a room, and we're going to give them enough food to last them the next year. But we possess the knowledge that the 10-year-old will take all of the food, hoard it from the other children, and the other children will die. right? And then in the second hypothetical, right, we are just simply going to ration out the food individually to these 5 children. Like which like option would you say we should take?
Can you repeat the second option?
Yeah, we just ration the food out individually to each individual and no one dies.
Yeah, the second option, yeah.
Right, but this is exactly what I'm saying, right? There's a preferable reality or a more preferable reality in which food is just not put on the table with the 10-year-old getting greedy and everyone else dying, but is just simply rationed out to us as individuals. Right?
Sure.
This is more preferable than the reality we currently live in, and you just told us this. And due to the fact that there's a more preferable reality than the one in which we live in, your God's not real.
Yeah, so I disagree. I think that the reason why this reality doesn't exist, the preferable reality that we're talking of, is due to free agency. Right? You're going to attribute this to God. If God gave us enough food and we're greedy, then I think that's unfair to hold that to God.
Wait,
Completely.
yeah, but you already said it was more preferable even in the recognition of free agency, right? Like, what we don't control is our ability to starve, and God could have simply eliminated this ability to starve, and we'd have less suffering, right? So why did God not eliminate this ability to starve when he knew that it would lead to less suffering?
Yeah, because I think he values complete free agency and free will over.
Wait, yeah, but I don't think that taking away the ability to starve would be impeding upon individuals' free will, right? Like, let's just say that like our fingernails grew slower. This isn't impeding upon my free will to have long fingernails, correct? Right? In the same way where if I didn't starve to death, this wouldn't be impeding upon like my free will. I mean, this just seems like absurd. It's a biological function. We could just say that like the average heartbeat of a human went from like, I don't know, like 70 to 130. This isn't impeding upon our free will. Like God doesn't allow us to fly. Is this impeding upon our free will?
No.
Right, exactly. So if God didn't allow us to starve, why would this be impeding upon our free will? Why is God not allowing us to starve impeding upon our free will?
Yeah. So I don't know if you would say it's. I think the problem is you get to the point where what we have today would be identical to heaven, right? And I think to try and like the problem is the way I've seen you refute the fine-tuning argument is that like we don't have a universe to compare it to say it's like fine-tuned. But by saying that God could have made a better design, you don't have a better design to compare it to.
Yeah, I'd say like reality is gonna be better if like 3 million kids didn't starve to death last year. Yes or no?
Yes, but this is from free choice again, and you're going to say that like God could have made his
from free choice.
Wait,
we just talked about this. If God took away our ability to starve, would this impede upon our free choice?
No, but I think it would result in problems.
No, so it does. The issue is not free choice. So then, what is the issue?
I think it would result in, for example, if humans never had to eat, if we never got hungry, right? Then, I mean, you know, God being all-knowing could know that this just wouldn't be a good idea. Like, I don't know how it would work, but how do we know this would work well, right? If God is all-knowing, then he knows this idea wouldn't be work well. And then you're going to use your stance to say, well,
so then
my,
you'd say all
my
things
view is
considered.
better.
So then you'd say all things considered, right? It is not preferable that these 3 million kids that died of starvation last year do not die. Right? So all things considered, you'd be holding to the claim that these 3 million kids that died of starvation should have died of starvation, which is an absurdity. So if you say that it is more preferable that we starve, well, you're saying that these 3 million kids should have starved to death, all things considered. So we go between a contradiction and an absurdity.
Yeah, no, so I can say that God simply, the idea of having to eat food and get hungry is a good thing, but then the results of the free choices made by man isn't also good, right?
Yeah, so I know, but what we're saying is all things considered, right, the 3 million kids that died of starvations last year was good.
I think if so, yeah, all things considered, to maintain the world, the best possible world that God made, yeah, I think it has to happen that way.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
But I think free agency.
And you also have to hold
this,
to this
right?
idea that we like live in the most preferable reality. I had a friend that died of brain cancer 2 weeks ago. If he didn't die of brain cancer, would that have been more preferable, all things considered?
These are very hard questions, man. Putting me on the hot seat. But would it be more preferable that he did
all
die?
All things considered, didn't die. You know, he did die, right? So all things considered, would it be more preferable that he didn't die?
From my subjective understanding, right, I'm on Earth. I'm bound to time, so I would say so, yes. But if I'm atemporal, right, and I have a view of,
so from your view, there's a more preferable reality where he didn't die from brain cancer. So therefore, your God's not real.
Well, let's say that let's say your friend in 10 years decided to go in a car, and this car resulted in killing a family of 5, just hypothetically, and God had knowledge of this. He prevented a greater evil. This is a hypothetical, by the way. I'm just saying that
so
to
all
prevent
things
greater
considered,
evils.
it was good.
Yes, I believe
so-
everything that's happened is justified. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right. So, like, child rape is all things considered, not even good, but perfect. Slavery, all things considered, is perfect. The Holocaust, all things considered, was perfect. Cancer, all things considered, is perfect. 3 million, like, children dying from starvation, all things considered, is perfect. Like, these are obvious absurdities.
Yeah. So I can hold to the view that the actions themselves that take place aren't perfect, but the justification due to eternal compensation is perfect. Like, I don't have
when
to
I
hold
say
to-
all things considered, we are accounting
Yeah.
for this internal compensation.
Yeah, eternal compensation, then yeah, I would say it's justified, but that doesn't make each individual act a good thing. I think there can be a distinction.
No, I'd actually say that's wrong. Like, all things considered, each individual act would be good.
No, because for example, if let's say we could go back in time.
Oh,
to
so
the,
there's so there's an individual act that is not all things considered good. So there's individual actions that are all things considered bad. Therefore, there'd be another version of reality where these actions that are all things considered bad did not occur, right? And
Wait, what do you mean by
this will
bad?
Show,
What do you mean
right,
by bad?
like undesirable. Like all things considered good or bad, desirable, undesirable.
Yeah, but
So-
I'm confused. What standard? Let us all.
So I mean, this would be an internal critique of like your worldview. So we could just like use your subjective preferences, right, to dictate the idea that if you find your preference to be true, that your God would be false, because there would be a more preferable reality. And if there's a more preferable reality, your God is not all good. He would be bad because he's causing unnecessary suffering.
Yeah, no. So we can just say that everything that's ever happened is justified, and this defeats the problem of evil.
Right, exactly. So then even on like this micro level, it is all things considered good that I got this cut on my arm, or all things considered good that my friend died from brain cancer. And this is not the defeater to the problem of evil due to the fact that this is an absurdity, right? So yeah, what the point of a reductio ad absurdism is to reduce the position down to a contradiction or an absurdity. If you affirm the problem of evil, your God possesses a contradiction. If you negate the problem of evil, your God possesses an absurdity. So I mean, it's a wraps. It's literally a wraps on Christianity.
Not at all. You can defeat the problem of evil by just simply saying evil doesn't really exist in the way that we understand. And so every so-called evil action that's ever taken place has an eternal compensation. It's justified. Therefore, this doesn't make every individual act good. You're saying that if there's a justification in the end, this makes cancer good. I disagree. I think cancer can be a bad thing that has a justification.
So cancer is all things considered bad?
Cancer is all things considered bad? In of itself, yeah, sure.
Okay, so there's a more preferable reality in which cancer does not exist because it's all things considered bad.
Yeah, sure.
So we don't live in the most preferable reality.
According to your opinion, sure. And my opinion, yeah. But I think this is due to, is due to human corruption. This is my point.
So if we don't live in the most preferable reality, right, this means that God would be causing unnecessary suffering.
Well, when I say preferable, I'm saying like it's not heaven, right? I think the only better reality in this would be heaven.
Right, and that's what we're kind of showing here, is that we should just go straight to heaven.
No.
The most preferable reality is heaven, indeed.
Okay. So under your worldview, would you say it's what's more moral? I'll give an analogy. If I have a wife who freely chooses to marry me and then she's happy in the marriage, or a wife who was forced to marry me and she's still happy, the happy levels are the same, but in one of them she had free choice to choose. Which one's better?
The one where they freely choose.
That's the equivalent to choosing heaven and choosing God.
I don't think so, because I think
How so?
if I were to walk up to this woman on the streets, hold a gun to her head, and say, I'm going to make you disappear unless you marry me, did she really freely choose?
Yeah, no, so I don't think God is holding like a gun to people's head.
Right, well, the gun to our head would be hell. If we don't choose to be in a relationship with him, we suffer for all of eternity.
It depends on your view on hell. Mine is just eternal separation from God.
All right, and what does eternal separation from God imply?
Hell is a state of being where people basically just keep living in sin and getting angry at God. It's darkness.
Wait, this doesn't sound that bad.
I mean, it's
so we're just gonna vibe out, just not with God.
Yeah, we're just gonna hang out.
So exactly how I am right now. So cool, got it. W.
No, so what happens is over time you get more hatred for God and you strip from God's gifts. Right, separation from God means separation from love,
W,
freedom.
I fucking hate him right now. Right.
Separation from love and freedom isn't a good thing, right? Creativity, these are all gifts from God you take for granted.
Oh,
on-
like that'd
on
be
Earth.
bad to happen. Like I wanna like. Okay, so it's like I'm not like hell is undesirable. Would you say?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if I go up to a woman on the street, threaten her with something undesirable unless she marries me, is this coercion?
If you go up to a woman, threaten her unless she marries you, is this coercion? In this context, yeah.
So God's coercing us.
So
We don't
God's
really choose to be in a
coercing us?
relationship with him.
No, he's the only alternative you think he should do is drag you to heaven by force, which I think is more.
What's the issue with
immoral.
this?
Dragging somebody to heaven by force?
Wait, so do you think that God like do aborted fetuses, do they go to heaven?
I'm undecided on this view. I think the Catholic view is like paradise. It's like equivalent to heaven,
I
basically.
thought the Catholic view was that they go to purgatory.
No, from my understanding, it's like a paradise that's basically like not heaven, but it's similar. I could be wrong though. I've only been Christian for like 9 months. So.
I know. I have no idea about the Catholic view. I believe I heard that somewhere on chat.
Wait, then also, I don't even know if like that's that bad to drag people into heaven. Like, let me just ask you a question. Let's like imagine a drug addict, right? And we see this drug addict on the street shooting up every day, right? And this is causing him a lot of suffering. Would it be like permissible for me to like take this drug addict by the arm and drag him to the hospital to get treatment?
And then keep him in the hospital for all of eternity? No.
Yeah, and keep him in the hospital for all of eternity where he would experience the highest level of happiness.
Did he freely beg?
Oh, it's
you
if they're unbaptized. My bad.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Did the homeless man, while you were dragging him by the arm, did he keep repeating, "Please, like, let me go away from you"? Like, was he begging to spend separation from you, like, be separated?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, cool. Yeah, then this would be immoral. Yeah, like I think dragging. Sort of like a
yeah,
homeless
I don't
man-
think that's true. I don't think that's true. Let's just imagine like a man standing on a bridge that's about to jump. If I want to go up and like drag him off that bridge and he's screaming, "Don't do it! Don't do it! Let me jump!" I think it would be immoral to not force him to not jump.
Well, I mean, the thing is with him jumping, though, this would be like a temporary kind of punishment, right? Like, no, sorry, when you save him, this is not a correct analogy. If you drag the man away from the bridge, and then you drag him to your house in your presence when he doesn't want to be in your presence for all of eternity, this is more immoral. 100%.
Wait, why can't just people go to heaven and then choose if they want to go to hell?
Well, you can rebel in heaven. I believe there's free will. There's wars in heaven. The Bible talks about.
Then why can't
Beautiful.
we do that?
Yeah, let's drag this homeless. Let's drag this individual off the bridge and then let him decide if he wants to go back to his house.
Exactly. I feel like that would be more accurate representation. That would allow for one to actually have free will over these things.
Okay, so drag the homeless man to your house and then offer him the offer to leave?
Yep.
Well, then I think this would just be a problem of like, I don't think that the sinners like sin that should be allowed into heaven. God is just as well as merciful.
Oh.
Okay, so do aborted fetuses sin?
They have original sin.
So they'd automatically go to hell then. You want to be agnostic due to the
Yeah.
fact that they're sin and they can't go to heaven.
Yeah, no, they can have original sin and still go to, like I said, a place that isn't heaven or hell.
But they didn't repent, though. I don't know what your views are.
This is why they would go to the place that I was talking about that isn't heaven or hell.
What's that place?
But wait a
I've
minute.
heard it.
But wait, you're Catholic?
I'm converting to the Catholic Church. I'm in the process. Yeah, I can't
but
claim
like,
it.
Yeah, but like under Catholic views, like if these aborted fetuses are unbaptized, which obviously they would go to limbo.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be like a secondary heaven.
Yeah. Wait. What's limbo? Sorry, is like purgatory.
Purgatory.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Purgatory. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Okay then. That's fine. No problem. Dean's gone somewhere. But yeah, no, this is just the view that I hold. I think that dragging like a homeless guy to spend eternity with you, or the problem as well is like if God like let the homeless guy in heaven in this analogy, and this homeless man has experienced eternal peace, and then like you rip it away from him, I think that would be more immoral than like just letting him go straight to hell and not know heaven. It's kind of like giving a homeless man shelter for a couple of weeks and then putting him in torture.
Tashika.
Yo.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop. Let me know if you're down for battles after your stream. But holy fuck, bro, I'm hanging on by a thread right now.
Yeah, I know. You look tired.
Dude, I am like hanging on by a thread. But I know I can't like take a nap or go to bed because then I'll just wake up and then end up fucking my sleep schedule over again. So I just have to tough it out, right, until like
thug it out.
11 p.m.
Get you the Red Bull.
Dean,
yeah.
before you go, can I ask, are you ever going to debate Parker on like your different moral worldviews? Because I heard you guys were going to do that.
Yeah, so he is subjectivist. I'm an objectivist. Yeah, I'm gonna debate Parker on that. What I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna talk to a buddy who has a really good non-theist defense of objectivism first. Then I'm gonna get that shit and go ham. But anyways, yeah, man.
Oh well,
Have a good
thanks
one.
for the debate. Thank you. I'm gonna Tashika. I have a obviously.
Bye, Dean.
Bye, Dean. I'm curious. Are you? I won't make this last too long because I know you gotta do battles and stuff. But
No, I don't have to do battles.
okay, cool.
Dean goes so hard, and so Dean allows me to just check fully out of a conversation and just let him rock. But now I have
this
to
is what
clock back in.
Exactly, exactly. When
we gotta
when
continue.
he's up here, you're just playing Minecraft or like eating food, and he's just doing all the
Because
all the work.
like they're literally just like I don't like to like interrupt people that I actually respect, and two, I just feel like they just can explain their points just infinitely better than I can. So I just let them rock. I just let them go.
Yeah, they've been debating I think longer than you. I haven't seen you doing this for long. And like I honestly I do fear for Dean debating Parker. Parker's a smart guy. Like I'm not gonna lie. But that'll be fun. But yeah, so to back to what I wanted to get to. So you don't believe in the existence of any god, right?
No.
Do you hold to the view that like the cause of the universe is material or
Scared of
immaterial?
Parker. I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you hold to the view that the cause of the universe is material or immaterial?
Immaterial meaning what? I'm sorry, I
like
can
basically
hear myself in your
it
headphones.
yeah. Oh,
Do you have
my bad.
headphones on?
Yeah, can you still hear yourself?
Yeah.
Oh damn, that's annoying. Wait, hold on. Okay. Can you still hear yourself?
No, I can't hear myself anymore. That's better. Okay.
Okay, cool. I just took out my right earphone. Yeah. So
That's okay.
Immaterial just means it doesn't have any mass. It's basically devoid of all matter. Right? It just doesn't have anything that we know as matter. It just wouldn't possess those forms. I mean, so would you say like it's immaterial or like material? It's made up of matter.
Genuinely, like I wouldn't know, but like based off of like prior things that we've seen and like how these other things are created, it would have to be material.
Yeah, so the problem is all material things. I'm going to tell you the problem with that. Wait, do you think the universe has a beginning or like a cause? Or do you believe in like infinite regression? It doesn't really matter. I think this argument.
Truly, this is not something that I'm like confident on. Like I would just have to base it off of like other things that we have. We know that things happen because something prior to it had to have happened. So I would have to say, based off of what has already been demonstrated to me, that this would have to be the case for the universe as well.
See, this is. I honestly think if you accept the universe as a beginning and a cause, I think you do lead to God. You do lead to a mind that is immaterial and purely actual. So, like, the argument I would just ask you quickly is: would you say change is real?
Change is real?
Yeah, whether fundamentally or like emergent. Yeah. Would you say, premise 2, would you say that change is the actualization of a potential?
Yeah.
Cool. Would you say that all actualized things have to be derived from some other purely actual thing? Like, for example, you couldn't get an actual thing from something purely potential.
Yeah.
Because there's no distinction between potentially existing and nothing, right? But when something's potential, it's identical to nothing. I mean, nothing's kind of everyone has.
I'd understand what you're saying.
Yeah, cool.
I feel like I'd have to agree.
Okay, that's fine. See, the problem is if you say that the cause of the universe is material, all material things change, which means they go from potential to actual. And you can bring Dean back up here if you want to go there, if he really wants this. But if the problem is all material things change, right? And if you're saying the cause is material, this would mean it's derived from something else, right? But if we have an infinite chain of going from potential to actual, then we would have to say the universe is identical to something potential. But potentially existing is nothing, as we know, right? So this is kind of like similar to the contingency argument, but it's called the argument from motion. I've just kind of sped it up. I haven't gave you like all 10 premises because that would take too long. But yeah, this basically establishes that something material wouldn't be the cause of the universe, I think. I mean, even if there's an infinite regression.
I'm agnostic to these things.
But
even still, like, I don't know, like, even if this could be the case, it still wouldn't presuppose your God, so I don't really care.
Well, yeah, it doesn't
I
get
can
to a
just remain
Christian God.
agnostic on these things.
I think it just gets to a mind. I think it gets us to like an immaterial cause.
I'm agnostic to this. So like, what's the point here?
As that it just leads to like an immaterial cause, which is what we would say God is, and also because this cause possesses the ability to actualize all potentialities, we would have to say this cause is omnipotent. All right.
Okay.
So,
what is this? What are we talking about?
I was just getting you to. So okay, well we can go back to abortion. I just wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's what I was.
Yeah, I just had to explain to you how the universe has to rely on an omnipotent immaterial cause. I mean, there's a lot more premises, but I'm not going to go there. I want to debate.
Yeah, I generally just remain agnostic on these things. Like I would have to. I feel like I would have to agree with these things just based off of like how things have already been demonstrated to exist as we know it now.
Great.
But I
okay, great.
Know. I feel like I don't have all the information to come to an actual conclusion.
Great. Well, I want to debate Parker and Dean on this, but with you, we'll go to the abortion thing. Okay. So.
Actually, I feel like I need to hit a restart on the live.
Bro, don't run, man. Why
I'm not running. You can re-request, but I'm gonna restart.
I waited in those requests for 3 hours, Tashika.
And you're not gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait 20 seconds. You want to wait 20 seconds?
If you don't invite me back up, I'm going to sue. I'm going to bring a lawsuit.
I will bring you back up.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to talk about abortion. I won't talk about God, I promise. We can go straight to abortion.
I don't care. I just need to reset the live because Phil talk kills my fucking live so hard. Okay?
Okay.
So I'm just going to restart. Y'all, give it a second. I want all of you to come back. Just give it like fucking 10 seconds. I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay. All right. Thank
Running from what? He's coming right back.